I've never... There's more. I reveal the other pairs, displaying each of them. Different lengths, different styles. All of them are yours. Lee. She looks from the gloves and up at me, then back again. When she speaks, her voice cracks with emotion. This is too much. The dress, the gloves, all of it. There's no price tag to your comfort. I hate how rough my own voice sounds. The words are too honest for our fake relationship. I want you to feel safe, beautiful, like you belong. Tears glisten in her eyes. I didn't plan to make her cry, but I won't lie. I love how happy this makes her. Help me choose? Always. We end up on her living room floor, surrounded by silk and possibility. She touches each pair through her latex gloves, counting the buttons, measuring the lengths against her arms. I demonstrate how each style works, pretending like I didn't spend hours watching videos on YouTube to learn. I don't give a fuck what the rest of the world thinks about Salem. All I care about is how she makes me feel, and how I make her feel in return. So what's it going to be, Pantry Girl? They're all so beautiful. Of course they are. Like I would pick anything that wasn't for you. 2 pink spots appear on her cheeks. She has no reason to be bashful, but seeing those spots on her cheeks, they remind me of the pink flush that covered her skin, the dusky pink color of her nipples, and her pretty pussy. My cock hardens at the flicker of memories in my head. The longest ones, she says, interrupting my thoughts. With the pearls? Perfect choice. I collect the gloves. I'm pretty sure I have a boner now. Want to try them on with the dress? She bites her lip, and I already know she's counting the pros and cons in her head. Will you stay while I change? I want you to be the first to see it. Even if I couldn't stay, if I had somewhere else to be, there's no way in hell I would miss this moment with her. I glance around at the empty room, then lean forward, my hand hovering just above the soft skin of her cheek. I'm tempted to touch her, but I always make certain it's something that she can handle. I scan her features for any signs of anxiety or discomfort. When I find none, I gently cup her cheek. I guess your dad wouldn't appreciate if I joined you, would he? She laughs, her breath fanning against my lips. Probably not. Her gaze drops to my lips, and when her tongue darts out over her bottom lip, I groan. What about a kiss? Okay, but only a kiss. She smiles, and I swallow up that smile, pressing my lips to hers. I'm greedy with her, hungry for more. She kisses me back, threading her gloved hands into the hair at the nape of my neck. When I press deeper, swiping my tongue between her lips, she meets me stroke for stroke, as if she's been just as needy as I've been since the first time we had sex. And I've been so fucking needy for her. I push gently to ease her onto her back, but she stops me, hands coming to my chest to stop me. When I break the kiss, she's panting against my mouth. We can't, not here. I take a deep breath and glance down at my hard dick outlined in my jeans. She looks too, and for some reason that turns me on more. Go, before I decide I can't let you. She sighs and gathers herself. I'll be right back. I'll count ceiling tiles until you're ready, I promise. Her smile is small but real. 47 in the living room. 48 if you count the half tile by the window. You notice that? I don't tell her I notice everything about her now. Don't tell her how deep under my skin she's gotten. Don't tell her that none of this feels fake anymore. Instead, I just nod and start counting tiles while she gathers up the dress and gloves. Both of us pretending this is normal. Both of us lying. Of course, she's perfect in the dress, and I can't stop looking at her. She changes back and we spend the day laying around her bedroom, me watching her while she studies and easing her panic when it rises up about the event. I wish I didn't have to bring her tonight. It feels too fast when she announces we have to get ready. I help her prepare, ignoring the way my body responds to every flash of her milky white skin, the memory of the taste of her on my tongue. I don't even try to resist planting a kiss where her neck meets her shoulder. Don't even fucking try. When we leave, her parents wait by the door, phones in hand, to take pictures like it's prom. She's embarrassed, but I hold her beside me proudly. We spend the car ride in silence, her gloves whispering against one another when she clenches her hands instead of squeaking. No need to be nervous. I'll be there with you every step of the way, I remind her. I know. I trust you. She smiles over at me, a few of the worry lines disappearing from her face. The Grand Hotel looms before us, all marble columns and old money pretension. I feel Salem tense beside me in the car. Remember, I murmur, we have a private entrance, and the quiet room I showed you on the hotel layout is just 3 rights and 2 lefts from the ballroom. 37 steps exactly. She nods, but her breathing has gone shallow. The burgundy silk of her dress shifts like wine in moonlight as she starts to count. Wait. I reach over, careful not to wrinkle her dress or disturb her gloves. Let me? Another tiny nod. 1 diamond in each marble tile, I start, giving her something to focus on. 2 doormen at the entrance, 3 separate exits I've mapped out, 4 sealed water bottles waiting in our private area. 5 minutes minimum for any social interaction before we can excuse ourselves. Her breathing studies as I continue, and I pretend not to notice how perfectly her hand fits in mine. The valet opens her door, and I'm around the car before he can offer her his hand. She takes mine instead, silk against skin, and we both ignore the spark that jumps between us. Ready? I ask, though I'm not sure which of us I'm really asking. No, she whispers, then straightens her spine. But I'm with you. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. She trusts me, actually trusts me to keep her safe in this shark tank of society vultures and family expectations. We make it through the private entrance without incident, the hotel staff maintaining perfect distance as instructed. I'm hyper-aware of every person, every potential threat to Salem's peace of mind. She stays close to my side, head high despite her anxiety. And then my mother appears. Darling! Catherine Sterling descends upon us like a perfectly coiffed storm front. Her eyes scan Salem from head to toe, cataloging every detail. And this must be Salem Masters. I cut in before she can say anything cruel. My girlfriend. The word feels simultaneously wrong and right. Not enough and too much. Charmed. Mother's smile is all teeth. That dress is unexpected. Very bold choice. Thank you, Mrs. Sterling. Salem's voice is soft but steady. Lee has excellent taste. Mother's eyebrows lift slightly at the implicit meaning that I chose the dress, that I know what suits Salem, that we're close enough for such intimacy. Indeed. Her gaze shifts between us. Well, don't let me keep you. Everyone is simply dying to meet the woman who's finally captured my son's attention. She glides away before I can respond, but I feel Salem trembling slightly against me. Hey. I turn her to face me, creating a bubble of space between us and the arriving guests. We can leave, right now. Fuck all of them. No. She straightens again, and God, she's beautiful and she's brave. I'm okay. Just stay close. Always. We approach the ballroom doors and I feel her count each step. Feel her gathering her courage, feel her silk-covered fingers tighten on my arm. The doors swing open, revealing crystal chandeliers and the city's elite in all their glory. Music spills out, along with the buzz of gossip and judgment. But as Salem's hand finds mine, as we step into my world together, as everyone turns to stare at the sterling heir and his mysterious girlfriend, I can barely breathe. My anxiety climbs as Salem holds on to me. It wants to spiral, but I hold back, keeping it together for her more than anything else. She needs me to be present, here with her. I snag a couple of drinks off a tray and make sure I keep mine filled as I lead her through the crowd. When I have a moment, I pop a couple of anxiety pills from my pocket to keep me steady. She needs me to be her anchor. It's all clowns and actors, and I hate that I'm one of them, that this world forces me to be one of them. And now I'm forcing Salem into this mess with me. What have I done?
Chapter 16. Salem. Something's wrong with Lee. I should have known that he would change, at least a little, in the presence of his family, and prepared myself better. But I didn't think it would be like this. Since we arrived, parts of the Lee I've come to know and love have begun to dissolve beneath every beverage he drinks. The man who's typically so attentive to my needs is gone, and replaced with someone that feels like a stranger. His erratic behavior and scattered thoughts have me on edge. Every time he picks up a new drink, I flinch a little inside. His mother's constant presence doesn't seem to help matters. I wonder if maybe I got him outside and into some fresh air it might help.
Sorry,
he mutters, bumping my elbow as we navigate through the crowd. The movement disrupts my careful counting, and I bite back a growl of annoyance upon losing track. I'll have to start over, but before I can do that, he's pulling me in a different direction. I try to focus my attention on the pillars around the room instead. A backup method for when things get overwhelming, but Lee's uneven movements keep drawing my attention. Lee? I touch his arm, silk gloves sliding against his jacket. Maybe we should take a break?
Can't.
I watch him down another glass of bourbon like it's water. He gestures to the waiter to get him another and then continues.
Mother's watching. Always watching. Gotta keep up appearances, right?
There's a bitter sting that I feel from the impact of each word he speaks. Further confirmation that this isn't my Lee. The one who counts tiles with me and remembers exactly how many times to sanitize surfaces. This Lee is sharp edges and frayed nerves, his unwavering grace replaced with barely controlled chaos. I think your mother will be okay if we take a 5-minute break. I manage to get the words out moments before my entire body tenses when a waiter passing by slides between two people, his tray brushing against my dress. Every muscle on my body clamps up. I hold my breath, waiting for the panic to subside. It was an accident. Everything is okay.
No, you don't understand, Salem. You don't fucking understand.
Lee snaps at me, his once gentle touch now a steel shackle I can't escape. I blink back tears and breathe through my nose. Lee doesn't appear to notice what he's done, or the effect it has on me. His attention shifts back to scanning the room with increasing agitation. I should walk away, go outside, get the air myself.
Another lap?
He questions, his lips turning up into that legendary Playboy smile. Actually, I was thinking, I don't even get to finish what I was saying. My reply is irrelevant when he starts steering us back towards his mother's social circles. It feels like we're cattle being moved around for all to see. He plucks a glass of bourbon off a passing tray along the way. I try to match his steps but can't find a rhythm. Everything feels wrong,
The crowd too close, the music too loud. Sterling men always marry well. Another partygoer whispers as we pass by them. Lee's fingers dig into my waist in response. Even through the fabric of my dress, I can feel each indent of his fingers, his touch bruising. You're hurting me. I wince, and this time he's paying better attention. Like I'm on fire, he releases me, a look of horror flashing in his eyes. Shit, Salem, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I can't seem to. His fingers slice through the strands of dark brown styled hair, destroying the perfect arrangement. This entire night is a shit show. I know that feeling. God, do I know it. But Lee's always been my anchor in these moments, steady and sure. Now he's drowning too, and I don't know how to save us both. To make matters worse, his mother materializes beside us. Darling. Catherine Sterling's voice could freeze hell. The Hendersons are simply dying to meet your friend. Do bring her over. Lee's entire body freezes, every muscle tight, rigid. Another glass, another forced smile, another crack in our perfect facade. I want to count the steps between us and safety, want to measure the distance to our quiet room, want to calculate our escape route. But I can't, because Lee's usual steady presence is fractured, leaving me unmoored in a sea of silk and judgment. Of course, Mother. His voice sounds strange, strained. I'd love to introduce Salem to them. But he wouldn't, and he knows it, and I know it, and somehow everything we've built over these months, all our patterns and practices and perfect understanding, is sliding away, like a dropped strand of pearls. Lee continues to slip further and further away, even as he stands right beside me. I don't know this stranger, and all the things we practiced, none of it matters. Nothing would prepare either of us for what's happening. Against my better instincts, I let Lee lead me through a crowd of predators while I continue to try and find our rhythm again. But there is no rhythm, no Lee and Salem. The string quartet starts a waltz, and Lee's hand finds my waist. We've practiced this, perfected it over weeks of private lessons in his apartment. The steps should be automatic, safe, controlled, just like we rehearsed. Instead, he stumbles. Shit, he mutters, his feet getting tangled with mine. His hand slides against my back, missing its usual anchor point. Lee, please, I whisper, as we narrowly avoid running into another couple. Slow down. But he's not listening. His eyes keep darting to his mother, who stands at the edge of the dance floor with the Hendersons. Their daughter Charlotte sparkles like a diamond in her all-too-appropriate white dress. Everything about her screaming suitable. Lee's next turn is too sharp, and I lose my counting rhythm completely. The crowd seems to press closer, the music grows louder, the lights brighter. His usual steady presence feels like static electricity, unpredictable and dangerous. Another drink, he says as the waltz ends, already pulling away. Need another drink. You don't. I grab his sleeve, silk catching on expensive wool. You need air. We both need air. Can't. His laugh is hollow. Mother's watching, waiting for me to fuck up. A waiter appears with fresh drinks and Lee grabs two. Catherine Sterling's voice carries across the space. The Henderson girl would make such a lovely addition to the family. The glasses in Lee's hands shake. Bathroom. I manage to get out. The walls around us are starting to close in. I need... Okay. Yes. He looks around wildly, like he's forgotten the careful map he made me memorize. Wait. through the south doors. His mother supplies, once again appearing beside us. Do let me show you, dear. Lee, darling, Charlotte was just asking about your new apartment. The mask Lee wears so well slips, and I catch a glimpse of horror as it slowly forms on his face, moments before his mother separates us. It takes but a second for him to get swept away, and without a second thought, he charges off toward the glittering Charlotte. I watch as he drops one of the glasses on a tray, now empty, and my confidence in him and us dwindling. The turbulent pit of despair becomes deeper and deeper the longer I stand there. The bathroom isn't what I need. What I need is Lee, my Lee, not this scattered, frantic version who can't remember how many steps there are to the quiet room or how many times to sanitize his hands before touching me. Those are small things, stupid things, really. What I want is Lee to be normal, himself, not the masked version, inhaling liquor to make it through the night. This is wrong. All wrong. My gloves are too tight, the silk suddenly suffocating instead of luxurious. The room grows smaller, conversations blending into white noise that makes my head spin. I spot the balcony doors past the dancing couples. Fresh air, quiet, space to breathe and count and try to find my center again. Just a moment, I hear Lee say from somewhere behind me. Salem, wait. I won't wait. I can't. I'm already moving, already counting steps in my head, already trying to remember our safety protocols. The last thing I see before slipping through the doors is Lee taking another sip of his drink, his perfect posture crumbling as Charlotte Henderson places her hand on his arm. Right where I should be. Where I now see even more clearly, I don't belong. The balcony air hits my face like salvation, sharp and clean compared to the stuffiness inside. Out here, the music is muffled, the voices distant. I suck a ragged breath into my lungs and press my silk-covered hands against the stone railing, focusing on the rough texture beneath the smooth fabric. Ah, so much better of a match than that odd girl he's been seeing. Catherine Sterling's voice drifts through the partially open doors and I freeze. I know I'd be saving myself a lot of headache if I just moved to another spot or returned to Lee, but I can't. It's like my body knows I need to hear what is being said. The master's girl? Another woman asks. The one with the gloves? Nothing more than a phase, Catherine dismisses. Another voice speaks up. Lee's always had a rebellious streak. Remember that awful business with Tommy Rodriguez behind the gymnasium? Catherine's stilted laughter follows, brittle and cruel. I press further into the shadows, silk catching on rough stone. Charlotte Henderson, though, Catherine continues. Now there's a suitable match. Her family has connections to every board in town, and she's absolutely normal. No peculiarities. There is no denying that they look lovely together. The other woman agrees. Do you see them dancing? I guess it's a good thing I got some air. I couldn't stomach watching it. It doesn't matter. Not when I feel Lee's absence like a physical ache. Charles Henderson and I have already discussed arrangements. Catherine's voice drops lower, her tone conspiratorial. Lee is stubborn, just like his father. Sometimes they just need a gentle push in the right direction. In Lee's case, away from this unsuitable infatuation. There's a tightening in my chest that I can't explain. Unsuitable. The word echoes in my head, matching the erratic beat of my heart. But what about the master's girl? Someone else joins the conversation. A man. Lee's father? She seems attached. Please,
Catherine's laugh could cut glass. Look at her. The gloves, the obvious anxiety. She can barely function at a simple charity gala. How could she possibly handle being a sterling wife? Our social obligations alone would destroy her. The truth is, they're not wrong. I can barely handle tonight, even with all Lee's careful preparations, even with silk gloves and practiced moves and counting every tile in every room. But that doesn't give them the right to judge me, to make decisions for Lee. Charlotte, on the other hand, Catherine continues, was born for this world, poised, elegant, appropriate. Everything the sterling name needs. Everything Lee needs, whether he knows it yet or not. The sound of laughter draws my attention back inside. Charlotte Henderson stands with Lee near the bar. Her hand rests casually on his arm. There's nothing special or wrong about the way she touches him, but it annoys me. Everything about her annoys me. She's stunning, confident, and polished in ways I'll never be. No gloves, no counting, no carefully measured distance between herself and others. Normal, suitable. Everything I'm not. It's really just a matter of time, Catherine says. Soon enough, the master's girl will realize she doesn't belong in our world. And Lee, well, he will remember who he is, and the legacy that he has to follow. And if he doesn't? Oh, that's the fun part. Then we simply remind him what's at stake. The sterling name carries certain expectations, certain standards. He will fill the shoes he needs to fill, or we will take everything from him. I dig my silk-covered fingers into the palms of my hand. Standards I'll never meet. Expectations I'll never live up to. A world I'll never truly belong in, no matter how many designer dresses or custom gloves Lee buys for me. As hard as it is to see, to admit, this is the reminder I needed. Lee and I, we can never be together. Not in any real way. I press against the balcony railing, things spinning out in my head, when a hand, scented with soap and alcohol, slides over my mouth. I flinch, and my eyes widen when I spot Aries standing there. His hair disheveled, his bow tie undone. I'd shove him away if I didn't realize at the same time he'd cleaned his hands just to do this. Had he been out here this whole time watching me spiral? Overhearing that? Catherine's voice fades away along with her friend, and Aries slowly lowers his hand. I didn't want to leave you in that piranha tank, he whispers into the quiet night air. I don't know what to say, so I don't say anything at all. It's unfair to play a game when your opponent has no idea how to play, he adds, raising his voice now that there's no danger of being overheard. What do you mean? This is all a game. Destroying the lives of others at the expense of their own boredom? Aries rolls his eyes. They think they have you beat, simply because you don't know how to play. I'm not sure what's made me so curious. Maybe it's the soft look in his eyes, the way his new haircut makes him look a little less dangerous. He's still massive compared to me, his frame towering. But tonight, he doesn't look like he wants to hurt me. Do you know how to play the game? Destroy the lives of others out of sheer boredom? He shrugs one shoulder and smirks. We all play a version of this game, no matter your social class. I used to be better at it. Then I had to learn different games, new ones, adapt and change. There's a faraway look in his eyes as he stares off into the distance over the balcony and the twinkling city lights. There are games for every stage of life, and the only way to succeed is to be the best at every single one.
That way there isn't a single move that can surprise you. I get the feeling there is a hidden meaning beneath his words, and stupidly, I want to know what the meaning is. What game are you playing right now? His gaze finds mine again, and it's then that I see a sliver of the haunted darkness he keeps tucked beneath his mask. A dangerous one. One where I intend to win everything with a mere sweep of my hand across the board. That sounds, honestly, a little unhinged, but what do I know about this world? Psychotic? He questions, almost curiously, and all I can do is shrug. If it makes you feel better, it's nothing you need to worry about. You aren't my opponent, Salem. Happy to hear that. I have enough of those already. His gaze softens, and the mask he wears so often slips back into place. I guess that means he's done sharing then. I should probably go home. Lee and I? We aren't selling it. And admitting it out loud makes me cringe. Ares shrugs and skirts me to lean over the railing on the balcony. Okay, so the only way to win is to make a move that no one else sees coming. How? Another shrug of that too broad shoulder. Then he skims his eyes down my dress, my gloves, returning to stop at my eyes. Let's make sure Lee is all in too. He seems rather distracted this evening. The alcohol, I murmur, looking away from the sudden intensity in Aries' eyes. I've seen him murder a rival football team after downing a bottle of Jack. This is nothing. He extends his elbow and stands straighter. I think what he really needs is a little motivation.
Chapter 17. Lee. Every second that Salem is gone amps up my anxiety further. It's my job to protect her, to keep her safe, to ensure she has a good time, that nothing bad happens, and somehow she's nowhere in sight. Charlotte Henderson's hand feels wrong on my arm. Too soft, too familiar, too fucking present. I've been trying to escape her for 20 minutes, but she's got the practice skill of a society debutante, always keeping me just caught enough that walking away would cause a scene. And Daddy says the penthouse view is simply amazing, she prattles on, her fingers drawing small circles on my bicep. You really must come see it sometime, Lee. I grunt something non-committal, scanning the crowd for Salem. She disappeared after my mother cornered her, and the bourbon swimming in my veins is making it impossible to focus. Lee, are you listening? No, I'm not. I'm counting exits and measuring the distance between myself and another drink, and trying to figure out where the fuck my fake girlfriend disappeared to, and then the crowd parts like a tide, and my heart stops fucking beating. Salem glides out onto the dance floor, but she's not alone. Ares, my supposed best friend, the bastard who tried to stir the pot at the mill, holds her hand, leading her in a perfect waltz. She's laughing, actually laughing, her head tipped back as he spins her. Lee? Charlotte tugs my arm. Are you okay? You seem distracted. Distracted doesn't begin to cover it. Salem's burgundy dress flows around her legs as Ares guides her through another turn. His hand sits properly on her waist, exactly where mine should be. I clench my jaw, my teeth grinding to the point of pain. Salem's silk-covered fingers rest on his shoulder like they belong there. They look right together. Normal. The kind of couple that belongs at charity galas. Would you like to dance? Charlotte asks, pressing closer. The string quartet is playing our song. We don't have a song. We don't have anything. I would tell her that, but I can't tear my eyes away from Salem and Ares long enough to correct her. Can't focus on anything except the way Salem's smile reaches her eyes. Is this the first time I've seen her smile tonight? Truly smile? Because of him, my best friend. The bourbon churns in my stomach as Ares leans down to whisper something in Salem's ear. She laughs again, and dark, angry jealousy unfurls in my chest. Mine. The word echoes in my head like a war drum. Even if it's fake, even if it's pretend, she's mine. Your mother mentioned wedding venues. Charlotte drones on, but her words blur into white noise. All I can focus on is Salem's hand sliding from Ares' shoulder to his chest as he guides her through another turn. When did she get comfortable touching people? She's supposed to count first, prepare herself, take 3 steadying breaths. Apparently not anymore, since there she is moving like water through Ares' arms, while I'm drowning in bourbon and jealousy beside Hartford's most eligible socialite. The Henderson estate has lovely gardens, Charlotte continues, her fingers trailing down my arm. Perfect for a spring ceremony, don't you think? Salem tips her head back. Her throat is exposed, perfect and pale against burgundy silk. Ares' hand slides lower on her back. Still proper, still society approved, but too fucking intimate. Lee? Charlotte tugs my sleeve. You're being terribly rude. Good. Maybe if I'm rude enough, she'll take the hint and fucking disappear. Let me watch this nightmare unfold without her running commentary about fucking garden ceremonies. She's out of her mind if she thinks I would truly go through with marrying her. So is my mother. Ares spins Salem again, and this time when she comes back to him, their bodies align perfectly. No careful distance, no measured breaths, no counting tiles or steps or moments before contact. She trusts him. The realization burns a path of fire down my throat that's far worse than any glass of bourbon. They do make a striking couple, Charlotte muses, following my gaze. Your friend Ares comes from good stock, old money like us. And the master's girl, well, she seems more comfortable with him, doesn't she? More natural? The crystal glass in my hand cracks. Charlotte jumps back as bourbon spills over my fingers, but I barely notice. Salem's laughing again, her silk-covered hand pressed to Ares' chest as he whispers something else in her ear. My best friend, my fake girlfriend. My world shatters just like the crystal in my grip. Lee, darling, you're bleeding. Am I? I look down at my hand, at the small cuts made from the broken glass, at the bourbon mixing with blood, at the way my fingers shake with something darker than drink. On the dance floor, Ares pulls Salem closer. She doesn't resist. The pressure in my chest builds, and I feel like I'm losing her. But how can I lose something that I never even had? Should I call someone? Charlotte asks, her voice pitched with concern. The bleeding... Shut up. The words come out razor sharp. Just shut the fuck up about gardens and ceremonies and bleeding and... The world around me comes to a screeching halt. Salem's eyes have found mine across the room. Even through the bourbon haze, I can tell the moment she sees me, really sees me, and all the fucked up, broken pieces of my soul. Her beautiful smile falters, and her hand tightens into a fist against Ares' chest. Mine. The word echoes in my head. Mine. Even if it's fake. Mine. Even if she's better off with him. Lee? Charlotte's voice seems very far away. Your mother won't like... The mask I wear slips off my face. Excuse me, I growl, shoving the broken glass at Charlotte. She sputters something about manners and mothers and proper behavior, but I'm already moving. Blood drips from my palm, staining my white cuff crimson. Good. Let it stain. Let everything perfect about this night bleed out like the lies we've been telling. The crowd parts before me. Maybe it's my expression. Maybe it's the blood. Maybe it's the sterling name that makes them scatter. I don't know. Neither do I care. My focus narrows to Salem and Ares, still wrapped up in their little dance. A dance that should be mine. Lee. Ares spots me first, his hands tightening on Salem's waist. Protective, like he has any right to protect her from me. Move. The word comes out like gravel, like bourbon and blood and broken glass. Salem's eyes widen as she takes in my appearance. You're hurt? Private room. I cut her off, reaching for her with my good hand. Now. We were in the middle of a dance. Ares starts, but something in my expression makes him step back. Now. This time it's not a request. I wrap my fingers around Salem's silk-covered wrist, careful even in my rage not to disturb her gloves. Both of you. Ares follows as I guide, drag them toward the east wing, away from the party, away from curious eyes and gossiping mouths and my mother's calculating stare. Salem doesn't resist, but I feel her counting steps under her breath. Wrong steps, wrong rhythm, wrong fucking everything. The private room I'd arranged for Salem's anxiety attacks sits dark and quiet at the end of the hall. I slammed through the door, pulling them both inside before anyone can notice where we went. Lee, Salem starts. Don't. My voice sounds strange, dangerous. Just don't. You're bleeding. She tries again. Let me. What the fuck was that? The words explode out of me. I'm an atomic bomb ready to go off. Dancing with him after the way he acted at the mill. What I did? Ares takes a step forward, disgust on his face. Don't paint me as the fucking villain when all I tried to do was expose whatever game it is you're playing with her. Game? I advance on him, but Salem puts herself between us. Stop it, both of you. Her voice shakes but holds firm. This isn't what? I laugh, and it sounds unhinged. Isn't real? Is that what you're going to say? Because none of this is real, right? Just pretend, just fake, just Lee Sterling playing another role, wearing another fucking mask to appease his friends and family. That's not... Salem shakes her head, and I can see she's trying to put together a thought in her mind, but I don't want her rational thoughts right now. Then please explain to me what the fuck that was out there. I gesture toward the ballroom with my bleeding hand. You've had way too much to drink, Ares says flatly, and are making an ass out of yourself. I'm not drunk, I tell them. Salem backs up until she hits the wall. I notice, but continue. I'm not even close to being drunk. And yeah, I'm bleeding because I broke a glass while watching my best friend dance with my girlfriend. Fake girlfriend, Ares corrects. Mine. The word tears out of my throat. Real, fake, fucking pretend. Doesn't matter. She's mine. Salem's breath hitches at the admission. I know I've lost my mind, that I should be more careful. But I'm past rational thinking. All I can do is focus on claiming her, ensuring that no one else touches what belongs to me. I cage her against the wall, one hand beside her head, close enough to feel her trembling but not touching. Lee, she whispers, and my name on her lips sounds like both a prayer and a punishment. Tell him. My voice drops lower, and I stare at her perfect lips. Tell him you're mine. Her brown eyes ping-pong between us as her silk-covered fingers press against the wall behind her. This isn't real, Ares finishes for her, because it looks pretty fucking real from where I'm standing. Get out, I tell him, not looking away from Salem's face. Not happening. The air shifts as he moves closer. I'm not leaving you alone with her. Not while you're like this. Calm the fuck down and then I'll consider it. I said I'm staying. His voice hardens. Deal with it. Fine. Let him watch. Let him see exactly who Salem belongs to. Turning my full attention back to her, I watch her throat bob as she swallows. Anxiety flickers in her pretty eyes, but beneath that anxiety is something molten, something that is all fucking mine. You drive me crazy, Salem, and make me want things I have no right to want. I'm going to kiss you, going to claim you like I should have from the fucking start. I tell her, just so she knows. The other day, at the mill, that was just a taste. Her tongue darts out over her bottom lip, and she nods her head gently, giving me the approval I seek. My self-control snaps, and I take her mouth hard and fast, bruising in my intensity because I needed her branded with my taste, feel, and body. I need to be burned into her bones. Her lithe body clings to me, and she kisses me back with the same intensity. A kind of spark, an electric current ripples between us. She feels it too, craves me just as much as I crave her. We're a fucking mess, a terrible fucking mess, but together we're a little more normal. Slowly I bite her lip, then pull back enough to search her eyes. I don't have it in me to stop now, even with Ares here, hovering. You have no idea how much I want you right now. I want to see my fingerprints bruised into that pale skin. I want my teeth marks marching up your neck like a ladder. She blinks slowly, hazy, soft. Do it, she whispers in a long, drawn-out sigh. But I'm not, at least not today. Right now, I have a point to make. First, I'm going to touch you, get you so wet those little panties will be soaked through. Then I'm going to take you, hard, fast, deep, so deep you're going to beg me to stop and beg me to fuck you harder at the same time. And trust me, I won't stop. Not even when you beg, not when tears track down your cheeks because it hurts and feels too good at the same time. She shudders out a sigh, and her dress rustles as she squeezes her thighs together. But first things first, I turn my head the faintest bit. Does this look fake to you, Ares? There's a rustle, and I press my body into Salem so she can't slip away from me. From the corner of my eye, I catch Ares tugging off his jacket, then his bow tie as he settles onto his sheet-covered couch. Fuck me. I'm more turned on than I ever have been in my life. While the idea of my best friend watching me fuck my girl seems fun, right now, in my mind, all I can see are his hands on her body as they danced. It leaves me with a bitter taste of jealousy in my mouth. Salem is mine, not his, mine. My thoughts become scattered when Salem grinds herself against me. The length of my cock presses against the zipper of my dress pants. I'm about to blow apart at the seams. Leaning down, I nip at her ear, my breath skating across her flesh. Do you want me to fuck you? Fuck your tight pussy right here while the party rages on in the next room? I pull back to gauge her reaction. The organ in my chest thumps hard, as if it's trying to escape through my ribs. With trembling fingers, I tuck a few remaining strands of dark hair behind her ear. She peers up at me, and I see 2 red spots have formed on her cheeks. Is she embarrassed? If so, it doesn't appear to outweigh her desire for me to fuck her. Don't be embarrassed, beautiful. Don't you trust me to take care of you? Is that what you're going to do? Are you going to fuck me while he watches? Or are you going to let him touch me too? I don't miss the tremble in her voice or the way her eyes skirt away from mine. She's worried that I'll share her with my best friend, but she doesn't understand. If I couldn't handle him dancing with her, what makes her think I'm going to let him put his dick anywhere near her? Fuck no. As badly as I want to lose control and give in to the primal urge to own and mark Salem's beautiful flesh, I'm reminded how fragile she is and how fucking important it is to soothe her worries. I nearly lost my mind watching him dance with you. No way in hell will I allow his cock or any other appendage near you. If we do this again, she catches her bottom lip with her teeth. I don't think I can go back. I can't pretend anymore. All I can do is smile. Good, because I don't want to go back. I don't want you to be my fake girlfriend, Salem. Leaning forward, I press my forehead against hers and breathe her in. You're mine, all fucking mine, every perfectly imperfect inch of you. Now let me prove it to you. Pulling back, I meet her gaze, direct and lovely in the dim lighting. You're mine, I repeat, and kiss her again, demanding she open her pretty plush lips so I can get my fill of her. She's already moaning as I tangle our tongues and taste her again. Fuck, I can't get enough of her. When I pull away this time, I trail my hands over her shoulders and down to her waist to find the zipper of her dress. She has plenty of time to stop me, but she doesn't move, simply stands there with her head tipped back into the wall, her fingers tangled in my suit jacket like she needs to hold on to something. I get her dress undone and watch her face as I bring my hands up to slide it off her shoulders, but nothing further. Not yet. Again, she does nothing, seeming to revel in the sensations, not hide from them. It's just one more thing I love about her. I blink at the thought, a drop of doubt in my bourbon-addled brain, and then shove it away. Not something I can analyze now as I bear her flesh. Small but firm breasts, narrow waist, and hips that flare out in a way that make me want to take a bite. I let the dress loosen further, begging me to strip it off and get a better look at her. But it's not free to fall yet. Turnabout is fair play. Gently, I tug her into my body and guide her hands to my lapels. Undress me, Salem, then take my cock out and wrap your hands around it. Her eyes pop open and she skims the silk of her gloves up and down 3 times, then nods once before she snatches at my jacket, jerking it off my shoulders enough that I can shrug out of it properly. Then her fingers find the buttons of my dress shirt, and I catch her counting under her breath as she releases each one and untucks my shirt from my pants. I add it to the pile and kick off my shoes. Then I spin her to face Ares, pressing against her back as I dip down to bite and nibble the slope of her neck. You'd like to watch, I whisper, but I'd only let him see enough to know who you belong to let him see what he can never have, what he will never have. I meet Ares' eyes over her shoulder, and he shakes his head, even as Salem loses herself in my words and in my claim, dropping her head onto my shoulder and molding her frame to mine. I lift my chin enough to ensure Ares sees the steel in my gaze. Now get the fuck out so I can take care of my girl.
Chapter 18. Salem. I'm trembling as I watch Ares grab his jacket and tie and stalk toward the door. At the other end of the room, he stops, turns back slightly. It could be fun, you know. Get the fuck out. Lee grits out from behind me. Ares shrugs and leaves, and some part of me is relieved. For a second, I thought Lee might, I don't know, include him? Now, where were we? Lee whispers against the curve of my neck. Lee's breath is hot on my skin, as his hands slide down my sides, leaving goosebumps in their wake. I shiver, pressing back against his solid chest.
"I believe,"
he murmurs, nipping at my earlobe.
"you were about to wrap those pretty little hands around my cock."
My breath catches in my throat. This is really happening. Lee Sterling, the man I've been pretending to date, the man I've been falling for despite my best efforts, is about to fuck me against the wall of a private room while a charity gala continues just outside. How is this my life right now? I should be panicking. I should be counting tiles or breaths or moments until I can escape. But all I can focus on is the heat of Lee's body behind me and the ache building between my thighs. Slowly, I turn in his arms to face him. His pupils are blown wide with desire, a thin ring of stormy gray barely visible around the edges. I've never seen him look so undone, so raw. It makes me feel powerful and terrified all at once. My hands shake as I reach for his belt buckle. 1, 2, 3 tugs and it comes loose. I count each breath as I unbutton and unzip his slacks, pushing them down his hips along with his boxer briefs. Lee's cock springs free, hard and flushed and intimidating. I wrap my fingers around the thick shaft, marveling at the velvet-soft skin stretched over steel. He hisses through his teeth, his hips jerking forward.
"Fuck, Salem,"
he groans.
"Your hands feel so good."
I stroke him slowly, exploring every ridge and vein. His breathing grows ragged as I run my thumb over the sensitive head, spreading the bead of pre-cum gathered there. My gloves will need to be washed after this. Yes, definitely need to be washed.
"Enough teasing,"
Lee growls, spinning me back around to face the wall. He yanks my dress down to pool at my feet, leaving me in nothing but a flimsy thong and my silk gloves.
"I need to be inside you. Now. But first, let's make this a little more interesting."
I furrow my brow and shake my head. What do you mean? He snatches his belt off the floor and loops it around my wrists before I can even retreat. Another second, and the strap is tight, and he threads his hand underneath where my wrists connect, like he's picking up a bucket. When he raises my arms high and loops the belt over an embedded light fixture, I shake my head. Wait, Lee, I don't know.
"I've got you, baby. You trust me to take care of you, right? This is me pushing you a little further. That's all."
Some part of me isn't sure, not like this, but the other part of me raging to feel him inside me takes over, and I simply close my eyes and surrender to the sensation. His fingers find me through the thin lace, stroking and teasing until I'm squirming against him.
"So wet for me already,"
he murmurs approvingly.
"Such a good girl."
I whimper as he slides the thong to the side, his fingers exploring my slick folds. When he presses 2 fingers inside me, I cry out, my hips bucking against his hand.
"So tight,"
he groans.
"You're going to feel amazing wrapped around my cock."
Lee works me open with his fingers, stretching and preparing me. The pleasure builds, coiling tighter and tighter in my belly. Just when I think I might shatter, he withdraws his hand. "Please," I whine, pressing my hips back against him.
"Shh, I've got you,"
he soothes, positioning himself at my entrance.
"Ready?"
I nod frantically, beyond words at this point. Lee grips my hip with one hand as he slowly pushes inside. The stretch burns, but in the most delicious way. I pant against the wall as he fills me completely, pausing to let me adjust. Fuck, you feel incredible. Lee groans, his forehead resting against my shoulder. So tight and hot and perfect. He starts to move, slow, deep thrusts that have me gasping. Lee's hips snap forward, driving into me with increasing urgency. The room fills with the sound of skin slapping against skin, and our mingled gasps and moans. His fingers dig into my hips, holding me steady as he pounds into me. Mine, he growls against my neck, punctuating each thrust with the word, mine, mine, mine. The possessiveness in his voice sends shivers down my spine. I've never felt so utterly claimed, so completely owned. It should scare me, but instead it makes me feel safe, cherished. Yours, I whimper, pressing back to meet his thrusts. All yours, Lee. He groans, his rhythm faltering for a moment before picking up speed. One hand slides around to rub tight circles on my clit, and I cry out at the added stimulation. That's it, beautiful, Lee murmurs. Let me hear you. Let everyone at that fucking gala hear who you belong to. The coil of pleasure in my belly winds tighter and tighter. I'm so close, I'm teetering on the edge of ecstasy. Lee seems to sense it, his fingers working faster against my clit as his thrusts become more erratic. Come for me, Salem, he commands. Let go, baby. I've got you. His words push me over the edge. I cry out as waves of pleasure crash over me, my inner walls clenching around Lee's cock. He groans, burying his face in my neck as he follows me over, spilling himself deep inside me with a few final powerful thrusts. We stay like that for a long moment, panting and trembling against each other. Lee's arms wrap around my waist, holding me close as we both come down from our high. I can feel his heart pounding against my back, matching the frantic rhythm of my own. Eventually, Lee eases out of me, and then he lifts the belt off the light, rotates me like a jewelry box ballerina, and hangs the belt again. I'm not done with you yet. I gulp, unsure of what else he could be doing, the post-orgasm bliss receding. What? He drops to his knees, shoves my thighs apart, and dives in. I gasp and clamp my thighs around his face. You can't. With my arms suspended, I don't have the leverage to keep my legs this way, so it's all too easy for him to push them open again and lap at my clit. It's too much, and not enough at the same time. I want him inside me. And he surely has to be licking his own cum right now, as I can feel it dripping down my thigh. Lee's tongue circles my sensitive clit, sending shockwaves of pleasure through my body. I struggle against the belt, binding my wrists, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. The overstimulation is almost too much to bear, but the building pleasure is intoxicating. Lee, I gasp, my hips jerking involuntarily. It's too much. I can't. He pulls back just enough to look up at me, his eyes dark with desire. You can and you will, he growls. I want to taste every drop of our combined pleasure. I want to make you come on my tongue. Before I can protest further, he dives back in, his tongue delving deep inside me before returning to my clit. One hand grips my thigh, holding me open for his assault, while the other slides up to pinch and roll my nipple. The dual sensations have me writhing against the wall, my legs trembling as they struggle to support my weight. Lee's earlier possessiveness seems to have only intensified. He devours me like a starving man at a feast, growling and moaning against my flesh. Despite my earlier protests, I find myself racing towards another climax, The wet sounds of Lee's mouth on me, combined with his appreciative groans, fill the room. I'm grateful for the loud music from the gala masking our activities. "That's it, baby," Lee murmurs against my sensitive flesh. "Give me another one. Let me feel you come on my tongue." His words send a shiver through me. I'm so close, teetering on the edge of bliss. When Lee sucks hard on my clit and slides 2 fingers inside me, curling them just right, I shatter. My cry of ecstasy echoes off the walls as wave after wave of pleasure crashes over me. Lee doesn't let up, lapping at me through my orgasm until I'm a trembling, oversensitive mess. Finally, he pulls away, pressing a gentle kiss to my inner thigh before standing. His face glistens with the evidence of our passion, and the sight makes me flush with renewed desire. Lee reaches up and unloops the belt from the light fixture and gently lowers my arms. He massages my wrists gently as he unbuckles the makeshift restraint. Lee's hands are gentle as he massages feeling back into my wrists, a stark contrast to his earlier intensity. I slump against him, my legs still shaky from 2 mind-blowing orgasms. But even in a haze, a thread of doubt creeps into my mind. "You okay?" he murmurs, pressing a soft kiss to my temple. I nod, not quite trusting my voice yet. Lee wraps his arms around me, holding me close as we both catch our breath. The reality of what we've just done starts to sink in, and I feel my cheeks flush with embarrassment. This isn't me. Restraints? Public sex? None of this is me. "Hey," Lee says, tilting my chin up to meet his gaze. "No regrets, okay? This was real. You and me. It's real now." "But what about—" He cuts me off with a gentle kiss. "We'll figure it out. Together. For now, let's get cleaned up and head back to the party before someone comes looking for us." Lee helps me into my dress, his fingers lingering on my skin as he zips me up. I watch as he dresses himself, admiring the play of muscles under his skin. When he's done, he looks as put together as ever, save for the slightly mussed hair and the lingering flush on his cheeks. "Ready?" Lee asks, offering me his hand. I take a deep breath, smoothing down my dress one last time. As I'll ever be. We slip out of the private room and make our way back to the gala. The sounds of music and chatter grow louder as we approach. Just before we rejoin the crowd, Lee pulls me to a stop. "Remember," he says softly, his eyes intense. "You're mine now. For real." I nod, a mix of excitement and trepidation swirling in my stomach. As we step back into the ballroom, I can't help but wonder how this new dynamic will change things. Will people be able to tell what we've done? Will Aries say something? Charlotte Henderson spots us almost immediately, her eyes narrowing as she takes in our slightly disheveled appearance. I tense, waiting for her to make a scene, but Lee simply tightens his grip on my hand and steers us towards the bar. Another drink, like we didn't argue about that very thing. And when we finally leave, I am at war within my own head. Was the sex about Aries? Or was it about us? It felt great, of course, and I was into everything. But it felt angry, rough. And I know I'll have bruises ringing my wrists tomorrow. Is this what life with Lee will be like? Chasing the next thrill until there are none left? Chapter 19. Salem. My bedroom ceiling has exactly 47 tiles. I've counted them 812 times in the past 3 days. No matter how many times I count them, the number never changes. I keep counting them anyway. It's the distraction I need from looking at my phone, which buzzes with another text from Lee. I don't need to read it to know what it says. All his messages contain the same variation of the same thing. Lee, please talk to me. Lee, I'm sorry. Lee, Salem, please. Lee, at least let me know you're okay. Am I okay? No, I'm not okay. It's dramatic, but I'm not sure I ever will be again. Since the gala, my life has been flipped upside down. Scratch that, it's been eviscerated. It hasn't been the same since Lee came barreling into that dark pantry. It just became more dysfunctional the night of the gala. Memories of that night filter through my mind. I haven't been myself since the gala, when Lee lost control and worshipped me in a way that I didn't know people could worship another person. I still can't believe I let him touch me that way, control me that way. A single truth resonated throughout it all. None of this was fake. No matter the lies we've been telling ourselves and to each other, I just don't know what comes next. And I'm scared how much I enjoyed what we did together, how right it felt, how free I became in his arms. You can't hide forever. Noah calls from the doorway, carrying another plate of food I won't eat. And you can't keep counting instead of dealing with life. Watch me. But my voice cracks, betraying me. He sets the plate down and surveys the room. Neat piles of unused textbooks, perfectly aligned pencils, 3 pairs of silk gloves I can't bring myself to touch. Everything in perfect order. Except me. Lee called the house phone. Noah's voice is soft. Since you won't answer your cell? I close my eyes, remembering Lee's face that night, the possession in his eyes, the way he'd marked me as his, the way I'd let him. I can't. The words come out small, broken. It's too much. He's too much. All of it is exactly what you need. Noah finishes. You're stronger with him. Better. But am I? Or am I just pretending to be better, playing the role of someone who can handle charity galas and society photos and Catherine Sterling's sharp smiles? Eat something, Noah says softer. Then maybe try answering one text. Baby steps, right? Baby steps. Like Lee taught me. Like we practiced together. Counting tiles and breaths and moments between panic attacks. That was before. Before the gala showed me exactly how unsuitable I am for his world. Before I watched him spiral as he tried to protect me from it. Before everything got so complicated. I just need time, I whisper. But we both know I'm lying. My phone buzzes again. I don't look, can't look, won't look at Lee begging me to be brave when I can barely breathe. Instead, I start counting tiles again. One more time, just to be sure. Nope. Noah plops down on my desk chair, disrupting my perfect view of the ceiling. Not doing it this time. I'm fine. The lie tastes stale, like everything else these past 3 days. You're not fine. You're hiding and counting and pretending the world doesn't exist. He spins the chair to face me fully. The Salem I know doesn't hide. Thunder rumbles outside, making the windows rattle. Perfect. Even the weather is matching my mood. Dark clouds rolling in like my anxiety. The Salem you know is tired, I whisper. Tired of pretending to be normal. Tired of trying to fit into his world. Tired of being happy. Noah cuts me off. Because that's what you were with him. Actually happy. Not pretending. I was acting. But my voice wavers. It was all an arrangement. Really? He starts ticking off points on his fingers. So, Lee learning to count tiles with you was acting. Him remembering exactly how many times to sanitize everything was fake. The way he automatically puts himself between you and crowds, that's all pretend? Lightning flashes, illuminating my perfectly ordered room. Everything in its place except my heart. You don't understand. I clench my hands. His family, his world, I can't be what they need me to be. No. Noah agrees, surprising me. That's incorrect. You can't be what they want you to be, and that's okay, because you're exactly what Lee needs. Remember last week at the coffee shop? How you told me about some little kid spilling his drink near you? I close my eyes and recall how I told him about it when I got home. Just in passing, though. Lee cleaned it up. No. Noah leans forward. You cleaned it up. You said it yourself. Without counting first, without panicking. And I bet Lee just stood there watching you with that strangely proud look he gets on his face when he stares at you for longer than 2 seconds. The memory hits me hard. Lee's smile. His quiet, "That's my girl." The way he squeezed my hand after. One incident doesn't... You went to a charity gala, too, with tons of people in attendance, with germs all around you. Do you remember telling me about that as well? Noah interrupts. Stop making sense. I shake my head at him. His face lights up. I can't. Not when you did so fucking great. You danced in public. You handled his mother's fake rich lady smile and didn't break under pressure. That's not pretending, Salem. That's growth. That's healing. Thunder cracks overhead, making me jump. But Noah's right. 6 months ago, that sound would have sent me straight into a panic attack. Now it's just startling. Because of Lee. Because of how he teaches me to breathe through the scary parts. Because of how he makes everything make sense, even when nothing makes sense at all. Growth or not, I'm still broken, I whisper, as rain drums against the roof. Noah's smile is soft but firm. Maybe. But you're stronger broken with him than perfect without him. Plus, we're all broken in some way, shape, or form. The truth settles in my chest. Broken, but stronger. Imperfect, but trying. Maybe that's enough. Maybe I'm enough. My phone buzzes again, but this time it's Drew's name lighting up the screen. Noah raises an eyebrow as I actually reach for it this time. Drew. He's not doing well. Drew. Hasn't left his apartment in 2 days. Drew. Keeps cleaning everything 3 times. My heart clenches deep in my chest like someone is squeezing it. Lee doesn't clean obsessively. That's my thing. My coping mechanism. Except... Another text, this time from Belle. Belle. Found him counting ceiling tiles at the mill. Belle. He misses you. Belle. He's lost without his anchor. See? Noah gestures at my phone. You're not the only one falling apart. My gaze catches on the silk gloves Lee bought me. They sit folded on my dresser, arranged by length. I remember how careful he was presenting them to me. how he'd learned exactly how to help me put them on. What we did at the gala was terrifying. But is admitting and accepting my feelings for him more terrifying than never sharing another laugh or kiss with him again?
Did you know?
Noah asks quietly, pulling up photos on his phone.
That Lee came to me last week. He asked me to teach him more about OCD. He told me he wanted to learn everything he could so he could help you.
He holds out his phone, showing me a picture I didn't know existed. It's from the coffee shop. Me laughing at something while Lee watches, wearing an expression I've never seen before. Like he's looking at something precious, something worth protecting.
The guy bought 5 ebooks about OCD, and then 2 textbooks. He even asked about your therapist. He wanted to reach out to him and discuss ways to support you better.
My heart shudders in my chest. No one outside of my own family has taken the effort to understand this debilitating mental health issue. And yet, some guy who has known me less than a year is more willing to understand me than some people I've known the better part of my life.
He's not pretending,
Noah continues.
and neither are you.
Nevertheless, the truth reflects back at me, like a red, blinking neon sign. I can't be what his family wants me to be. It feels wrong to say those words, but I know they're true. It's so much more than doubt or fear laced between those words. Lee comes from a different world. A different universe, for that matter.
No,
Noah agrees.
but it's not about what his family wants. It's about what he wants. And you're that person.
I stare at the photo, at Lee's face, the way he looks at me when he thinks I'm not paying attention. He's never seen me as this fragile human that's going to shatter at any second. He's always seen me as strong and determined, even when I felt like I wasn't. My phone buzzes again. Bell, please talk to him.
He's learning your patterns.
Noah tells me.
Not to fix or change you, but so he can understand you better.
What if I ruin him? The fear finally spills out. What if I drag him down into my broken pieces and he never gets out? Noah's laugh is gentle.
Salem, he's already chosen your broken pieces over their perfect lies. The question is, are you brave enough to choose him back?
The storm rages outside while I stare at the photo of us, at the silk gloves he bought me, at all the evidence that none of this has been pretend for a very long time. I'm scared, I whisper to the rain.
Good,
Noah says.
that means it's real.
Stop acting like you understand everything, I snap, finally sitting up to face Noah. You're 17. You play hockey and date puck bunnies. What do you know about any of this? Noah's easy smile falters.
I know my sister. I know when she's running scared versus when she's actually scared.
Same thing.
No,
he argues.
running scared is what you did after Chelsea.
The mention of Chelsea makes me flinch. Don't.
Why not? You were getting better, even before Lee. But with him?
I said don't. My voice cracks. You have no idea what it's like. Having to count everything, check everything, measure every single moment just to feel safe. Having to wear these stupid gloves because touching anything that might be contaminated makes me want to scream. Rain pounds against the windows as Noah absorbs my outburst. For a moment, he looks his age, uncertain, young, worried about his broken sister.
You're right,
he finally says.
I don't understand. Not like you.
but I understand that Lee tries to, that he counts with you and checks things with you and makes you feel less alone in all of it. He's drunk half the time. I counter weakly. Reckless. Always fighting someone. Yeah. Noah runs a hand through his hair. He's kind of a mess. But he's also a mess who makes you smile. A mess who remembers exactly how many times to sanitize things. A mess who looks at you like you hung the moon. Now you sound like a Hallmark movie. My voice wavers. Better than your current horror movie of hiding in your room counting tiles. I throw a pillow at him, but he's right. God help me, my baby brother is right. When did you get so annoyingly insightful? I ask. Probably around the same time my sister started fake dating the campus bad boy and actually fell for him. The truth of it hits me hard and fast. A truth I have been running from. I'm falling for Lee. Have been since that first night in the pantry. Since he counted tiles with me. Since he made my broken pieces feel less broken. It doesn't matter, I whisper. His family sucks. Noah finishes. But they're not the ones counting ceiling tiles in their apartment, missing you. The storm grows louder, matching the chaos in my chest. Everything Noah's saying makes sense, but I'm still scared. Good. He stands, heading for the door. Fear means you've got something worth losing. Stop trying to sound wise, I call after him as he disappears. It's weird. His laugh carries back to me. Stop trying to sound brave. We both know you're terrified of the unknown, and that's okay. The power flickers, once, twice, 3 times. Because of course it would be 3. Before plunging the house into complete darkness. Lightning illuminates my room in stark bursts, making the shadows dance across my walls. Salem? Noah calls from downstairs. You okay up there? I'm about to answer when someone pounds on our front door. The sound echoes through the house like gunshots, making me jump. I'll get it, Noah shouts, and I hear his footsteps, 19 to the door. I've counted them enough times to know. Part of me wants to stay in my room, keep counting shadows and pretending the world doesn't exist. But Noah's words echo in my head. Stop trying to sound brave. We both know you're terrified. My feet move before I can overthink it. 17 steps to the stairs, 27 down, 15 to the foyer, where Noah stands with his hand on the doorknob. Another crack of thunder, another pound at the door. Noah, wait. But he's already pulling it open. Lightning splits the sky, illuminating the figure on our porch. Lee stands there, soaking wet, looking absolutely wrecked. His messy hair is plastered to his forehead, expensive clothes clinging to him like a second skin. His eyes find mine immediately. Storm gray, dim and dark. You're counting, he says roughly. I can see you counting the water dripping off my chin. You're dripping on my welcome mat. The words come out barely a whisper. 47 ceiling tiles in your room. His voice is hoarse, desperate. 27 steps up your driveway. 3 knocks on your door because that's your number. That's always been your number. Noah backs away slowly. I'll just go find some towels. Neither of us acknowledges him. Lee's gaze holds mine, intense and pleading and somehow both strange and familiar at once. You disappeared. He takes 1 step forward, water pooling around his feet. You just vanished. After everything. After that night. After... Lee. I counted every minute. His hands clench at his sides. Every second. Every breath between then and now. Because that's what you taught me to do when everything feels like it's falling apart. You're soaking wet. I state the obvious, since I'm unable to say anything else to his declaration while my brain processes. Yeah. His laugh is hollow. That's what happens when you walk in the rain. Couldn't drive. Too drunk. Or not drunk enough. I don't know anymore. We stare at each other across the foyer, everything we're not saying filling the space between. Salem. He starts, taking another step forward. Suddenly I can't breathe. My brain short-circuits. Can't do anything except count the drops of water falling from his clothes. 1, heartbeat of silence. 2, steps between us. 3, seconds before everything changes. I can't pretend anymore. Lee's voice breaks on the words, raw and honest in a way that makes my chest ache. I can't. I don't know how to keep acting like this is fake when everything about you feels real. I told you at the gala, I want you to be mine. And I meant it. Water drips steadily from his clothes, creating patterns on the hardwood floor. I should be panicking about the mess, should be counting the drops, should be reaching for cleaning supplies. Instead, I can't tear my eyes away from his face. Say something, he pleads. Count something. Clean something. Just don't disappear again. Noah knocks something off a shelf upstairs, but all I can focus on is the desperation clinging to every single one of Lee's words. All I can see is the way his hands shake. Not from bourbon this time, but from something deeper, more terrifying. 3 feet. I whisper. His brow furrows. What? That's the distance I keep between myself and everyone else. My safety bubble. My careful measure of space. I take a shaky breath. Except with you. With you, I forget to count the distance. Forget to measure the space. Forget to be afraid. Lightning illuminates his face, showing me everything he's trying to hide. The hope, the fear, the raw need that mirrors my own. Salem. I'm still counting. I cut him off. Still cleaning. Still broken in all these ways that your family hates, that society doesn't understand, in ways that make me unsuitable for your world. I don't want suitable. He takes another step forward, water trailing in his wake. I don't want perfect. I want you. With your gloves and your counting and your perfectly aligned textbooks. I want. Thunder cracks overhead, swallowing his next words. But I see them in his eyes, feel them in the way he's looking at me like I'm something precious and terrifying all at once. Lee. I breathe his name like a prayer, like a warning, like everything I can't say. The storm rages. The power flickers. Neither of us moves. Neither of us speaks. Neither of us pretends this is still just an arrangement. Instead, we stand there in my foyer, both soaking wet, both trembling, both knowing that whatever happens next will change everything.
Chapter 20. Lee. Water drips steadily from my clothes, creating patterns on Salem's pristine floor. I should move, step back, do something besides stare at her like a drowning man who's finally found air. But I can't seem to make my body cooperate. "I'll get more towels," Noah announces from somewhere behind us, "and then I'm going to bed, where I will be sleeping, with headphones on." Salem's cheeks flush pink. "Noah." "Nope, don't need to hear it, just..." He appears briefly in my peripheral vision, dropping towels on a chair. "Try not to flood the house. Mom will notice." Then he's gone, taking the stairs 2 at a time, leaving us alone with nothing but the sound of the storm and unspoken words between us. "You're shivering," Salem says softly, and I realize she's right. The adrenaline that carried me here is wearing off, leaving me cold and wet and absolutely terrified of what comes next. "I'm fine. You're not." She moves toward the towels, latex gloves squeaking slightly. "You need dry clothes before you get sick, and we need to clean up this water before..." "Salem." Her name comes out rougher than intended. "Please don't count or clean or organize right now. I can't..." "What can't you do?" Her voice is barely a whisper. "Tell you I'm falling for you. Tell you none of this is fake anymore. Tell you I'm terrified of ruining everything. Instead, I say, follow your lead." Something shifts in her expression. She grabs a towel and approaches me like she's unsure of my next move. Offering it to me, she explains, "Upstairs, Noah probably has something that will fit you." The intimacy of that suggestion hits me hard. Going upstairs, to her space, to her carefully ordered world that I've somehow become part of. "Lee?" Her voice brings me back. "Come on, you're dripping." "Right." I take the towel, our fingers brushing through latex, and lead the way. She turns toward the stairs and I follow, counting steps without meaning to. Both of us pretending this is normal, both of us knowing nothing will ever be normal again. Salem's room is exactly like her, perfectly ordered chaos that somehow makes sense. Everything is aligned at right angles, everything counted and measured and precise, except my hoodie. The one she borrowed last week when it rained, lies across her desk chair. It's folded neatly, but it's there, present, like I belong here. "Noah's room is across the hall. Just wait here and I'll be back in a second," she says quietly, but I can't stop looking around her space now that I'm in it. At the photos of us tucked into her mirror frame. I had to wipe the entire inside of an arcade photo booth down with an entire pack of sanitizing wipes to get her into it, but it was worth it for the strip of goofy pictures we got as a result. And there's one of us that Belle took when she came to the coffee shop one day. She must have given it to Salem at some point. My handwriting on Post-it notes stuck to her textbooks, little counting games I made up to help her study. I wonder if Noah told her about my questioning, my need to understand her better, and the desire I feel to help her. Not because this is fake, but because I really fucking want to help her. I care way too much about this girl, and I want her at my side, want her in every single way that I really don't deserve. Salem deserves better. More than some watered-down trust fund brat who's rebelling against his parents' wishes. "You kept them." I touch one note gently. "The study guides." She busies herself looking through Noah's drawer for clothes, the door open, but I see the flush creeping up her neck. The sound of running water from the bathroom gives us a little privacy, at least for a moment. They help. The patterns you create, they make sense. Like you make sense, I want to say. Like everything makes sense when I'm with you. More evidence of my presence in her life catches my eye. A coffee cup from our shop, cleaned precisely 3 times, I'm sure, sitting on her desk. The silk gloves from the gala laid out in perfect parallel lines. These should fit. Her voice pulls me back. She holds out sweatpants and a t-shirt, both items folded. They're clean. He doesn't wash them 3 times, of course. Salem, I start, but she's already backing toward the door. You can change in here, and I'll clean up the water downstairs. Wait. The word comes out sharper than intended. Don't run again. Please. She freezes, one hand on the doorknob. I see her counting breaths, see her measuring the space between us, see her trying to maintain control when everything feels out of control. I'm not running, but her voice shakes. I'm being practical. The water needs to be cleaned up. You need dry clothes. Everything needs to be in order. No. I step closer, still dripping. Everything doesn't need to be in order. Everything doesn't need to be perfect. Everything doesn't need to be counted or cleaned or controlled. Lee, look at this room. I gesture around us. Look at how much of me is already here, in your space, in your patterns, in your life. Her latex gloves squeak as she clenches her hands. That's different. Why? Because... She swallows hard. Because it wasn't supposed to be real, so it was okay if I kept little bits of you, if I never had to give them back. The truth of that hangs between us, heavy as the storm still raging outside. But it is real, I whisper, isn't it? She doesn't answer, but she doesn't leave either, and I think that's all the answer I need. The gala, Salem finally says, still facing the door. With Aries, I lost control. Shame burns in my gut, mixing with the cold from my wet clothes. Seeing you with him, seeing you laugh, seeing you not counting steps or checking gloves or measuring space. I was trying to be normal. Her voice cracks. Trying to be what your family wants, what you need. We had a deal, and I wanted to uphold my part of the agreement. What? I take a step closer, water dripping onto her pristine carpet. What are you talking about? She doesn't answer, and that only notches up my anxiety further. Salem, please look at me. Please explain. She turns slowly, her coffee-brown eyes searing into my soul. At the gala, I heard them, your mother and one of her friends. They were talking about how unsuitable I am, how Charlotte Henderson would be perfect for you, how I'm just a phase, a rebellion, a... Stop. My hands clench at my sides to keep from reaching for her, anger simmering in my veins. I hate that my dark, terrible world has leached over onto her. Whatever they said, no, you stop. She squares her shoulders. What they said was true. I'm not normal, Lee. I can't be normal. I want to be, but I'm coming to terms with the fact that the person I used to be isn't the person I am today. I will never be that girl again, no matter how hard I try to put myself into that mold. I count everything. I clean everything. I wear gloves and measure spaces, and the thought of attending a public party induces anxiety. I'm not made for your world. That is not my world. That's my parents' world, and it's bullshit. The words explode out of me. It's fake smiles and even faker people pretending to be perfect. It's suffocating and cruel and everything I'm trying to escape. But I can't do that without money, without taking the time to make sure I'm not stuck somewhere even worse. So why are you trying to fit in somewhere you know you don't belong? Where you don't even want to be, doing all the drinking, wearing the mask? It's my most singularly asked question, one that I consider almost daily. I don't have to think about the answer. Because I don't have any other option. I don't have a second choice. Just like you, I want to fit in, need to fit in. I can't conform to their bullshit, and that's okay, because Lightning flashes outside her window, illuminating the tears in her eyes. Fuck. I don't want to make her cry, but I can't stop the word vomit from coming. Because with you, I continue softer. It all makes sense. Your counting makes sense. Your patterns make sense. Everything makes sense when I'm with you. Lee, truthfully, I wasn't jealous of Ares because you looked normal with him. My voice roughens. I was jealous because you looked happy, because he made you laugh. Because for a moment I thought maybe you'd realize you deserve better than me and my mess of a life. She makes a small sound, something between a laugh and a sob that gets caught in her throat. Better? Lee, I'm the mess. I'm the broken one. I'm the one who can't function without counting tiles and wearing gloves, and none of those things matter. I'm the one who's falling for every single one of your broken pieces. The confession rips out of me, raw and honest. I'm the one who can't sleep without counting breaths now, who sanitizes everything 3 times because that's your number, who measures the space between us in heartbeats instead of feet. Silence stretches between us, broken only by the storm outside and the steady drip of water from my clothes. You heard my mother, I say quietly. But did you hear me when I told Charlotte that the only perfect thing in my life is how your hand fits in mine? Salem's breath hitches. No. That's why I'm here now. I walked all the way in the rain, counting every damn step until I reached your door. Why? Her voice is barely a whisper. Because none of this is pretend anymore. I meet her eyes. Is it? I've never... The words stick in my throat. Salem stands perfectly still, waiting, always waiting for me to find my rhythm like I wait for her to find hers. I'd never been with a woman, not until you, not really. Her eyes widen slightly, but she doesn't move away, doesn't judge, just counts her breaths while I fumble for words. I've done things, kissed girls, touched them, let them touch me, but never. I run a hand through my wet hair, sending droplets scattering. Everyone assumes, and I let them. I mean, how would it look if Lee Sterling, the biggest flirt at Oakmount, who drinks like a fish and instigates fights for the hell of it, confessed he had no actual experience with a woman? Salem tilts her head slightly, curiosity rampant in her soft gaze. I answer the unasked question. I've been pretending for a long time, Salem. Pretending that I know what I'm doing, that I know who I am and what I want to be, when really I haven't had the slightest fucking clue. That night in the pantry when I met you, I felt seen, felt like I didn't need the mask to be accepted. Lee, it's terrifying. The confession burns across my lips, because I want you. God, I want you, but I'm scared of messing up, of pushing too hard or not hard enough, of making you count breaths for the wrong reasons, of ruining the only real thing in my life because I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Salem takes one careful step forward, then another, measuring the space between us like always, but this time, instead of stopping and staying, she moves closer. You think I know what I'm doing? Her voice is soft, uncertain. You think I have any idea how to be with someone when I can barely touch anything without panicking? When I need to wear gloves just to hold hands? When everything about being intimate terrifies me? That's different, is it? Her latex-covered fingers hover near my chest, not quite touching. We're both scared and inexperienced in our own ways, both pretending we know how to do this when we don't. For a full minute, neither of us speak, both of us consumed with the possibility of something more unfurling. If you want to do this, if we want to be real, we need rules. Salem whispers, her hand still pressed to my heart. Real ones. Okay. I keep my voice soft, steady. Like what? Like, she takes a measured breath. Like, you have to tell me when you're overwhelmed. No more drinking to handle your family. No more fighting to handle your feelings. It will be harder than fuck, but I'm willing to do anything I have to keep Salem at my side. Only if you promise to tell me when you need space, when things get too loud, too much, when you feel like you need to count or clean or just breathe. The storm outside has settled into a gentle rain. Salem's fingers curl slightly against my chest, latex squeaking. Got it. And no more pretending, she adds. With each other, I mean. I can still pretend for your family. No, I growl. No more pretending at all. I want everyone to know that when you count tiles, I count them with you. That when you need 3 times to clean something, I'm there for all 3. That this is real. That you're mine. That we're together. She sways slightly closer. Your mother doesn't matter. I slide my hand up her arm, careful to keep the touch light through her sweater. Nothing matters except this. Us. Whatever this terrifying, beautiful thing is. A small smile tugs at her lips. Terrifying and beautiful. Like you. Her breath catches. Like you. She repeats the same words back to me. The pressure on my chest lifts. We stand there, barely touching, both trembling slightly. Me from wet clothes, her from emotion, both carrying the weight of this moment and the vulnerability with us. I'm tired, she finally whispers. Not of this, just, I know, and I do. The night has drained us both. I should go. Even as I speak the words, I know that's not what I want. I don't want to leave. I want to stay right here in this moment with Salem for as long as I can. Seconds tick by and neither of us say anything. After a moment, Salem speaks. Stay. Her grip on my shirt tightens like the thought of losing me terrifies her just as much. Just to sleep. My parents are out of town. Not that it really matters since I'm an adult, of course. The trust in that request steals my breath. Salem doesn't let anyone in her space, not like this. Doesn't break her careful patterns of isolation. Are you sure? I don't want to push her, especially after all that's happened already. I don't want to leave, but I also don't want to make things worse. She nods. Noah's clothes are dry, my bed is clean, and her voice drops lower. I might sleep better when I can hear your breathing, when I can count your heartbeats. The air between us shifts, and I can't explain it. It's like a veil is being lifted. There will be no more pretending, no more hiding, no more measuring the space between fake and real. Just us, together. Salem's entire body tenses and she looks up at me, fear bleeding into her beautiful eyes. What if I can't handle touching? Tonight, earlier, was good, but what if there are times when I can't? Then we don't touch, we don't do anything until you're ready. I want this, Salem. I want you, and I want us for real. What if... Her voice cracks. What if I'm never normal again? Salem? I lift her gloved hand to my heart, letting her feel it race. Normal is bullshit. This is real. Everything else is just counting time until we're together.
Chapter 21. Salem. The morning sun streams through the coffee shop windows, warming my usual corner table. For once, I don't feel the need to count every beam of light, sugar packet, or person who walks by. Well, maybe I count a little, but it's progress. My phone buzzes with Lee's third text in the last 20 minutes. Lee, you sure you're okay? Lee, I can be there in 10 minutes. Lee, 5 if I break speed limits. I smile, adjusting my gloves before typing back. Me, I'm fine. Go to class. Some of us need to graduate. Me, besides, I counted all the ceiling tiles yesterday. Still 43. His response is immediate. Lee, 44 if you count the half tile by the window. Lee, which I know you do. Warmth that has nothing to do with tea spreads through my chest. He knows my patterns now. Knows them so well he catches things that even I miss sometimes. But today isn't about patterns or counting or measuring space. Today is about independence. My gloved fingers wrap around the cup and I take a moment to appreciate how far I've come. 3 months ago, I couldn't sit in public without counting and assessing every possible threat. Now, I can almost relax. It almost feels normal. Another text. Lee, sure you don't want company? Lee, I hate the idea of you alone. Lee, what if someone touches you? Lee, what if you need backup counting? I type out a quick response while smiling. Me. Lee Sterling, are you mother-henning me? His response makes me laugh out loud. Lee. No. Lee. Maybe. Lee. Okay, yes. Lee. But only because I love watching you count sugar packets. The L word hangs there, casual and terrifying all at once. We haven't said it yet. Not really. Haven't put that label on whatever this is between us. It's there in the way he counts with me, the way he remembers my patterns, the way he makes me feel safe without making me feel broken. Me, go do your work. I'm okay. Me, really. Me, getting better every day. The truth of that settles in my chest like sunshine. I am getting better. Still wearing gloves, still counting things, still measuring spaces, but better, stronger, more confident. My tea is at the perfect temperature when I take a sip. The table is clean. I only wiped it twice today instead of 3 times. The morning feels full of possibility instead of threat. For once, I'm not counting or measuring the distance between myself and other customers. For once, I'm just existing. And it feels like victory. Well, if it isn't the counting queen herself. My peaceful morning shatters at the sound of Marcus's voice. He slides into the chair across from me, uninvited. His presence immediately disrupts my space. Please leave. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Progress. Aw, come on. His smile is all teeth, no warmth. Can't I check in on my old friend? See how things are going with Sterling? My grip on the cup tightens. Don't count. Don't let him see you count. Don't give him the satisfaction. I saw you at the gala, he continues, leaning forward. All dressed up in silk gloves, pretending to be something you're not. Bet Sterling's family loved that little performance. Almost as good as the one you gave freshman year. The memory lands like a punch to the gut. Freshman year. Chelsea. Don't. I whisper, the panic rising. You know what's funny? Marcus drums his fingers on the table, the rhythm making my skin crawl. Chelsea used to defend you. Used to say you just needed time, needed understanding. Right up until that night. My vision blurs as my gaze darts around, desperate to find something I can use to count. The sugar packets, ceiling tiles, anything to stay present. At least Chelsea knew when to quit, he says. The words softer, crueler. Knew when to stop pretending she could fix you. The double meaning in his words. It makes me sick. Bile climbs up my throat. Chelsea letting go. Chelsea falling. You're looking a little pale there, Salem. His laugh is quiet, meant just for me. Starting to count things in your head? Starting to feel that itch to clean everything? Starting to remember how it felt to see your best friend? Stop. My voice cracks. Please, just stop. Why? Because you're better now? Because Lee Sterling's magic dick somehow cured you? He leans forward, his presence invading my space. We both know what really happened that night. We both know something in you cracked that night, under the guilt, and now you're paying for it with your counting and your stupid gloves. The walls start to close in on me. The world spins and I'm so close to losing my footing, so close to falling into the abyss. I need to count, need to clean, need to... I love it. Marcus continues, watching me unravel with obvious satisfaction. Look at you, replacing one saving grace with another. First Chelsea trying to fix you, now Lee. Wonder how long until he figures out you aren't fixable. Wonder if he'll let go too. The cup trembles in my hands. 3 shakes, 6 ripples in the tea, 9 ceiling tiles visible from this angle. I actually feel bad for Sterling, Marcus muses. He has no idea the kind of crazy he's trying to save. No idea what really happened the night Chelsea died. My world narrows to numbers and patterns, all in a desperate attempt to maintain control, until a different voice, softer but firmer, cuts through the chaos. Marcus? I blink, and I'm not sure I really believe what I'm seeing. Catherine Sterling stands at our table, peering down her nose at us. The shock is enough to draw me back to the present, curb the anxiety clawing through me. Marcus. Catherine Sterling's voice is a steel blade wrapped in silk. I believe you're making Miss Masters uncomfortable. I've never been so relieved to see Lee's mother in my life. She stands there in her perfect Chanel suit, designer handbag, with an expression that could freeze hell. Marcus actually rears back like he's ready to leap to his feet and run. Mrs. Sterling, I was just leaving. She doesn't raise her voice, doesn't need to. Power radiates from her like a force field. Unless you'd like me to call your father, I'm having lunch with him tomorrow. Board meeting, you know. The threat lands perfectly. Marcus retreats, throwing one last dark look my way before disappearing into the morning crowd. My hands shake in their silk prison as I try to count breaths, trying to find my center again. May I? Catherine gestures to the chair across from me, the picture of polite society. When I don't immediately answer, she adds, That boy has always been trouble. Your misfortune with his behavior hasn't gone unnoticed. My throat closes up. Does she know about that night? If she didn't have me background checked or whatever, she probably just heard it from Marcus. Thank you, I manage, for making him leave. Of course, dear. She slides into the seat with practiced grace. We society women must stick together, mustn't we? But I'm not a society woman. That's the whole point. That's why she will never approve of me with Lee. That's why... You look surprised. Her smile is perfect, practiced, and predatory. Did you think I didn't notice how you handled the gala? Morning bells ring in my head, even as a blush creeps up my neck. But I can't find my voice, can't count my way out of this conversation. Lee tells me you're doing better in crowds, she continues, smoothing her already perfect skirt. That you just need more exposure to our lifestyle. The praise feels wrong coming from her lips, like poison wrapped in honey. Yes. I resist the urge to count the sugar packets arranged on the table. Things are better, will be better. I glance in the direction of Marcus's retreating form. Sometimes large crowds rattle me, but things are better. I repeat, more firmly this time. They are, aren't they? Her smile widens slightly. For both of you, Lee's been so much more controlled lately, behaving more suitably. More like the son I always knew he could be, except for that little scene at the gala, which for him was rather tame, if I'm being honest. Something in her tone makes my skin crawl beneath my gloves. This isn't a casual coffee shop encounter. This isn't a coincidence. She came looking for me. Mrs. Sterling. Catherine, please. She reaches across the table, stopping just short of touching my gloved hand. I think it's time we had a proper chat, don't you? Woman to woman. About Lee's future. About what's best for him. The sugar packets suddenly look very countable. The ceiling tiles very measurable. The space between us, very finite. You've made remarkable progress, or so I've been told, Catherine says, stirring her untouched tea with precise movements. Even your gloves at the party, so much more elegant than those latex ones you usually wear. Told by whom? Is she having me watched? My glove-covered fingers twitch against the cup. These gloves were Lee's gift, his way of making my barriers beautiful instead of medical. And Lee, she continues, her voice softening with practiced care. He's grown so much since being with you, more controlled, more focused, finally living up to the Sterling name. There's a trap here somewhere, hidden beneath her honey-coated words. I stay silent, counting the ripples in my cooling tea. And that's exactly why you need to leave him. What did she just say? I'm so shocked I have to ask her to repeat herself. What did you just say? You heard me, dear. I know it's rather gauche of me to have to ask, but I need you to think about it. Catherine leans forward, her perfectly manicured nails clasped on the table. You've helped him find balance, shown him how to control his impulses, given him the tools he needs to be the man he's always meant to be. I don't understand. But I do. I understand very fucking well. Lee's learning to be normal because of you, she explains gently, like I'm a child. He's drinking less, fighting less. He's becoming an honorable man. It's just that he'll never fully transform while he's... She pauses delicately. Connected to the source of questionable new habits. My heart floats into my stomach. She's right. Lee counts things now because of me, cleans things because of me, measures spaces and checks surfaces and follows patterns, all because of me. He's not transforming, I manage. He's just learning to understand. Understanding isn't enough. Catherine's smile is almost kind. The Sterling name carries certain expectations. Lee needs to be more than understanding. He needs to be perfect, and he can't be perfect while mimicking your peculiarities. He's always had some of the impulses, counting occasionally, humming the same strain of song over and over, endless. She says it like she's exhausted just thinking about it. But he does it more with you now, and I need that to stop. The worst part is, her logic makes a twisted kind of sense. Lee does count more now, does check things more often, does measure spaces like I do. He's happy, I whisper, but that sounds weak even to my own ears. Is he? Catherine raises one perfect eyebrow. Or is he just adapting to your world because he cares for you?
picking up your habits because he wants to make you comfortable, becoming something he's not because he thinks he needs to protect you. Each question lands like a blade, slicing me to the bone. I've watched my son try to fit himself into other people's worlds before, she continues softly. Seen him twist himself into knots, trying to be what others need and want. But this time he's actually changing, actually becoming someone who could lead the Sterling legacy. And it's because of you. She smiles, but her smile doesn't reach her eyes. Her checkbook appears like magic, sleek and black and terrifying in its implications. She opens it with deliberate care, her Mont Blanc pen clicking with surgical precision. "What's your price?" She questions, like we're suddenly negotiating a business deal. "Whatever you think your future with Lee is worth, whatever dreams you're holding on to, whatever plans you've made, I'll double it." The casual cruelty of it steals my breath. How do you put a price on the way Lee counts ceiling tiles with me at 3 a.m.? On how he remembers to sanitize everything 3 times? On the sound of his voice when he tells me my broken pieces make perfect sense? You fucking don't. I'm not. My voice cracks. This isn't about money. Oh, but it is. Everything is about money, dear. She begins writing. The scratch of her pen against the paper makes my skin crawl. That's the first lesson of becoming a Sterling. One you'll never fully learn, I'm afraid. She casually adds zeros to her number. More zeros than I've ever seen on a check. Enough zeros to pay for graduate school, to start a new life. To become someone who doesn't need to count things or wear gloves or measure spaces. Think of it as an investment, Catherine continues, her voice gentle but firm. In Lee's future, in your future, in the chance for both of you to become who you're meant to be. And who is that? The words taste like ashes. For Lee? The heir the Sterling name deserves. Controlled, powerful, suitable. She looks up, blue eyes sharp as ice. For you? Someone who doesn't have to pretend to be normal. Who doesn't have to force herself into a world that will never fully accept her. I'm both angry and sad. Angry at the audacity, and sad that Lee's own mother would go to such lengths to get rid of me. And still the check sits between us like a loaded gun. He'll hate you for this, I whisper. Perhaps, she shrugs elegantly. But we both know he'll thrive without you. Continue the progress you've inspired without the complications your relationship brings. Complications. Like I'm a disease or something. He's changing, Catherine presses. Growing. But you know that he'll never fully bloom while trying to adapt to your shadows, your patterns, your fears. Each word hits like truth, like bullets, like everything I've been afraid of since this stopped being pretend. The choice is yours, she adds, sliding the check toward me. Stay and watch him become a shadow of himself trying to live in your world, or leave and give him the chance to become everything he could be. The numbers blur as tears fill my eyes. Everything he could be is a man who drank himself through a party that ended in blood and pain and embarrassment. That's the man she wants him to be? Take it. Her voice softens with something almost like kindness. Take it and disappear. Let him go. Let him grow. Let him be normal. Normal. The one thing I can never be. The one thing Lee deserves to be.
The one thing standing between us. I could start over somewhere new, somewhere I wouldn't have to pretend to be suitable, somewhere I wouldn't have to watch Lee slowly absorb all my broken patterns. He deserves better, she presses. Deserves a chance at normalcy, at a life without counting and constantly checking on you. My gloved fingers trace the edge of the check, measuring its perfect angles. One corner is slightly bent, 93 degrees instead of 90. The imperfection makes me sick to my stomach. Salem, he loves you, Catherine whispers, and the words hurt worse than any cruelty could, which is why he'll never leave on his own, never stop trying to understand your world, never stop adapting to your needs. A tear splashes onto the check, smudging one of those impossible zeros. The question isn't whether you love him, she continues gently. It's whether you love him enough to let him go, to let him become the man he could be without your influence. I spread the check out flat to look at it fully. Catherine's smile widens slightly. And somewhere in my head, I start counting. 1. Reason to stay. 2. Reasons to go. 1,000,000 reasons to change the rest of our lives. I meet her gaze. It's a shame. A complete shame. I grip the check in the middle and rip it in two, letting the pieces fall to the table between us like a grenade. Money might be able to buy you whatever you want, but there's one thing it will never buy you. And that's me.
Chapter 22. Lee. Most people would never guess that Lee Sterling, campus bad boy and professional dealer in disappointment, knows his way around cybersecurity. When they look at me, they see the trust fund, the fighting, the drinking. Exactly what I want them to see. Instead of the 3 monitors running code, the specifically built rig under my desk, or the fact that I've been monitoring my family's accounts since I was 15. Some kids rebel with drugs, which I've done my fair share of, but I rebelled with Python scripts and SQL injections. It would take nothing more than a few strokes of the keyboard to destroy my entire family's empire. I should do it, and I'm not really sure why I haven't yet, probably because it wouldn't actually solve anything. It wouldn't make me feel better. Ignoring the impulsive thought before I can go through with it, I change gears. Time to check on the family fortune, I mutter, fingers flying across keyboards. The familiar rhythm of coding calms me like counting tiles calms Salem. It's my own kind of pattern, my own kind of control. The Sterling Banking and Trust firewall is a joke. I should know. I helped design it during my reformed phase last year. 3 keystrokes and I'm in, scanning recent transactions like I'm reading a bedtime story. It isn't often that I find something that makes me pause, but when I see something out of place, I do. What the fuck? A transfer from my mother's personal account to Henderson Industries. $5 million. Recent. Authorized with her private codes. Maybe it's a business deal. That wouldn't be surprising. Then again, something feels off, especially when I realize the routing shows it went to a private account. Charlotte Henderson's private account, to be specific. Really, Mother? I lean in closer to the screen, tracking the digital breadcrumbs. Buying off the competition? I shake my head in disappointment. She can do better than that. The transfer was hidden, routed through 3 separate shells before landing in Charlotte's account. Amateur hour. Like I haven't been tracking my mother's financial manipulations since before I could drive. My mother is many things, but she's never sloppy with money. Every dollar serves a purpose. Every transaction advances her agenda. What's your game, Mother? I dig deeper, fingers dancing across keys while lines of code reflect back at me. The transfer has Catherine Sterling's digital fingerprints all over it, precise, calculated, designed to look like a standard business transaction. But I know better. I know my mother, and I know this has something to do with me, with Salem, with us. My jaw clenches as pieces start clicking together. Charlotte's sudden appearances at every event, my mother's increased pressure about suitable matches. This hidden payment that looks suspiciously like a down payment on my future. Game on, Mother. Time to show her she's not the only one who can play with family money. The deeper I dig into the transfer details, the clearer the pattern becomes. Mother's moved money before, usually to pressure board members or smooth over family scandals. No doubt this transfer comes with its own steaming pile of bullshit. The only difference is, this is personal. Let's see what else you've been up to, Charlotte, I mutter, pulling up her account history. Her recent purchases paint me a very vivid picture. Wedding magazines, country club memberships, appointments at the same society places my mother frequents. All the pieces start to fall into place. She's being groomed for something. No, by someone, for their own personal agenda. Fuck! The curse echoes in the quietness of my apartment. What the fuck, Mother? You're actually trying to buy me a wife? The sheer audacity of it would be impressive if it wasn't so infuriating. $5 million to the Henderson family, most likely a down payment on some arranged marriage bullshit. Classic Catherine Sterling move, solving problems with money and manipulation. My fingers hover over the keyboard as an idea forms. A terrible, wonderful, absolutely reckless idea. You want to play with money, Mother? A grin spreads across my face as I start typing. Then we will play. It takes exactly 3 minutes to set up the transfer. Child's play, really. I've been circumventing Sterling banking security since I was a teenager. The amount matches Charlotte's payment down to the cent. Destination? Salem Masters' checking account. Consider it digital karma. I speak to my empty apartment, executing the transfer with a flourish. The money disappears from one of the family's brokerage accounts, one I know my mother has notifications set up for. $5 million. The same amount she gave Charlotte now sits in my girlfriend's bank account. Is this petty behavior? Logically, yes. It's exactly the kind of impulsive behavior my mother scolds me for, and it will most assuredly blow up in my face at some time. But it doesn't matter. Not when the retribution feels this good. Let Mother figure out how to explain this one. Let her try to buy my future when I'm redistributing her wealth. Let her... My apartment door bursts open and I damn near topple out of my chair. Lee Sterling? Salem stands there, face flushed, silk gloves clenched at her sides. Why is there $5 million in my bank account? Well, that was faster than expected. Explain yourself now, before we have a really big problem. Bigger than the problem we currently have. How did you hack into my bank account? Salem's voice rises with each word as she storms into my apartment. And the Sterling Bank? Are you insane? I spin my chair to face her, trying not to smile at how adorable she looks when she's angry. Her silk gloves whisper instead of squeak as she clenches and unclenches her fists, a sure sign she's counting in her head to stay calm. Technically, I didn't hack into your account. I correct her with a playful smile on my face. I just put money in it. There's a big difference between the two. Lee! She starts pacing, exactly 3 steps each direction. I don't care about technicalities. This isn't funny. Do you know what your mother will do when she finds out? I interrupt. She already knows. I turned back to my monitors, pulling up the tracking program. She checked the accounts 4 minutes ago, probably right before you got that notification on your phone. Salem stops pacing. You can see that? I can see everything. I shrug, trying to make it casual. Been monitoring the family accounts since I was 15. It's amazing what boring rich kids learn when they're grounded from parties. But she moves closer, peering at the screens. I knew you did things on your computer, but I never imagined that it was anything like this. It's illegal, Lee. You could go to jail. Salem's concern for my well-being makes my smile grow tenfold. I could, but I won't. My mother would never press charges or do anything that would tarnish the family name further. She retaliates in worse ways. Reporting me to the police would be far too easy for her. But why? What do you get out of this? I get the satisfaction of her knowing that I sent that money to you, and that there isn't a damn thing she can do about it. It's not nearly as bad as what she's doing, trying to buy influence with the Hendersons. She sent $5 million to Charlotte to fucking buy me a bride, using money to control everyone around her. Salem goes very still, too still, the kind of still that means she's about to drop a bomb. About that, she says quietly, your mother, she offered me money too. The words hang in the air for a moment before my brain processes them. What? I spin to face her again. When? About an hour ago? At the coffee shop? Salem won't meet my gaze and instead focuses on arranging my pins at perfect angles. She offered me $1 million to leave you, although now I feel a little cheated that she didn't offer me $5 million too. An iceberg settles in my chest, even as I grin. Damn it. That explains the transfer to Charlotte. She was hedging her bets. You're not surprised? Salem's voice cracks. That she tried to buy me off? A laugh escapes me before I can stop it. The only surprising thing is that you didn't take the money and run. $1 million's a lot of money, pantry girl. I don't want her money. The fierceness in Salem's voice makes me look up. I don't want anyone's money. I want... She trails off, but I hear what she doesn't say. You. I want you. Well, I say softly, now you have both, the money and me. Consider it karma's way of rewarding good behavior. Lee, or consider it my way of telling my mother to fuck off. I reach for her hand, running my thumb over silk-covered fingers. Consider it whatever you will. Her lips twitch, fighting a smile. You're impossible. Yet here you are. Here I am. She squeezes my hand, though I'm starting to think you're crazier than I am. Without a doubt. I tug her closer. Want to count ceiling tiles and talk about it? The air feels lighter, but I can still tell something is bothering Salem. Did something else happen? Did she say something? Nothing will stop me from putting my mother in her place if she puts Salem down for being herself. Kinda. She shrugs, then continues. She said I was ruining you. Her voice is a whisper, and though she's holding my hand, she doesn't look at me when she speaks. Told me that you were picking up my habits, counting things, checking things, becoming like me. Her vulnerability shakes me to the core. And at my response, she finally looks at me, and I swear the air in my lungs becomes easier to breathe. What do you mean, and? She's right. Her brown eyes remind me of chocolate and coffee. I'm ruining you. You count things and clean things 3 times, measure spaces between people, all because of me. I'm infecting you with my disease. No. I stand, keeping our hands linked, needing the connection. You can't infect me with something that was already there. There is nothing wrong with you, Salem. I'm coming to the conclusion there isn't anything wrong with me either. You're teaching me so much. Teaching? I think you mean destroying, at least from your mother's perspective. Fuck her perspective. I've found someone who can make sense of the chaos in my head. There is no one else like you. No one else who understands that I need patterns to feel safe, to feel normal. Lee, I refuse to hear anything else. You didn't take her money. The realization of that hits me harder the second time than the first. Look at me, Salem, I demand, and she slowly looks up, her lashes fluttering like the wings of a butterfly. I lick my lips as I speak, the desire to kiss her nearly ruling me. There is no one else like you. No one who, when offered $1 million to walk away from me, wouldn't have taken that money and disappeared. A flush creeps up her neck. I can't be bought by anyone. I step closer, watching her breath hitch. I realize that, but most people would run with that kind of money. Most people would take the easy way out. I'm not most people. Her voice strengthens, her gaze becoming bolder. And this, us, it's not something anyone can put a price tag on. The simple honesty of that statement steals my breath. This beautiful, broken, perfect girl chose me over money, over security, over an escape from all the Sterling family drama. You really stayed. I reach up with my free hand, hovering near her face without touching. Even knowing how fucked up my family is, how fucked up I am. Your kind of fucked up matches my kind of fucked up. Her lips quirk slightly. Besides, who else is going to count ceiling tiles with me at 3 a.m.? Something burns behind my eyes. Salem, I didn't take her money, she continues softer, because there's nothing she could offer that's worth losing this, losing you, losing us. The walls I've built up around my heart, walls made of rebellion and anger and cultivated chaos, crack under the weight of her confession. Even though you think I'm turning into you, I try to make it a joke, but the tone is deeper. Counting and cleaning and measuring everything. You're not turning into me. She squeezes my hand. You're blazing a path of your own, to the real you, the one who understands that sometimes patterns aren't prison cells, sometimes they're lifelines. She says it, but I still see a whisper of doubt in her eyes. I stare at this girl who sees through every mask, every pretense, every facade. The girl who chose me over money. The girl who makes everything make sense. And suddenly I need her to see herself the way I see her. Need her to understand exactly what she means to me. Need her to know that no amount of money could ever compare to the way she makes the noise in my head quiet down. My eyes drift to my computer setup, and an idea forms. Come here, I say. I want to show you something. What? Trust me? I adjust one of my monitors, angling it slightly. I want to show you something. Her hesitation is brief, progress from the girl who used to count breaths before moving closer to anyone. She approaches as I tap a few keys, activating my webcam. Look. I catch her hips, guiding her to stand between me and the desk. The monitor shows our reflection, her slight frame tucked against my chest, my hands resting on her silk-covered waist. What do you see? Us? Her voice carries confusion. Really, look. I rest my chin on her shoulder, meeting her eyes on the screen. Look at how perfectly we fit, how your patterns match my chaos, how everything about us shouldn't work, but somehow it does. She stares at our reflection, and I watch the understanding fill her eyes. We do fit. Her careful movements contained by my solid presence, my wild energy focused by her measured patterns. Oh, She breathes, and the sound goes straight through me. Yeah. I tighten my grip slightly, sliding my hand up to circle her neck and watching her pupils dilate on the screen. Oh. I stand and pull her back against me, keeping my eyes on hers through the screen. Let me show you, I whisper. It's been far too long since I've had a taste of her. She melts against me with a soft gasp, one hand circling the wrist holding her neck, and her other finding my thigh. A little higher, baby, I instruct. She arches her back instead, and I let her feel the hard length of me against her skirt. When her eyes drift closed, I tighten my grip on her neck slightly. No, watch us. Watch what I'm about to do to you. Then I release her neck, tugging from her hold, and step around to pull a bar stool from the kitchen and plant it right in front of her. Her eyes are still heavy-lidded as she watches me. What's that for? I shrug. So you'll have something to hold on to while I eat you to within an inch of your life and fuck you just as hard. She gulps, the sound loud even to me. You. I give her a grin, step behind her and plant both of her hands on the stool, flat. It makes her back arch, her ass stick out toward me. Yes. Keep your eyes on the screen. I want you to watch yourself. Watch how you fall apart for me. She does as I ask, and I flip her little flower skirt up over her hips to reveal her panties, a little wet spot already darkening the pink fabric between her thighs. My mouth waters. I drop to my knees behind her and rip her panties down her legs. She gasps but readjusts when I spread her wider. Stay like that. You're perfect. She whimpers and my dick aches, but I remind myself that patience is key when it comes to her. Soon enough, I'll be deep inside of her, and it will all be worth the wait. I lean forward and delve my tongue between the folds of her wet center. Almost immediately, her thighs quiver where they brush my face. Fuck, I love how responsive she is. I give her a few more licks, tasting her, taking my time, then slide my tongue up to press it gently against her other hole. Her body tenses, and I run my hands up her calves to soothe her. Relax, I'm not going to do anything. I just want to taste every single inch of your beautiful body. I do it again, this time prodding the hole with my tongue gently and sliding back down to delve inside her. She rewards me with a moan, and I wish I could get that sound engraved on my tombstone. Maybe by the time I die, there will be digital tombstones, and mine will just be this beautiful woman moaning for me. When I can't take it anymore, I push off the floor and stand behind her. Her eyes find mine in the computer monitor again, and I grin and open my fly to remove my aching cock. You want me inside you, Salem? Keep your eyes on the screen. Watch us. Watch while I fuck you until you scream my name. She gives me a nod, and I crouch slightly to get the right angle, enough to glide smoothly into her with how wet she is. It's still a tight fit, and when I'm fully seated, I force a breath through my nose, maintaining control. I can't lose it like the last time and scare her off. Can't risk it. I start a steady rhythm and cup her hips to pull her back against me. Once she starts meeting me stroke for stroke, I bring my right hand to the center of her back and glide it over the bunched-up fabric of her skirt, right down to her tight little asshole. Breathe, pantry girl. You're going to like this. I press my thumb against the little ring and only push in enough to give her a little sensation. She gasps and moans again. Lee, I like when you say my name like that, I tell her, picking up my pace, because fuck, Her pussy feels like heaven around me, and I'm not going to last much longer. I move my hand around to her front and pinch her clit gently, making her arch into me harder, seeking more, deeper, harder, faster. She wants more, then I'll give her more. This time I set a brutal pace, forcing her against the edge of the stool as I take her hard. Every thrust is greeted with a moan, and when she shatters, she shouts, "Lee!" I grin as I thrust a few more times, riding out her orgasm and then reaching my own like a lightning strike down my spine. When I slow and stop, I'm still inside her, but I feel the warm heat of my cum dripping from her pussy onto my own thighs. "You see what you do to me?" I pant. "This is us. This is our normal, and I won't have anyone else make you doubt that, not even yourself." She hangs her head, her dark hair falling forward to hide her face, and lets out a long, stuttering breath. "Will this be my punishment every time I question it? Or are you going to make me watch us have sex every time?" I shrug and gently pull out of her, then get a rag from the kitchen to clean us both up. I don't bother putting her panties back on. She doesn't have any more classes today. After I help her stand and lead her to the couch, she curls her body around mine, resting her head on my shoulder. It takes a moment, but I notice then that there isn't even a whisper of changing her gloves or needing personal space. Fuck. I have to hold back the words as they spring to my mind. She's not ready for them yet. Hell, I'm not ready for them yet. But they are there, waiting on the tip of my tongue. 3 little words that mean we are well and truly done pretending.
Chapter 23. Salem. Sterling Manor's foyer gleams with old money perfection, everything arranged at precise angles, which should soothe my need for order. Instead, each perfect surface feels like a challenge, like a test I'm already failing. "Right this way," Catherine directs, leading us toward the grand living room. "The photographer's been waiting. It's very important we get Emma's engagement photos done." Lee's hand tightens on mine, skin against silk, as we follow his mother. He's been quieter than usual this morning, tension radiating off him in waves I can almost count. 1, 2, 3 pulses of anxiety that match my own. The living room is a mess of equipment and people, lightning stands disrupting the perfect symmetry of the architecture, cables snaking across Persian rugs, and a photographer who immediately zooms in on us. "Ah, the happy couple!" The photographer approaches, hands already reaching to position us. My breath catches in my throat. He's going to touch me, move me, arrange me like one of the props scattered around the room. Suddenly I notice all the things that are wrong. Catherine's pearl necklace doesn't match with her shoes, and the subtle differences in sheen on her outfit make my skin crawl. The antique curtains hang unevenly, the left side exactly 2 inches more open than the right. Silver frames on the mantel tilt at varying degrees, none of them parallel to the edge. 3 different staff members shift furniture without measuring the space between pieces, creating dysfunction in what should be symmetry. Freshly cut flowers are placed in crystal vases, but they've been cut to different lengths, making the noise in my head louder. Even the morning light, streaming through those uneven curtains, hits the room at angles that make the shadows irregular, unpredictable, wrong. "Salem?" Lee's voice echoes off in the distance, like he's a million miles away. "You okay?" No, nothing about this is okay. I'm okay. Just a little overwhelmed. "It's going to be all right. I'm here, with you through the whole thing. Maybe count the books on the shelf over there." He points. Kinda sad, but I don't think I've ever seen a single person pick up one of those books and read it. His comment makes me smile, and I want to believe him, but 10 minutes in, and he already isn't here. I can already feel him slipping through the cracks, disappearing as he eyes the drink cart, no doubt to escape his parents' judgmental gazes and the other socialites' whispers. But I don't say anything. I don't want to add more pressure to what he's already feeling. I just need to get through this photo op we've been roped into, and then everything will be back to normal, back to us. Are you okay? I ask. Peachy. Lee smiles, but it doesn't reach his eyes. I give his hand a tight squeeze to let him know that I'm here and that I see him, feel him, that I'm trying to be suitable, even when this place and these people make me feel like I'm falling apart at the seams. Even if Catherine's smile holds that edge of triumph as she watches me catalog every imperfection in her perfect world. The photographer takes a step closer, and I start counting my heartbeats. Lacking ceiling tiles to ground me in this perfect nightmare of asymmetry. Let's position the newest addition to our family first. Catherine's voice drips honey-coated venom as she gestures for me to move forward. Salem, darling, do try to look natural. The word is a blade, designed to slice. Natural, as if anything about this is natural. I force myself to step away from Lee, measuring each movement. The photographer circles me like a vulture, adjusting my shoulders, tilting my chin, arranging me like a doll. Lee's other family members, a couple I met at the gala, stand waiting, watching me too. Emma, his sister, her fiancé, who I can't remember his name, Lee's grandfather and father all stare, watching and waiting. Perfect, the photographer exclaims, though nothing is perfect. My silk gloves feel too tight, the buttons not quite aligned, the hem of my chosen dress now sits asymmetrically thanks to his positioning. Now just relax those shoulders. Relax, count, breathe. I try to catch Lee's eye, seeking our usual shared rhythm, but he's engaged in what looks like an intense whispered conversation with his mother. His jaw clenches in that way that means he's fighting the urge to reach for a drink. Arms soft, the photographer instructs, touching my elbow without warning. I flinch, and Catherine's slight smile tells me she noticed. Head tilted, yes, like that. Now smile like you belong here. Like I belong here? In this room where nothing aligns. In this family where everything is performance. In this world where Lee is already pulling away. His fingers drumming against his thigh in a pattern that has nothing to do with my counting and everything to do with measuring minutes until his next drink. Lee, Catherine interrupts whatever he was saying. Do join, Salem. Let's show everyone what a suitable match looks like. The word suitable hits like a slap. Lee stiffens, then moves toward me with careful steps that tell me he's already had at least one drink. When did that happen? How did I miss it? Fuck. I zoned out while the photographer kept adjusting. He takes his place beside me, and for a moment I think we'll find our rhythm. But his hand on my waist is too tight, his smile too forced, his energy too chaotic to match my measured breaths. Lovely, the photographer coos. Now let's get the whole family in. Mrs. Sterling, if you'll stand just here. Catherine slides into position, everything about her a study in controlled elegance. Even her weird jacket somehow looks intentional now, like she's daring anyone to question her choices. I start counting the camera clicks, trying to ground myself as more people join the frame, more hands adjusting positions, more voices giving directions, more chaos in what should be an ordered tableau. And through it all, Lee's fingers drum against my waist, measuring time until escape. Just a slight adjustment. The photographer's hands are everywhere. My shoulders, my waist, my arms. Each touch sends sparks of panic through my silk barriers. Mrs. Sterling, perhaps behind the happy couple, and Lee, please stop fidgeting. Lee's response is to shift again, his usual protective stance wavering. I feel him pulling away, creating space that shouldn't exist between us. The careful bubble we've built over months starts to fracture. Salem, dear. Catherine materializes on my other side. Your gloves are creasing oddly. Perhaps if you relaxed your hands, we wouldn't want the photos to show any tension. The suggestion carries weight beyond fabric concerns. I force my fingers to uncurl, counting the movements, 1 finger at a time. 2 seconds between each. 3 attempts to look natural. Perfect. The photographer exclaims again, though Lee's now standing too far left, throwing off our careful symmetry. Now, young Mr. Sterling, if you could just... I need a minute. Lee's voice carries that edge that usually precedes him reaching for a drink. Just give me a fucking minute. Language, Catherine scolds, but her smile suggests she expected this, wanted this. Perhaps a short break. The lighting needs adjusting anyway. Lee's gone before she finishes speaking, making a beeline for the drink cart in the corner. I watch him pour bourbon with practiced ease, his hands steady with this routine, in a way they weren't with me. He gets like this during family events sometimes, Catherine says softly, for my ears only. Ever since. Well, some memories are better left in the past, wouldn't you agree? Of course, we had to include you in the photos going up on the Sterling banking social media. For Emma's engagement announcements, of course. You're clearly committed to one another. There's meaning in her words that I can't quite grasp, but before I can analyze it, the photographer's hands are on me again, shifting me into a new position. We'll get some of just the ladies while we wait, he announces. Salem, try to look more comfortable, like you do this every day. But I don't do this every day. Don't handle strange hands arranging my body. Don't watch Lee drink before noon. Don't stand in rooms where nothing aligns while pretending everything's fine. Across the room, Lee downs his second glass, and I realize I'm not the only one counting anymore, not the only one measuring spaces in moments and breaths. But while I count to stay present, he counts to escape. While I measure spaces to feel safe, he measures drinks to feel numb. Such progress you've made, Catherine murmurs as the photographer adjusts his lights. Almost passing for normal these days. Lee must be such a steadying influence. Of course, with the party coming up, well, I'm sure you'll be fine. But do let me know if we need to get Charlotte to fill in as Lee's +1. She wouldn't mind. I know how you feel about crowds. The irony of her words hits as I watch Lee pour his 3rd drink. Or is it his 4th? I've lost count, and that terrifies me more than the photographer's hands or Catherine's sharp smile. Charlotte's joining us for lunch after. Catherine continues, smoothing her skirt. She's so looking forward to catching up with Lee. They were quite close before his rebellious phase. Close. The word carries implications that make my silk gloves feel too tight. Through the lens of the camera, I watch Charlotte herself appear in the doorway. All perfect poise and society grace. No gloves, no counting, no measured spaces between herself and others. Lee, darling! Charlotte's voice carries across the room like expensive perfume. You're not drinking alone, are you? He turns, glass in hand, and something shifts in his posture. Something I've never seen before. A kind of practiced performance that speaks of years of society training. Never alone when you're around, Shar. His words are flat, but his smile is picture perfect. Shar? Fucking Shar? I feel Catherine watching me watch them. Feel her measuring my reaction as Charlotte glides across the room to join Lee at the drink cart. Feel the weight of her satisfaction when Lee pours Charlotte a drink without checking if the glass is clean first. It's quite natural, you know, Catherine says softly. Childhood friends finding their way back to each other. Sometimes these little experiments help us appreciate what's truly suitable. Experiments. Like me. Like whatever this is between Lee and me. Like the way he counts tiles and measures spaces and tries to understand my world. Charlotte laughs at something Lee says, the sound practiced and proper. She touches his arm without hesitation, without counting, without checking if he needs space first. They look right together. Normal. Salem. The photographer's voice breaks through my spiral. You're tense again. Perhaps we should... Ooh, let's include Charlotte, Catherine suggests with crafted spontaneity. Lee, darling, bring her over. We should document all our close family friends. Close family friends. Not experiments. Not temporary arrangements. Lee looks over, and for a moment I see confusion flash across his face. Like he's forgotten I'm here. Forgotten why he's drinking. Forgotten everything except the familiar escape of bourbon and society masks. The camera clicks. Charlotte smiles. Catherine watches. The panic hits like a wave. Sudden, overwhelming, drowning. I make it to the powder room off the main hall before my legs give out. Silk gloves squeaking against the marble counter as I grip the edge. Breathe. Count. Measure. Control. But there's nothing to count here. No ceiling tiles, no perfect patterns, just expensive wallpaper with roses that blur as tears fill my eyes. Salem? Lee's voice filters through the door, rough with bourbon. You okay? No, nothing is okay. I want to scream. Not the way his words slur slightly. Not the way he's forgotten he promised he would try for me. Not the way I can't feel anything right now, but this pain in my chest. I'm fine. The lie tastes bitter. Just need a minute. Let me. He tries the handle, but I've already locked it. A thud suggests he's leaning against the door. Salem, please. Lee, darling. Charlotte's voice carries down the hall. Your mother needs you for the family portraits. Go, I manage. I'll be out in a minute. His hesitation is brief, too brief, before I hear him moving away. The space between his steps is uneven, uncounted, unmeasured. Everything we've built together crumbling under the weight of bourbon and family expectations. I unlock the door in case he comes back. Maybe I should give him a chance. Try to talk to him at least. Or get us the hell out of here. The door opens before I've fully collected myself. But it's not Lee returning. Rough morning? Aries stands in the doorway, his presence filling the small space. His wide shoulders take up the doorframe. When did he arrive? Lee gets like this sometimes, especially around his family. I try to squeeze past him, but he doesn't move. I should get back. To what? Watch him drink himself numb while playing the perfect son? His voice softens with practiced concern. There's a lot about Lee you don't know, Salem. Things that explain why he's... He gestures vaguely toward the main room where crystal glasses clink and Charlotte laughs. I don't want to know. Aries' smile is gentle, but his eyes are hard. 'Maybe his eyes are hard. Maybe you should. Maybe you should ask him about promised land. About why he really started drinking. About what his family did to make him this way. I'm sure you've wondered about his scars. The words hit like physical blows, each one carrying weight I don't understand but feel in my bones. Ask him yourself. Lee's voice cuts through the space, dangerous and dark. Since you seem so fucking eager to tell my stories. I turn to find him in the hallway, glass empty, eyes stormy dark with something that looks a lot like fear. I can feel it deep in my chest, the panic, the chaos that's about to take place. It's like when you watch an accident happen right before your eyes. You want to look away, but you can't. Darling, is everything all right? Catherine's voice floats down the hallway, perfect timing, as always. The photographer's waiting. Lee's face shutters closed, that familiar mask sliding into place. He might be able to hide his feelings beneath that mask, but he can't hide it all. His hands shake as he reaches for me, and I notice he's not counting the space between us anymore, not measuring, not careful. We should go back. His voice is hollow, controlled in a way that speaks of years of practice. Mother hates to be kept waiting. Lee. But what can I say? Ask about promised land? Ask why he's shaking? Ask why he can't look at me? Everything's fine. He cuts me off, the words sharp with bourbon courage. Let's just get through the rest of this fucking day. Aries melts away, but his smile suggests he's accomplished whatever he came to do. The air is thick with unspoken truths, with secrets I'm not sure I want to unravel or understand. Why was he even here? It's not until he answers I realize I asked the question out loud. He came because I asked him for lunch. To help distract Charlotte. Great job he's doing that, right? The main room is still chaos. Lights and cameras and Catherine orchestrating her perfect family tableau. Charlotte stands with the group, looking like she belongs in a way I never will. The crystal glasses on the drink cart catch light in patterns I can't predict or control. There you are. The photographer beams. Now, just a few more. Lee, perhaps between your mother and Charlotte, Salem, we'll position you. I think we're done. Lee's voice carries that dangerous edge again. Enough fucking pictures. Language, Catherine scolds, but she's watching me instead of Lee, measuring my reaction, waiting for me to break. The room spins as everyone moves at once, Catherine reaching for Lee, Charlotte stepping closer, the photographer adjusting lights that throw shadows in all the wrong places. Nothing aligns, nothing makes sense, and Lee doesn't reach for me, doesn't count steps, doesn't remember to check if I'm okay. He reaches for another drink, his hands steady with this routine in a way they haven't been with me all day. And I've had enough. I'm done watching him do this to himself. To me, I step forward and gently ease the drink out of his grasp and gulp down the liquid, then set it on the bar. I was just thinking I could use a drink too. Salem, he whispers, his gaze dropping to my lips, then back to my eyes. You just drank after me. His tone is soft, almost with awe. I realize that, and I'm trying really hard not to panic. And I don't. Not with his mother looking on, waiting for me to break. Come with me for a second. Let's talk, and then we can come back, finish whatever your sister needs, and get out of here. He nods, his dark eyes staring into me like I'm something new. Something even more fascinating. When I get to a hallway, I stop and look around. I have no idea where I'm going. Lee jolts and then leads, pulling me with him by the hand up a set of stairs. 40 steps, to a door, third from the end, And inside. It's a bedroom, but it smells musty, like no fresh air has swirled around here in a while. Is this your room? He tugs his hand from mine and paces, looking around. It's clean. No dust, nothing notable but some heavy dark wood antique furniture. It used to be. Are you okay? We were barely in the door for 5 minutes and you let your mother get to you. He scrubs his hands up and down his face and faces me. I know. It's like the second I'm around my family, well, my parents, not so much Emma, I lose the ability to think clearly. All I see is their faces, and every time I walk through the door, I'm taken back in time. I can't get the image of the way my mother's face looked when she dropped me off at that place. Promised Land? I prompt. Is it a hospital? He pins me with a glare and leans in. I'm not talking about it. Then his mouth crashes against mine with no warning, no preamble, no gentleness. He cups the back of my neck and keeps me locked in place so I can't move. It reminds me of the night off the ballroom when things went a little too far, and I shove at his chest until he finally releases me, with the taste of bourbon on my lips. What are you doing? He shrugs. Connecting. Trying to find a way to get through the rest of this without the alcohol. You think kissing me is the answer? Then it hits me. The night at the ball, the first kiss we shared. He uses sex just as much as he uses alcohol to numb the chaos in his head. Am I just another coping mechanism for him? Don't. He snaps, his tone sharp. Don't look at me like that, Salem. I don't want your fucking pity. I caress his cheek, but he bats my hand away, turning his back to me. If you don't want to fuck, then fine. Let's return to the shit show downstairs. His words are a sharp slap, and I gasp. Maybe all I am to him is a coping mechanism. One stupid enough to be dragged along to his family gatherings like a walking bourbon bottle. I tip my chin up and shake my head. I was a fool to think we could do this. You have your secrets, and yet you want mine. You won't let me help you the same way you help me? He faces me again, his eyes cold, dark, dangerous. I asked if you wanted to fuck. That's how you can help me, if I can't drink. I swallow the lump in my throat, tears threatening at the corners of my eyes. I see. For the record, you didn't ask. Somehow, I managed to walk out of the room and find my way back to the door in the labyrinth of a house. Somehow, I managed to call for an Uber and wait, without falling apart, for it to arrive. Somehow, I managed to leave. When he doesn't follow me, I know I was right. This was all a game to him. And I'm done being a pawn on someone else's board. Chapter 24. Salem. Dr. Martinez's waiting room hasn't changed in the 2 years I've been coming here. Same soothing blue walls, same arranged magazines, same familiar safety of routine. What's changing is me. Slowly, painfully. As I sit now, waiting, my silk-covered hands twist in my lap, the gloves Lee bought me feeling less like protection now, and more like a reminder of everything I'm about to lose. The receptionist offers her usual kind smile, the one she's given me through every phase of my healing. Through the dark days after Chelsea, when I needed 3 pairs of nitrile gloves just to function. Through the hope Lee brought with his gift of silk ones. Through today, when even these beautiful gloves can't protect me from the pain of watching someone I love slip away. I smoothed the silk against my thighs, trying to focus on how far I've come, rather than how much everything hurts. Dr. Martinez would be proud of the progress. 1 pair of gloves instead of 3, the ability to handle crowds, sometimes. The strength to recognize when something's ending before it destroys you. But she'd also understand why today feels harder than usual. Why I had to force myself to come instead of hiding in my room. Why watching Lee retreat into bourbon and silence at the photo shoot felt like losing him before I had even officially let him go. I can still see his face as he pulled away, how he cut me with words rather than allowing me to help him. The chaos I used to love about him is becoming something darker, something dangerous. Something that reminds me too much of Chelsea's final days. But that's why I'm here, isn't it? Sitting in this all-too-familiar waiting room with silk-covered hands, trying to find the strength to do what needs to be done, trying to believe that walking away from someone you love can be an act of strength rather than cowardice. The clock ticks steadily, marking the minutes until my session. Each second feels like another step toward an ending I don't want but can't prevent. Because I can't watch someone else I love destroy themselves. Can't lose another person to their own demons. Can't save someone who doesn't want saving. Progress hurts. Healing hurts. Love hurts. But maybe that's the point. No nitrile today, Dr. Martinez observes as I settle into my usual spot on her office couch. The silk ones he gave you. You're still wearing them. It's not really a question, but I answer anyway. They feel like holding on to something I know I have to let go. My fingers twist together, silk sliding against silk. Like the last piece of what we were before everything started falling apart. Dr. Martinez lets the silence stretch, giving me space to find words for things I don't want to face. Her office feels safe. Always has, even in my darkest days after Chelsea. But today, that safety makes everything harder somehow, makes it more real. The photo shoot was awful, I finally say, voice barely above a whisper. His mother arranged it. Family portraits, society documentation, proof of her son's suitable relationship. A bitter laugh escapes me. Except nothing about it felt right. Nothing about it felt real anymore. Tell me about that. Her voice is gentle but firm, the way it always is when she knows I'm avoiding something harder. He was drinking. The words taste like bourbon and heartbreak. Not just a glass or two to handle his mother's antics. Really drinking, pulling away, retreating into himself with every shot. My silk-covered hands clench. I watched him disappear right in front of me, and all I could think was what? Was that I've seen this before. Tears blur my vision but don't fall. With Chelsea. The way she started pulling away. The way she retreated into herself. The way she chose destruction. Dr. Martinez finishes softly. And now you're seeing similar patterns with Lee. Yes. The admission feels like betrayal somehow. Except this time, I'm not the naive girl who didn't see it coming. This time I know the signs. This time I understand what watching someone spiral looks like. I look down at my gloved hands. This time I have to be strong enough to walk away before I lose someone else I love, and then myself in the reckoning of it. I can't be that girl again. I won't be that girl again. But how can I face life after him? The words hang in the air between us, heavy with truth and pain and everything I've been afraid to admit. Tell me about his drinking, Dr. Martinez says after I've collected myself. How it's changed things between you. It's not just the amount, though that's getting worse. My fingers trace the edges of my gloves, finding comfort in their familiar silk. It's how he uses it now, not for parties or social events, but to disappear, to hide from his family's expectations, to drown whatever demons he's fighting. And worse, I realized he does the same thing with sex, and it's making me question every kiss, every touch. He's using it all to hide himself away.
Like Chelsea used isolation, she observes quietly, to hide her pain. Or when that didn't work, perfectionism, so no one could see the cracks.
Yes. The parallel hits hard. Except Lee uses bourbon instead of silence, chaos instead of withdrawal. The result is the same, watching someone slip away piece by piece while pretending everything's fine. Dr. Martinez lets that sink in before asking,
"And how are you handling that? Seeing these similarities?"
A laugh escapes me, but it sounds more like a sob. I'm wearing silk gloves he bought me while planning to walk away from him. How do you think I'm handling it?
With more strength than you're giving yourself credit for, she says firmly. You recognize the patterns now. You understand what's happening. That's growth, Salem.
Is it growth? I look up at her, needing answers I know she can't give. Or is it just history repeating itself? Me failing to save someone else I love?
You couldn't save Chelsea, she reminds me gently. Just like you can't save Lee. That's not failure. That's understanding that people have to fight some battles for themselves.
The truth of that settles in my chest like lead. Because she's right. Because I know she's right. Because sometimes the hardest lesson is learning you can't save someone who doesn't want saving. I love him, I whisper, and the words feel like glass in my throat. I love how he understands my patterns without judging them. How he makes chaos feel beautiful instead of threatening. How he... I swallow hard. How he made me believe I could be more than my broken pieces. But I can't watch someone else I love destroy himself. The tears finally fall. I can't lose another person to their own demons. I can't survive that again. Dr. Martinez hands me a tissue, and I realize I've twisted my gloves almost off my hands. Like even they know it's time to let go.
You know,
Dr. Martinez leans forward slightly.
Choosing to walk away doesn't mean you failed. Sometimes it means you're finally strong enough to choose yourself.
Even if choosing myself means breaking both our hearts? I smooth my gloves back into place, trying to find stability in the familiar gesture. Even if there's still the engagement gala coming up, the last thing I promised him, the final piece of our arrangement.
Tell me about that. She catches the conflict in my voice. About the gala.
It's soon? My throat tightens. His sister's engagement announcement. The whole Sterling family will be there, all of society watching. I promised I'd see this through, be there for him one last time, give him... I trail off, realizing what I'm really doing.
Give him what, Salem?
One last chance. The words come out barely above a whisper. One last opportunity to prove me wrong. To show me he's not going to become another Chelsea. To convince me that staying wouldn't mean watching someone else I love fade away drink by drink. Dr. Martinez studies me for a moment.
And if he doesn't take that chance? If he shows up drunk, retreats into bourbon again?
Then I walk away. The certainty in my voice surprises us both. Then I keep these silk gloves as a reminder that some love stories end before they really begin. Then my voice cracks. Then I choose myself over watching history repeat itself.
That's incredibly brave, she says softly. Recognizing your limits,
setting boundaries, being able to walk away. That's not something the Salem I first met could have done. She's right. The girl who came to her after Chelsea, drowning in guilt and nitrile gloves, couldn't have made this choice, couldn't have recognized when love becomes destruction, couldn't have found the strength to save herself instead of trying to save everyone else. I just wish... I stop, fighting tears again. Wish what? Wish loving him was enough. The admission hurts. Wish I could save him like I couldn't save Chelsea. Wish I didn't have to choose between watching him destroy himself or walking away while I still can. But you know that's not how it works. She reminds me gently. People have to want to save themselves, have to choose their own healing, have to fight their own demons. I know. And I do know, even if knowing feels like swallowing glass. I'll give him the gala. One last night. One last chance. And then I choose myself. I look down at my silk-covered hands. Even if choosing myself means letting him go. Tell me about your family. Dr. Martinez shifts topics, knowing when I need a break from heavier truths. How have they been handling your relationship with Lee? They don't really know him, I admit, shame coloring my voice. I've only let him meet Noah. I couldn't bring him home the way he was at the photo shoot. Couldn't let my parents see him drinking, retreating, becoming something darker. Noah knows him, though. Noah saw him at his best, in the beginning. Saw how he helped me feel safer, how he understood my patterns, how he made everything make sense. I twist my gloved fingers together. But lately, even Noah's noticed the change. Keeps asking if I'm okay, if Lee's okay, if everything's what? If everything's turning into another Chelsea situation. The words come out barely above a whisper. Mom and Dad, they worked so hard to help me after Chelsea. The hospital bills, the therapy, the endless patience while I learned to exist in the world again. I swallow hard. I can't let them watch me go through losing someone else like that. Dr. Martinez lets that settle before asking, and what does Noah think about the gala? He offered to pick me up after. Said he'd be on standby in case. My voice cracks. In case Lee proves me right instead of wrong. In case I need an escape route. In case this really is the end. Your brother loves you very much. Yes. Tears blur my vision again. He's the only one who really understands why I have to do this. Why I have to give Lee this one last chance. But also why I have to be ready to walk away. What I don't say is how much that will kill me, and how I don't know if I'll ever be able to get back on track afterward. And are you? She asks gently. Ready? I look down at my silk-covered hands, at the gloves Lee chose with such care, at everything they represent about who we were and who we're becoming. I have to be. My voice steadies. I'll go to the gala. I'll give him this last chance. I'll pray that he proves me wrong, that he shows up sober and present and real. I meet her eyes. But if he doesn't, go on. Then I choose myself, choose my healing, choose to be strong enough to walk away before history repeats itself. And if he does prove you wrong? Hope flutters in my chest, dangerous but unstoppable. Then, maybe some love stories don't have to end. Maybe some chaos can be beautiful again. Maybe some patterns are worth fighting for. I'm proud of you, Salem. So proud. Dr. Martinez gives me a hug after the session ends. I leave her office carrying that hope like a fragile bird in my chest. I don't know, though. Lee hasn't reached out after the photo shoot, and I haven't been able to bring myself to reach out to him either. In my car, I stare at the gloves, the silk glinting in the light through the window. They are beautiful. I've been careful about wearing them, treasuring them, as if my heart knows that once this is all over, they are the only thing I'll have left of him. I refuse to check my phone, to refresh my text messages and my social media messages or my call log. I refuse to sit here and cry for hours while I wait for him to decide if I'm worthy of his apology. I don't even know if he understands how wrong that day went. Losing him feels like I'm losing Chelsea all over again. And I don't think I'll survive another loss like that. Please, Lee. Prove me wrong. Please.
Chapter 25. Lee. The days without Salem by my side make time feel different. The hours and seconds bleed together. Everything is torture without her. It's your own fault, idiot. I remind myself of that and let the loss of her presence disappear between the drinks. The mill feels different in daylight, emptier, older, honest. I hate it. Afternoon sun streams through windows that usually only reflect neon and shadows, catching dust motes that dance like memories I can't quite catch. I'm angry at myself, at my mother, at this entire fucking world. And if I stay inside this house another second, I'm going to lose my fucking mind. None of the mill activities have started yet, and won't until the fall, but I can't go home either. Not when every surface reminds me of her being there, telling me how proud she was. How could I have ruined things so badly with her at the photo shoot? I throw back a shot of whatever bottle is within reach. It's brown, and it burns as it goes down, and that's all I really care about. When I get tired of watching the dust motes stream through the light, I wobble off the stool. The world shifts, and I wobble on my legs. Shit, how much have I had already? What's the point? Does it really matter? I've been drinking and walking around this lonely, empty house all day. It was either get drunk or make a scene, and God knows I've done enough of that. I don't know why I do it, but when I check my phone for the 100th time, the screen is still blank. No texts or phone calls. Why would she text you, idiot? I guess I don't know. I've been too much of a chicken shit to text her, and an apology seems too small for what I did to her, how I made her feel. I don't know how to fix this, fix myself, fix us. All I can think to do is drink until the pain in my chest no longer exists. Fuck this place. I grab my wallet and keys and head to the door. Fuck, I can barely walk. How the hell am I supposed to drive somewhere? I look down and notice a different bottle of alcohol in my hand. Shit, where did this bottle come from? I squint to make out the words. Jack Daniels Coy Hill. Well, apparently when I've given up on life, I reach for the good shit. Instead of fighting gravity, I sink to the steps and sit. How pathetic. Even my legs have given up on me. When my phone vibrates, I spin it in my hand to check the screen, but it won't recognize my face. Fucking story of my life. I spend another minute remembering and punching in the passcode the fucking thing demands in place of my image. I click the first lit notification, hope soaring in my chest, only to deflate like a balloon when I realize it isn't Salem, but Ellie. Ellie, come save me from Sebastian. I can't help but grin. Me, I'm not getting between that man and your vagina. Wait a minute, I might. He is awfully pretty. Ellie, smiley face emoji. Regardless, he's being overly protective at this point. I just want to get an iced coffee by myself. You also haven't met the baby yet. The baby. Fuck. I scrubbed my hand clutching the bottle up my face and bopped myself in the cheek with it. I'm the worst fucking friend on the planet. I've been so wrapped up in my own shit, I didn't even check on Ellie since the day after the birth. Me, do you want me to bring you an iced coffee? It would be an expensive as fuck ride app trip, but I'd do it for her. Ellie, no, I want 5 minutes where I'm not a mom, where I'm Ellie. I want to get coffee alone, completely alone. I consider the screen and nod, but then remember she can't see me. Me, on the way. It only takes a few minutes for a rideshare app to show up, and then I direct it to Seb and Ellie's house. They are still living in Seb's family estate, so it's not too far of a ride. Once in the back seat, I bring the bottle to my lips and take a swig. Hey, the driver snaps. You can't have that in here. I could go to jail. I scoff. No, you won't. You're not even drinking. How much would it cost to say, have you forget you saw it? He shakes his head. Whatever, but... He narrows his gaze at me in the rearview mirror. You're not going to puke or anything, are you? I just take another swig and stare out the window. Fine. I want a 5-star review and a $100 tip. He keeps watching me like I'm going to balk. Whatever, man. Just get me there and it's all good. My phone vibrates again and my heart rockets into my esophagus. Fuck me. Not Salem. Sebastian, don't be a fuckface. She's feeling self-conscious still, so don't fucking say anything about her appearance, or the baby puke, or any fucking thing that will upset her. Excuse me? Who the fuck does he think I am? I'd never hurt Ellie like that. Or would I? Look what I've done, all the pain I caused. Doesn't matter. Saying and actually doing are two different things. I didn't want to hurt Salem, and look at us now. She won't even talk to me. I swallow down some more of the Jack and sink into the plush leather seats, staring out the window until we finally arrive at Seb's estate. The gate opens as I step out of the car, the driver calling after me, "Don't forget our deal." Yeah. I wave him goodbye with the bottle in my hand and walk up the driveway, opening the rideshare app so I can complete my end of the deal. I hit send on the tip and give him 5 stars. By the time I reach the front doors, they're already opening. I'm giving no warning as Ellie rushes toward me. She knocks the air out of my lungs as she wraps her arms around me, pulling me tight to her chest. Well, hello to you, too. After a moment, I pull away and greet her with a smile. Shit, you must be dying to get out. She tucks me against her and leads me inside, which is good because the ground is rolling under my feet. Sebastian stands in the foyer, perfectly dressed as always, with the exception of a baby towel thrown over his shoulder and one tiny bundle tucked tight into one arm. She's a little bigger than a football, and I step closer to peer down at her pudgy little face. Shit, I don't even want kids, and I can't help but think she's adorable. She has Seb's golden blonde hair. Ellie moves the blanket down a little so I can get a better look. What did you guys end up naming her? Sebastian smiles. Calliope. That's sweet. The thought of being responsible for another human, let alone naming them, it gives me hives. Good thing I don't plan on having any tiny, pudgy footballs. I raise the bottle in my hand and take a swig while I admire the little one's face. What the fuck? I jolt and look around at the sharp edge in Sebastian's voice. What? What's going on? Sebastian hands the baby over to Ellie, who takes her, eyeing me with a mix of... what even is that look? Pity? Disgust? Whatever it is, I don't like it. Before I can make sense of what is happening, the world around me spins. Sebastian grabs me by the shirt and propels me backwards until my back meets the wall, the air leaving my lungs in a swoosh. What the fuck? Did you seriously come to my house to visit with my wife and infant daughter, drunk? He growls in my face, his eyes hard and flat in a way I usually don't see directed at me. I try to shrug him off, but I'm uncoordinated, and he has some weight on me. First of all, I'm not fucking drunk, just a little buzzed. His eyes narrow with suspicion, but I'm saved from Sebastian's next tirade when the door opens. Hey, Seb, what the fuck is going on with Harry? Drew stops, hands still on the door, his gaze darting between us. Did I miss something? What's going on here? Sebastian merely shakes his head and tosses me at Drew like I'm a sack of potatoes. Thankfully, Drew catches me, keeping me upright since my legs are failing to do so. You don't have to be an asshole, I shout. I didn't even come here to see you, fucker. I came here because Ellie asked me to. I know I'm only pushing him, tempting him to lose his temper. Maybe a good black eye will help me get back to reality. I struggle to stand upright, pushing against Drew. Nausea swirls in my gut. He steadies me again and calmly steps to the side to stare at Sebastian. What's happening? Sebastian smooths his suit jacket and then shakes out his shoulders while he fixes his hair, his version of calming down. Fuck. No. I want him to hit me. Throw a punch, anything to stop the endless pity party that's taking place in my fucking brain. Sebastian keeps his eyes on Drew, who is standing a foot away from me in jeans and a black Henley, looking just as expensive as Seb in his fancy suit. Ellie invited Lee over to meet the baby, but in typical Lee fashion he shows up drunk with an open bottle of alcohol. I'm not even that drunk. I mumble and try to stay still, but I can feel the world slipping to the side, so I must be leaning right. Drew grabs the back of my collar and tugs me toward the door. I'll take care of it. Sebastian takes a step forward, stopping only once we're face to face. Maybe he decided to punch me after all. Stay the fuck out of my house until you can get your shit together. We've graduated, Lee. We're fucking adults. There are no more parties, no more things for you to hide behind. Fix your fucking shit, because I'm not allowing you near my family until you do. I keep my gaze locked with his as I raise my bottle and take a long drink, maintaining eye contact the entire time. He's just like everyone else. Fuck him. Fuck all of them. When I swallow, I shrug. Fine, whatever. I don't need to be anywhere near your fucking family. A soft gasp comes from behind me. Lee, Ellie says softly, so softly, and yet I still hear the hurt in her voice. Another bolt of pain shoots through me, adding to the mass in my gut, weighing me down further, dragging me in the muck. I'm so fucking worthless. Drew drags me out by the collar. Come on, before you dig a deeper hole. I'll take you home. It's all a blur, but he gets me into his car. When he goes to grab the seatbelt and fasten it, I put the bottle between my knees and jerk it out of his hold. I can fucking buckle a seatbelt, Drew. He raises one eyebrow and then closes the door with a sharp slam that shakes the vehicle. He climbs in without a word and does a quick U-turn in Sebastian's drive. All I do is stare out the window. Don't take me home. Just take me to a hotel. A hotel? Why not your house or Salem's? I lean my head back into the headrest and take a long drink of Jack, At least he doesn't complain about stupid fucking open container laws. There is no Salem. I fucked up, I find myself saying. Ruined everything with my stupid, selfish needs. Drew changes lanes, heading out of town instead of the city center. What's going on? Nothing and everything at the same time? I'm a fucking mess. Drew studies me for a long moment, seeing too much, like always, seeing the cracks in my careful facade, seeing how everything's unraveling faster than I can cover it up. I'm tired of even trying to cover it up. Here, with Drew, I don't have to try, not when it won't get me anywhere. He's always been able to see through my bullshit. No surprise there. We're all messes, he says quietly, but that doesn't explain what the actual problem is. Where do I start? How do I explain that Salem's made me better and worse at the same time? That she's taught me to find beauty in broken things while making me terrified of my own jagged edges? I want to tell him, but I know it won't change anything. Patterns remain patterns. So instead of pouring my heart out to him, I reach for the bottle again, measuring memories in ounces of escape, remembering the hurt and betrayed look on her face at the photo shoot, and how she disappeared after I was an asshole to her. Talking about it won't change what happened. I pause and then continue. I'm fine. In time, everything will be okay. I lie, flashing my practiced sterling smile, the one that charms society matrons and fools everyone except Drew. Bullshit. You just told me you ruined everything with your stupid selfish needs, and now you expect me to accept your everything is fine response? Forget it. Nothing matters. What's done is done. The words come out sharper than intended. What do you mean what's done is done? His voice remains neutral. If you fucked up, I'm sure it can be fixed. Salem cares about you. There is almost nothing you could do that can't be fixed in some capacity. The bourbon doesn't burn enough anymore. Doesn't quiet the chaos in my head the way Salem does just by existing in my space, by counting with me, by making everything make sense. She deserves better. I continue to look out the window, watching as everything passes by. Someone who isn't broken in all the wrong ways. Lee, someone who didn't need Promised Land to fix them. The confession is out before I can shove it back into my mouth. The stupid bourbon is making me spill all kinds of secrets. Drew is quiet, too quiet. We don't talk about Promised Land, about those months I disappeared during our junior year of high school, or about why I started drinking to begin with. It's easier to pretend that the pain doesn't exist, that bad things never happened, than to rip open the wounds and try to heal them. We both know that's not true. You never needed to be fixed, he says quietly. And Salem would agree. You don't know that. I reach for the bottle again, but Drew's fingers grasp onto it before I can, and he moves it just out of reach. Asshole. None of you know a damn thing about what I went through when I was there, what they did to me, or the methods they used to fix me. You're right, we don't. We don't know anything, and not because we don't give a shit about you. We care. You're like a brother to me, Lee. But you've never trusted any of us enough to help you carry your secrets. Another minute or two and I'll be sharing too much of how my insides are a festering wound of self-hate, and the only things that can turn it off for a few minutes is the bourbon, the sex, and the fighting. And Salem, my stupid brain supplies. And Salem. I don't deserve her. I don't deserve to even have her in my life, or even have a fucking life at this point. I spin over the console and go for the bottle. He tries to grapple me away while keeping his hand on the wheel, but I still manage to get it. If you want me to talk, you dick, I need this. Stop being stupid. You don't need that. And so what? You messed up. Just means you're human. No point in crying over it. Just man up and fix it. I'm not crying, asshole, I growl. The secrets, the pain, all of it's boiling to the top, and I don't know how much longer I can keep a lid on it. Then stop whining about it and tell me what the hell happened. Tell me the truth so I can help you. I don't know if you can help me, if anyone can help me. Maybe I'm past the point of help. My voice trembles, and I hate it. I hate how vulnerable I am. Hate how I can't hide behind the lies anymore, or any of the many masks I've worn. The pain reaches the very top of the pot, and all of the darkness pours out of me. They tried to pray it away. The words taste like ash and old fear. 6 months of scripture and therapy and learning how to be the perfect Sterling son. 6 months of lashes with the belt when I didn't say the words the way they wanted. How to want the right things, the right people, how to be fucking normal. Drew doesn't move, doesn't speak, just lets the confession hang between us. They did what? There's an undercurrent of anger in his voice. I've seen the scars and knew it had to be bad, but shit, man. Fuck. This time I take a long draw of the liquor, needing it to burn away this ache, this pain inside. Well, it didn't work, did it? Still bi, still a disappointment, still drinking just to be able to handle family functions, still. I trail off, remembering Salem's face when I propositioned her at the photo shoot. Still fucking up everything good in my life. It doesn't have to be that way. We both know Salem isn't the type to judge. She wouldn't care about Promised Land. Drew's voice is gentle but firm. The only thing that would matter to her is that you're hurting, that you're pushing her away instead of letting her in, giving her the opportunity to understand. I'm past wanting to hear any of this shit. I haven't texted her, but she also hasn't reached out to me either, not even a fuck you very much to let me know she's safe or still alive. Take me to Salem's house, I say, shifting to look at him. I just need to know she's okay. Drew lets out a low, dark chuckle. Not fucking happening, man. She makes everything quiet, I whisper, admitting it finally. When I'm with her, counting tiles or measuring spaces or just existing in her careful world, everything makes sense. The noise in my head stops. Then you keep her. You do whatever it takes, and I mean anything to keep her beside you. Drew's tone is iron, steel-threaded, and I look over, his eyes on the road, his jaw set tight. He did whatever was necessary to keep Belle. Sebastian did anything in his power to keep Ellie, even fucking married her. How is what I did to make her mine any different? It doesn't allay the guilt in my gut, but it hardens my resolve. You can take me back to the mill, I say, staring out the window again. Are we done with this little heart-to-heart? Drew asks, his tone lighter again. This wasn't a heart-to-heart, dude. It was you being a bully and me being drunk. It means nothing. He makes a noise in his throat and heads back to the house. Belle calls as we pull in, so it's easy to climb out of the car and wave him off. He's already distracted. He has Belle. Sebastian has Ellie and the baby. It's just Aries and me, and even Aries is off doing his own thing. None of them need me anymore. I take another swig of the Jack. None of them need me. Did they ever even want me to begin with, if I'm not partying or joking or fucking? I slumped to the top steps of the house and leaned back, the sun streaming down on my face. A cold sweat breaks out over my skin as my thoughts wander, deeper, darker. None of them need me anyway. If I were gone, my mother would leave Salem alone, and my friends would ensure she stayed safe. I know that, even if they think I'm a spoiled dick. I scoot up to be able to lay across the top step. It would be too easy. A few pills, drift off to sleep, and never have to experience pain again. Even as I think about doing it, my insides clench up. No more pain, no more doubt, no more self-pity and wallowing, no more masks, but also no more Salem. That stops all the swirling thoughts. My phone vibrates and I fish it out of my pocket. Probably Sebastian, threatening to rip off my balls or give me another lecture about how immature I am. But as I focus my attention on reading the screen, everything stops. The world goes still. Well, except this roil in my stomach. I click the message and read the words. It's simple, but it might just be hope. Salem, meet me for coffee tomorrow. I don't like not following through on promises, but to move forward, we need to talk. Whatever it takes. Drew's voice is in my head, and I smile for the first time in days. Then I roll over and puke my guts out. Chapter 26. Lee. The morning crowd at the Daily Grind hasn't thinned yet, but I spot Salem immediately. She's not in our usual corner, the one with the perfect sightlines to all exits, the one I always clean 3 times before she arrives. Sadness fills the empty space in my chest. Today she sits near the window, back to the door, like she doesn't care who might approach her from behind, like she doesn't need me watching her blind spots anymore. She's wearing the latex gloves again, not the silk ones I bought her. That hurts. It hits harder than expected. A deliberate step backward, a calculated return to barriers between her and the world, between us. I check my reflection in the window, sober, showered, wearing the sweater she once said brought out the color of my eyes. I maneuver the garment bag I bought for her just in case. I'm ready to finally tell her everything, to lay my soul bare to her. Here goes nothing. She doesn't look up as I approach, doesn't even acknowledge me until I clear my throat to draw her attention. Lee? Her voice is perfectly polite, perfectly distant, the kind of polite that feels more like a punishment than greeting. You've changed tables. The words come out accusatory despite my best intentions. This one has better light for studying. She still won't look at me, focused on arranging her books with precise movements, not the careful patterns I've grown used to, just efficiency, distance, walls. Salem, thanks for meeting me. She finally looks up at me and my muscles tense, the sudden fear of losing her grabbing onto me. Her brown eyes are blank, lacking the usual warmth and affection I've come to know. Where is my Salem? A heartbeat passes, and then another. Please sit. We need to talk. The speech I prepared dies in my throat. The truths I came to tell shrivel under her controlled dismissal. This isn't my Salem, the one who shares quiet moments and understands unspoken words. This is someone else entirely. Someone who's built new walls, stronger, reinforced ones. Someone who's decided I'm not worth the effort of being let in. Someone who's learned to protect herself from me. This is my fault. I did this to her, to us. She has every right to feel the way she does. The memory of Drew's encouragement feels distant now, foolish. How could I think telling her everything would help when she's clearly decided I'm not worth the risk anymore? Damn it. I should walk away, but I can't. I can't do it, not without trying. I sink into the chair, measuring my movements to avoid disrupting her study materials. You wanted to talk? Don't you think you have something to say to me first? Her pen moves across her notebook in precise strokes, but I notice her hand trembling. She's not as composed as she's pretending to be. The gala. I keep my voice low, steady. The engagement announcement from my sister. I know it's not what you signed up for, dealing with my family like this. If you want an out, is that it? She cuts me off, finally meeting my eyes. Really? No. The word comes fast, honest. That's not... No. First, I need to apologize. I was a complete asshole and you had every right to call me on my shit. Something in her gaze softens just slightly. And, Salem, please, I want to ask what she wants me to say. What can I do to fix this? The look in her eyes says I should know already, and I do, but fuck, how do I tell her everything? How do I come clean? If I were you, I'd start with an apology. If you don't plan on apologizing, if you're here to talk about us, there is nothing to talk about. What's done is done. If you're here about the gala, just tell me what you need. Time, place, dress code. I'll be there. That was the deal, right? The deal. Like that's all this is. All we are. All we've been. I won't lie. It hurts. Real fucking bad. But again, I deserve it. I deserve whatever she wants to throw at me. Yeah. My voice sounds strange. Hollow. That was the deal. She nods once, efficient and distant. Okay, so please tell me what I need to know so I can get back to studying. I look away from her face, letting my gaze drift over her frame. There's a slight tremble in her hands as she adjusts her notebook's position. It's impossible to miss the bob of her throat as she swallows back whatever words she wanted to say. The pain in my chest intensifies, and I know I'm only handing her the bricks, helping her to build the walls between us with every careful word she chooses to speak. I want Salem. I want her to be mine, truly, but I'm not stupid. The pain and anger I've caused her, the way I've hurt her, I took her trust and smashed it. If it isn't obvious now, I don't know when it will be. I'm nothing more than a complication in her life. I can't add my shit onto hers. I can't make her carry my issues when I'm barely managing to carry them myself. I made the selfish choice to find a way to make her mine, and it bit me in the ass. Now I have to suffer the consequences. So I swallow my confessions and give her what she's asking for. Distance, formality, business. Even if it kills me. Right, so the gala starts at 8, I say, slipping into the polite tone I learned to adopt for society functions. Black tie, obviously. My mother's going all out. Full orchestra, ice sculptures, the works. It's at the Grand Hotel downtown again. Family loves that fucking place. Great. Salem makes a note in her planner, her handwriting lacking its usual precise care. Dress code specifics? Actually, I reached for the garment bag I'd set aside, the one I spent hours choosing with her in mind. I already took care of that part. She stares at the bag like it might bite her. You didn't need to... It's burgundy, I interrupt, needing her to understand at least this much. Like the one from the charity event. It's different enough that no one will compare them. The back is higher, more coverage, and it has pockets. Hidden ones, but real ones. I know you like having somewhere to put your hands when things get overwhelming. Shock that morphs into pain flickers in her expression. That's thorough of you. I pay attention. The words come out softer than intended, more honest. You know that. I don't always do what I should, but I do pay attention. Her latex-covered fingers clench slightly. To the details that matter for appearances, I know. Salem, anything else? She doesn't look at the dress or even me. Any other arrangements I should be aware of? I swallow hard against the urge to expel the secrets I'm keeping, to make her understand that I notice details because I care, not because of appearances, that I remember her preferences because they matter to me, not because this is an act. I'll pick you up at 7:30, I say instead. That will give us time to... There's no need. She's already shaking her head. Noah can drop me off. It's easier that way. Easier. Like having her brother drive her to our last official fake date is easier than letting me pick her up. Like maintaining distance is easier than risking closeness again. Right. My voice sounds strange, even to my own ears. Easier. She makes another note in her planner, all businesslike. Will there be a specific entrance we should use for the photographers? Of course I arranged a private entrance. Of course I made sure there would be quiet spaces she could escape to. Of course I thought of every detail that might make her comfortable. From the very beginning, this has always been about her comfort. Yes, it was an arrangement, but it was also an obsession and a need. East entrance, I tell her. I'll have someone waiting to guide you in. Perfect. She closes her planner with finality. Was there anything else? Yes, everything. 1,000 truths caught in my throat. Can I really do this if it means saving some part of this, of us? Promised Land is a conversion therapy camp for teens who need... I trail off. Her eyes are locked to my face now, all indifference gone, complete focus. I shudder out of breath. Can I really tell her this? No, not all of it. I was sent there for 6 months when I was 16 by my parents after I was caught kissing a boy. I reach around my side and gesture to my back, begging her to understand what I'm trying to say without having to force the word out. Not here, not like this. She says nothing, and the hope that flared bright inside me shudders. She's already moved on. She doesn't care. Well, I stand slowly, leaving the garment bag draped over the empty chair. That's everything you need to know for the gala. I watch her gaze flick to the dress before returning to her books. One quick glance that betrays her more than she probably means to. I know she sees what I see, all the careful details chosen specifically for her, the way the fabric will move without restriction, the high neckline that won't make her anxious, the hidden pockets that are the perfect size for her gloved hands. The color's pretty, she offers, her voice soft, like she's commenting on a stranger's choice, not something I spent weeks selecting just for her. You'll look beautiful in it, I say before I can stop myself. It's too honest of a response for this business agreement and the ever-growing distance that's forming between us. Her pen stills for a moment. It's suitable for the occasion. That's what matters. Suitable. My mother's favorite word. One that's haunted every choice I've ever made. A word that Salem wears like armor. Salem, I try again, needing to break through this wall somehow. About the gala. About everything. Please stop. You don't need to do this. I agreed to come with you. I'll give you one more chance, but I need you to talk to me. Exactly like you expect me to talk to you. Be honest with me." It's only then I notice a tear slip down her cheek. I start to reach out, but she ducks away. "Okay, and what about after everything?" Waiting for her to speak is like trying to walk a tightrope with a car on my chest. After what? After the gala, after our deal ends, after. She studies my face and no doubt sees the hollows under my eyes, the paleness of my skin. I don't know yet. I can't until you stop hiding yourself from me. I huff out a breath, my patience withering under the pain inside me. It's not a secret. Promised land. I just don't like talking about it. She slides her gloved hand forward almost involuntarily, then tucks it back. And I won't rush you, but I can't promise anything. Let's just get through the gala. I nod, swallowing the lump in my throat, the burn behind my eyelids. Yeah, let's just get through the gala.
Chapter 27. Salem. "You don't have to do this," Noah tells me for the third time since we left the house. He pulls up to the private entrance of the Grand Hotel, where Lee is standing there, waiting under the spaced garden lights. "We could go get ice cream instead, watch bad movies. There's no need to subject yourself to this, especially after what he did." "Yes, there is. I made a deal." I smooth my hands over the burgundy silk of my dress, the dress Lee chose with such care, such attention to my needs, the dress that feels like a beautiful cage. And I'm keeping my word. And thanking the heavens I didn't tell him everything Lee did, or Noah would already be out of the car right now. Noah's hands tighten on the steering wheel. "Even when the other person doesn't deserve it?" I don't answer, can't answer, because Lee's approaching the car. He looks devastatingly handsome in his classic tuxedo. His dark hair is styled for once instead of brushed askew with his fingers. His full lips bend up in a smile, and it slams deep into my thundering heart. Because for once, he's sober. Each step is careful and measured, nothing like the chaos of recent weeks. "I'll text you when I need a pickup," I tell Noah, reaching for the door before Lee can open it. Lee's faster and beats me to it, appearing at my side with the same grace that first drew me to him. "Salem." His greeting is soft, careful. "You look beautiful." For a moment, everything feels like before. Before the distance, before the walls, before whatever broke between us. Like a true gentleman, he offers me his hand, and I take it, automatically. "The dress is perfect," he says as I step out. "Just like I knew it would be." Hope flutters in my chest, unwanted and dangerous. I want to extinguish those feelings, set them on fire and watch them burn. Why does he have to look so steady, present, normal, like the Lee who used to make everything make sense? It isn't real. It's just another mask that he wears. Another layer. I can't trust the image painted before me. Can't trust him or myself when I'm around him. Still, armed with that knowledge, when he guides me toward the entrance, his hand warm at my back, I let myself pretend. Just for a moment. Just for tonight. Even if I know it will hurt like hell tomorrow. The Grand Hotel's ballroom sparkles with crystal and candlelight, but Lee guides me to a quieter alcove first. "I had them set up a space for you," he says, gesturing to a small table with sealed water bottles and fresh hand sanitizer. "Somewhere you can retreat if it gets overwhelming." The thoughtfulness of it hits hard. At the same time, the memory of how we used our last quiet space surges up, making my face hot. This is the Lee I know, the one who anticipates my needs, who creates safe spaces, who remembers every little detail that matters to me. Thank you, I manage, hating how my voice quavers slightly. And look, he points to the nearest exit, partially hidden behind elegant drapery. Quick escape route, just in case. 20 steps to fresh air. He remembers how I need to know my exits, remembers how crowds can suddenly become too much. Remembers me. You didn't have to do all this. I twist my hands together, silk sliding against silk. Yes, I did. His voice carries that intensity I've missed. He reaches for me, then stops himself. Salem. Lee. Emma's voice cuts through whatever he was about to say. Mother's looking for you both. Something flickers across his face. Frustration? Regret? But when he turns to his sister, his smile is perfect, practiced. We're coming. He offers me his arm. Ready? I take it graciously, because this is what we agreed to. This is the final act. The ballroom has filled while we lingered in our quiet corner. Faces turn as we enter, some curious, some judgmental, some carefully blank. Lee's presence beside me makes it manageable. His steady warmth keeps me grounded as we navigate the crowd. Drink? He asks softly, leading me toward the bar. They have those sealed waters you like. Or we can go with something stronger, if you prefer. Water is fine. He signals the bartender, who produces a sealed bottle immediately. Lee checks the seal himself before handing it to me, and my heart clenches in my chest at the familiar gesture. This version of Lee, attentive, careful, sober, makes it hard to remember why I've been keeping my distance. And even harder to remember the hurt and confusion of the recent weeks. Better? He asks as I take a sip. I nod, unable to trust my voice or the words that might spill out. There's no way to tell him that everything is better with him beside me, that the world makes sense when he's present, that anything is possible when he looks at me like I matter. Stop! I can't let myself believe in possibilities anymore. Lee stays close as more guests arrive, his body angled in a way that shields me from the crowd. It's so familiar, this dance we do, the way he creates space around me without making it obvious, the way he smoothly intercepts anyone who might get too close, the way he makes everything manageable. You're doing great, he murmurs. After we survive another round of introductions, his hand rests lightly at my back, warm through silk. We've got a few more official greetings, then we can find a quieter spot. Maybe Noah is right. I shouldn't have come, especially now that I'm here and I'm finding that I hate myself a little more with each second that passes. Why did it have to be this way? I wish his touch didn't calm me, that it didn't feel like we were a perfect fit for each other. And more than that, I wish I didn't miss this version of him so much. Catherine appears, Charlotte in tow, both women gleaming with society perfection. I'm certain their appearance will drag Lee away, but he remains at my side. He doesn't so much as glance in Charlotte's direction. The warmth of his hand bleeds through the fabric of my dress, the touch burning into my flesh. Lee grounds me, keeping me sane in the crowd. But the longer we're here, I find it's not as bad as last time. Not completely manageable, but definitely not as bad. Salem, darling, Catherine greets, her voice dripping honey-coated poison. That dress is surprisingly appropriate. Lee must have had excellent guidance in choosing it. I chose it myself, Mother. Lee cuts in smoothly. I know exactly what suits Salem. The possessive edge that his voice carries makes my heart flutter. We're walking a dangerous tightrope, balancing on the edge of real and fake. How attentive of you. Catherine's smile doesn't reach her eyes. Charlotte, dear, didn't you say you needed Lee's opinion on something? It's a ploy, and one that Lee doesn't take. Whatever it is, it can wait. Salem and I were heading up to the terrace for some air. Oh, okay. Well, hurry along. The speeches will start soon. Without giving them a backwards glance, he guides me towards the stairs. Each step is precise, unhurried. Everything about him tonight speaks of control, of presence, of careful attention to my needs. You didn't have to do that, I say, once we're safely away from his mother's sharp gaze. I can handle her. I know you can. He turns to face me, and for a moment I see something raw in his eyes. You can handle anything. I don't want you to have to. Not tonight. The sincerity in his voice makes my throat tight. Because this is my Lee. The one who sees me, who understands me, who makes everything make sense. But I can't trust it. Can't trust him. Can't trust my own heart around him. Even if every careful gesture, every protective moment, every gentle word makes me want to. His eyes scan the crowd below. Then he stops, going still. Oh shit. I need to check something with Emma. Lee says, his hand sliding reluctantly from my back. Will you be okay for a few minutes? His eyes slide into the crowd like he's looking for someone. Maybe his sister? Then back to me. What did he forget? I manage a nod, hating how much I already miss his steady presence. Of course, I'm fine. He studies me for a moment, like he's memorizing my face. I won't be long. Stay up here, where you'll be safe from the gawkers. The request sounds so much like caring, like protection, like everything I've been missing. I want to believe in it, want to trust this version of him that's been so perfect tonight. Go. I wave him off, forcing a smile. I'm not going anywhere. He disappears into the crowd with that natural grace of his, and I lean against a marble column, letting myself breathe. The night hasn't been nearly as terrible as I feared. Lee's attention, his careful consideration, his obvious effort to make things right. It all feels like maybe, just maybe. Oh, I never thought he'd give you a moment to breathe, Catherine says, coming up the stairs toward me. How fortunate for me. Please, join me for a drink. I want to chat, girl to girl. I sigh. If you want to warn me away from Lee again? She waves her perfectly manicured hand. No, that won't be necessary. She steps up beside me and hovers her hand behind my back to guide me, but not touching at least. If only to keep the peace, I follow. We only go a few feet down to another area, giving us a better view. Quite the turnout, she says proudly. Emma is pleased. I'm sure. So many old family friends showed up. And look, there are a couple now, talking to Lee. Whatever platitude I'd lined up dies in my throat as I spot him across the room. He's not with Emma. Instead, he's speaking to two men I recognize instantly. The same ones who cornered me that day at the library. The ones who made me feel so unsafe, so threatened, that Lee's offer of protection seemed like salvation. It wasn't salvation, though, was it? I watched them interact, the easy familiarity, the way Lee checks to ensure no one's watching. The world crumbles beneath my feet. The pieces click together with devastating clarity. The perfectly timed harassment, the convenient offer of protection, the careful manipulation of my fears. My knees weaken, but I force myself to stay upright, force myself to keep watching as one of the men laughs at something Lee says, force myself to accept that everything, from those first threatening encounters to this very moment, was calculated. I was never anything but a means to an end, a solution to his family problems, a puppet in his performance. The crystal champagne flutes on nearby tables catch light, throwing prisms across the marble floor. They blur as tears threaten, but I blink them back. I won't give him or anyone else the satisfaction of seeing me break. Especially not Catherine, standing here so pleased with herself. I raise my chin as I meet her shrewd gaze. You knew? She shrugs slightly. Only today, when the private investigator I pay to keep an eye on Lee showed me his recent photos. There's no bite in her tone. She doesn't need to hurt me further. Not when she's already won. And she knows that. I nod. I made a deal. I gave my word. I'll see this through, and then I'll walk away. From him, from this, from everything I was stupid enough to believe was real. Even if it kills me. Even if part of me still wants to believe in tonight's perfect performance. Even if my heart breaks with each new understanding of just how played I was. The party swirls around me, beautiful and terrible, while I stand frozen, watching the death of every hope I'd foolishly allowed myself to harbor. Just a few more hours. Just this one last night. Just one final performance. Then I never have to see Lee Sterling again. The weight of manipulation settles around my shoulders like a shawl made of broken promises. Every moment, every touch, every careful consideration tonight takes on new meaning. He wasn't being attentive because he cared. He was maintaining his investment, making sure his plan played out until the end. My silk gloves feel too tight suddenly, too constricting. But I can't change them, can't show weakness, can't let anyone see how completely this revelation has shattered me. Instead, I force myself to stand straighter, to smile at passing guests, to play my part in this elaborate charade. Catherine slips back down the stairs into the crowd to find another soul to shred. The bathroom suddenly feels too small, too bright, too much. The urge to run is so strong I nearly give in. No, I won't run or hide. You're stronger than this. I won't let them see how deeply this cuts me, because that's what they want, isn't it? To prove I'm unsuitable, unstable, unworthy. Lee returns to my side as if nothing has happened, his hand finding its place at my back like he has any right to touch me. Sorry that took so long. Emma needed. Don't. The word comes out barely a whisper, but he hears it. His hand stills against my spine. Salem? I step away from his touch, maintaining my smile for any watching eyes. Don't pretend anymore. Not tonight. Not anymore. Something flickers across his face. Confusion, concern, more perfect acting. I don't understand. I saw you. My voice stays steady through sheer will. With them. The ones who scared me into accepting your offer. Nice touch, by the way. Very effectively orchestrated. His face pales, and I watch as the fear trickles into his gray eyes. Salem, let me explain. No need. I think I've seen all I need to see. I turn to face him fully, letting him see exactly what he's done. I made a deal. I'll see it through. Just don't touch me again. Don't pretend to care. Don't act like any of this was ever real. The orchestra starts another waltz, the music sweeping through the ballroom like waves trying to drown me. But I won't drown, won't break, won't give any of them the satisfaction. I am not their puppet anymore. May I cut in? Ares appears like smoke, materializing between Lee and me with practiced grace. Without waiting for an answer, he takes my hand, leading me into the dance before I can protest. You're holding up remarkably well, he says, as we join the other couples. Most people would have run by now. I'm not most people. My voice comes out stronger than I feel. His smile is oddly familiar, like a half-remembered dream. No, you're not. That's what makes this all so interesting. The girl who counts tiles and wears gloves, standing her ground at a society party after having her heart broken. You don't know anything about my heart. Don't I? His hand tightens slightly at my waist. I know about Chelsea, about that night, about why you really started counting things. The name doesn't hit like it usually does. Doesn't send me spiraling into panic and patterns. Maybe I'm too numb from Lee's betrayal. Or maybe some wounds do eventually heal. Catherine knows too, he continues, watching my face carefully. She's prepared to use your biggest fears against you. A laugh escapes me, surprising us both. She already did, and it worked, just like she knew it would. In the end, she gets what she wants. Her perfect son, free to marry someone suitable. Something flashes in his eyes. Surprise? Disappointment? Like this isn't the reaction he expected. Just like that? He asks, spinning me smoothly through a turn. You're walking away? Just like that. You might be willing to play games with these people, but I'm not. I won't gamble with my own heart. The cost is too steep. We dance in silence for a moment, and I study his face. There's something about him, something I can't quite place. Like a word on the tip of my tongue, a memory just out of reach. White walls, paper slippers, group therapy circles. The memory slips away before I can grasp it, leaving only a vague sense of recognition and unease. You're stronger than they think you are, he says finally, his voice carrying an edge I don't understand. Than anyone thinks you are. Maybe. I meet his gaze steadily. Or maybe I'm just tired of being everyone's puppet, of being manipulated and managed and measured against standards I'll never meet. His smile shifts into something almost genuine, almost familiar, almost known. Careful, Salem, he murmurs as the dance ends. You're starting to sound like someone who doesn't need to count tiles anymore. He releases me with a formal bow, leaving me to stand alone in the middle of the dance floor with more questions than answers. And for the first time since Chelsea, since counting became survival, since gloves became armor, I wonder if maybe he's right. I search the room for Lee. I need to figure out how much longer I have to stay here, how much longer I have to pretend. Dr. Martinez's voice fills my ears. People have to want to change, Salem. You can't make them. It might feel selfish, but sometimes you have to walk away and protect yourself. In life, you have to be capable of loving yourself before you can love someone else. As heartbreaking as it is, she is right. Lee will never be able to love me unless he loves himself first.
Chapter 28. Lee. I see him through the sparkle of crystal chandeliers and society smiles, Pastor James, looking exactly the same as he did at Promised Land. Same wire-rimmed glasses, same perfectly pressed suit, same expression of gentle disappointment that preceded every therapy session. The room tilts sideways, or maybe that's just my world shifting. He hasn't spotted me yet, too engaged in conversation with some society matron, but it doesn't matter. I'm 16 again, sitting in that sterile office while he explains how they're going to fix me, make me suitable, make me normal. My hands shake as I grab the first drink I see, someone's abandoned whiskey on a nearby table. The liquid burns going down, but not enough to erase the memories, not enough to silence his voice in my head. "This is for your own good, Lee. Your parents want what's best for you. We can help you choose the right path." The right path. Like there was ever a choice. Like 6 months of scripture and therapy and structured isolation could change who I really am. Like anything they did in that place could make me less broken. Another drink appears in my hand. I don't even care how, but alcohol isn't enough tonight. Not with Pastor James 20 feet away, probably still believing he helped save my soul. Not with Salem's earlier dismissal proving once and for all that I'm exactly what they always said. Unsuitable, unworthy, unfixable. She didn't even hesitate to walk away, didn't fight for us, didn't give me a chance to explain about the bullies or Promised Land or any of it. Just accepted that everything between us was fake before moving on with perfect composure. Maybe she had the right idea. Maybe everything about me is fake. Maybe Pastor James and my parents and everyone else were right all along. The whiskey burns, but not as much as the memories. Group therapy sessions where we confessed our unnatural urges. Private counseling where Pastor James explained how my confusion hurt my family. Carefully monitored social interactions designed to teach us normal behavior. Letters from home that only arrived after we'd made progress. I reach for another drink, needing to drown the past before it drowns me, needing to forget Pastor James and Promised Land and the way Salem looked at me earlier, like I was nothing more than a business arrangement she couldn't wait to conclude. They were right about me all along. I don't deserve real connections. I don't deserve genuine love. I don't deserve Salem's careful patterns or measured breaths or perfectly ordered world. So I'll do what I do best. I'll drink until the memories blur, and I'll pretend nothing matters, and I'll prove them all right about exactly how unsuitable I really am, even if it kills me, even if I lose everything, even if Salem's dismissal already feels like drowning. "There you are, darling." Mother's voice cuts through my bourbon haze. "We need family photos before the announcement. Do try to look presentable." Family photos. We take so fucking many of them, like we're actually a family and not just perfectly arranged props in her ongoing performance. Like Pastor James isn't watching from across the room, probably proud of how well his therapy took. "Where's Salem?" Mother continues, brushing invisible lint from my jacket. "She needs to be in these. One last official documentation of your experiment. When you and Charlotte marry, you can use them in party anecdotes about how you tried to run away from your destiny." I want to tell her to fuck off because she's just being cruel, rubbing it in. I want to throw my drink in her perfectly made-up face. I want to scream that Salem wasn't an experiment. She's everything that's real in my fake world. But the bourbon's made my tongue heavy, my thoughts slow. I'll find her. Aries appears beside us, all perfect society manners. When did he get so good at this? Lee, maybe you should freshen up first. The suggestion carries weight I'm too drunk to interpret. But before I can respond, I see her, Salem, moving through the crowd with careful grace. The burgundy dress I chose flows around her legs, making her look like something from a dream I never deserved. She approaches without being called, probably seeing the gathering of family members, always so aware of her obligations, always so perfect in her performance. "Salem, darling," Mother's voice drips honey-coated venom. "We were just looking for you. Family photos, you know." "Of course." Salem's smile is flawless, practiced, empty. She takes her place beside me without touching me, maintaining a careful distance that feels like miles. She smells like cherry blossoms and heartbreak. The scent makes me want another drink, but Aries has conveniently disappeared with my glass. "Lee," she says softly, perfectly polite, "you might want to stand up straighter." The gentle suggestion hurts worse than any cruelty, because this is what we've become, strangers exchanging careful words, maintaining perfect appearances, pretending we never counted breaths together at 3 a.m. "Right," I manage, trying to focus through the bourbon. "Wouldn't want to ruin Mother's perfect photos." Something flickers in Salem's eyes. Pain? Pity? It doesn't matter. Her smile never wavers. She's better at this performance than I ever was, better at maintaining composure, better at everything. No wonder she found it so easy to walk away. No wonder she saw through all my carefully constructed walls. No wonder she's ready to be done with this arrangement. The photographer starts arranging us, and Salem shifts slightly, creating more space between us. Even drunk, I feel the loss of her warmth like a physical wound. This is what I deserve, isn't it? This careful distance, this perfect politeness, this gentle dismissal from someone who saw all of me and found me wanting. Just like Pastor James predicted, just like Mother always knew, just like everyone eventually comes to realize, I'm not suitable for anyone, especially not Salem. The photos feel endless, Mother arranging and rearranging us like dolls in her perfect tableau. Salem maintains her flawless smile, her careful distance, her impeccable performance. I maintain my vertical position through sheer spite and several more stolen drinks. Emma glows with genuine happiness about her engagement, making everything worse, because this is what real love looks like. This is everything I'll never have, everything I don't deserve. "Just a few more?" the photographer calls, adjusting lights that send pain stabbing through my head. "Mr. Sterling, perhaps you could stand closer to Miss Masters?" Salem doesn't flinch when I sway nearer, doesn't react when my hand brushes her waist, doesn't show any sign that we ever meant anything to each other beyond this carefully choreographed scene. "Perfect!" the photographer exclaims, but nothing is perfect. Not the way Salem holds herself rigid beside me, not the way Mother watches with calculating eyes, not the way Pastor James lingers at the edges of the crowd, a constant reminder of everything I tried to drink away. "Almost done," Salem whispers, and I hate how gentle she sounds, like I'm something fragile, something broken, something that needs her careful handling even now. "Don't," the word comes out sharper than intended. "Don't pretend to care." She does flinch then, just slightly, a crack in her perfect composure that disappears so quickly I might have imagined it. "Lee, you made yourself clear earlier." The bourbon makes me cruel, honest, and desperate. This is just business, right? An arrangement, the final performance. The camera captures her careful mask slipping back into place, captures the way she steps slightly away from me, captures the exact moment I realize I've lost the only real thing I've ever had. Yes, she says quietly, perfectly poised even now. That's exactly what this is. The words hit harder than any punch I've ever taken, because she's right. This is what it's always been. A business arrangement, a careful negotiation, a perfectly executed performance by someone who deserves so much better than my mess of a life. Mother calls for more poses, more arrangements, more perfect documentation of her perfect family, and through it all, Salem plays her part flawlessly, while I drown in bourbon and memories, and the growing certainty that Pastor James was right. I'll never be suitable for anyone's real love story, especially not hers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mother's voice rings through the ballroom, commanding attention like always. We have a very special announcement. Emma steps forward with her fiancé, both of them radiating joy that makes my stomach turn. Or maybe that's the bourbon. Either way, I find myself reaching for another drink as Mother launches into her perfectly rehearsed speech about love and family and joyous matches. Through the crystal blur of my glass, I watch Salem. Watch how she maintains her smile, even as she starts easing toward the edge of the crowd. Watch how she measures her retreat so carefully that almost no one notices. Almost no one except me. She's leaving. Really leaving. Not just the party, but my life. Walking away with the same quiet dignity she's shown all night. No drama, no scenes, no chance for me to fix any of it. I want to stop her, want to explain about the bullies, about Promised Land, about how everything real and fake got so tangled up I can't tell the difference anymore. But the bourbon's made my legs heavy, my thoughts scattered, my timing shit, because before I can move, Charlotte appears. Lee. Her hand finds my arm like it belongs there, like we're something real, like we're the match Mother's always wanted. You look like you could use some company. Salem pauses her retreat, and I see her notice Charlotte's familiar touch, see her register how easily I let it happen, see her add one more reason to her list of why walking away is the right choice. Charlotte, I try to pull away, but the room spins slightly. Don't, shh. She presses closer, all expensive perfume and society grace. Let me help. It's obvious you're having a rough night. Salem's still watching, still seeing everything, still adding to the evidence of my unworthiness. Get off me. I finally managed to push Charlotte away, probably too roughly, judging by the gasps from nearby guests. But I don't care. Can't care. Not when Salem's almost to the door and I'm about to lose everything that matters. Salem! Her name comes out too loud, too desperate, too drunk. She stops, but doesn't turn around immediately. When she does, her composure breaks my heart all over again. Don't. Her voice carries quiet strength that makes me feel smaller somehow. Please don't do this, Lee. Not now. Not like this. I need to explain. No. She shakes her head slowly. You need help, and I can't be that for you. Won't be that for you. I deserve more than watching someone I care about destroy himself. The gentle truth of her words hits harder than any rejection could. And suddenly I'm 16 again, listening to Pastor James explain all the ways I'll never be enough, all the ways I'll never be accepted, all the ways I'll never deserve real love. Except this time, it's not religious doctrine or society rules telling me these things. It's the one person who made me believe I could be more. Move! I try to push past Charlotte, but the room tilts dangerously. Salem, please, stop. Salem's voice cuts through my drunken haze. Just stop, Lee. Look at yourself. Look at what you're doing. This isn't you. But isn't it? Isn't this exactly who I am? The drunk disappointment, the unsuitable son, the boy who needed conversion therapy to learn how to be normal. You don't understand. I manage, hating how my words slur. I saw him. He's here. Pastor James. From Promise. I cut myself off, but it's too late. Something shifts in Salem's expression. Not pity, thank God, but understanding, maybe. Compassion I don't deserve. I know. She steps closer, but still maintains careful distance. I assumed he had something to do with what Aries told me before. I noticed how you started drinking more after he made his appearance, but that doesn't matter. She pauses, choosing her words like she knows how close to breaking I am. Everyone else might be willing to watch you drown, but I'm not. I can't be a part of the reason you destroy everything good in your life. There is nothing good in me. The truth spills out, bourbon brave and brutal. They tried to fix that, tried to make me better, but you saw through it all, didn't you? Saw how broken I really am. No. Her voice carries quiet strength that makes me feel even weaker. I saw someone who counts ceiling tiles at 3 a.m. because he understands what it's like to need patterns to feel safe. Someone who cleans things 3 times without complaint because he knows what it means to need control. Someone who could be amazing if he'd stop trying to drink away who he really is. Each word hits like truth, like hope, like everything I'm losing. Salem, no. I'm many things, but I will not be a part of your self-destruction. She steps back again, creating more distance. I won't be collateral damage in this war you rage against yourself. I owe myself more than that, and you owe yourself more than this. Charlotte tries to touch my arm again, but I shake her off roughly. Don't fucking touch me, Lee. Salem's voice gentles even more. Go home, get sober, figure out who you want to be, but don't expect me to stay and watch you choose destruction over healing. I've seen enough people destroy themselves trying to be everything for other people. Be something for yourself. Choose you. The reference to Chelsea hits even through my drunk haze, because she's right. She's always been right about everything, and I'm losing her anyway, because I'm exactly what Pastor James said I'd be. Unlovable, unworthy, unfixable, just like always. Lee Sterling? Mother's voice cuts through the awkward silence, sharp as broken crystal. You are making a scene. Control yourself. My father steps forward, only just now noticing something is off. Lee. His tone is a low threat, but I scoff. Something snaps inside me. Maybe it's the bourbon. Maybe it's watching Salem walk away. Maybe it's seeing Pastor James hovering at the edges of my breakdown like a vulture wanting to help fix me again. Control myself? I laugh, and it sounds unhinged even to my ears. Like you controlled me? Shipped me off to conversion therapy? Tried to pray away everything that made me different? Lower your voice. She steps closer, perfect smile cracking slightly. This is your sister's engagement party. Fuck the party. The words explode out of me. Fuck your perfect society events. Fuck your suitable matches. Fuck everything about this fake fucking world you've built. I wave at my father. And fuck you too, because we both know who runs this family, and it's sure as hell not you or grandfather. Gasps ripple through the crowd. Charlotte retreats, finally getting the message. Pastor James starts forward, probably ready to offer more therapy, but I'm not done. You want to cut me off? Do it. Want to take my trust fund? Take it. Want to erase me from the family photos? Be my fucking guest. My voice carries through the stunned silence. I don't want any part of this anymore. Don't want your money or your connections or your fucking approval. You're drunk, Mother hisses. You don't know what you're saying. No, Mother. For the first time in my life, I know exactly what I'm saying. I meet her eyes steadily, even as the room spins. I'm done. Done pretending. Done trying to be suitable. Done letting you make me hate myself for who I am. Her perfect composure finally cracks. You will regret this, son. No. I glance at Emma, seeing something like pride beneath her shock. My only regret in life was letting you convince me that I needed to be fixed. I turn to leave, my legs unsteady but my determination solid. The crowd parts like the Red Sea, no one wanting to touch the Sterling heir's very public meltdown. If you walk out that door, Mother calls after me, don't bother coming back. I don't turn around, don't acknowledge her threat. Don't give her the satisfaction of seeing how much everything hurts. Instead, I walk away from it all. The family legacy, the society expectations, the lies. I've already lost the only real thing I ever had anyway. Might as well lose everything else, too.
Chapter 29. Salem. The dress Lee chose fans out around me as I slide into the rideshare car. The burgundy silk is a stark contrast to the worn leather seats. Every instinct in my brain screams about germs, about strange cars, about drivers I don't know. But Chelsea's last text burns stronger than my anxiety. Meet me at our spot. Please. I need you. I didn't see it until morning. Didn't check my phone that night because I was organizing my sock drawer by color and texture, needing everything to be perfect, controlled, orderly. While my best friend stood on those cliffs alone. While she made a choice I didn't understand until much later. The mill? The driver confirms, eyeing my formal wear in his rearview mirror. I nod, not trusting my voice. He probably thinks I'm running from a bad date, not running toward ghosts I've avoided for 2 years. The night wraps around us as we drive, streetlights becoming scarcer until there's nothing but starlight and memory lighting the way. Chelsea loved the cliffs by the mill. Said they made her feel infinite, standing at the edge of everything. I never understood that, how chaos could feel like freedom. Not until Lee taught me that some patterns exist in the midst of disorder. That sometimes the most beautiful things are the ones that don't align perfectly. Lee. My hands clench in my lap, but I force the thought away. I can't think about him right now. Can't think about how he looked tonight, drowning himself in bourbon and self-hatred. Can't think about how much I wanted to stay, to help, to fix everything. Because that's what got me into trouble with Chelsea, isn't it? Always trying to fix things. Always thinking I could make everything perfect if I just tried hard enough. Always believing I could save people who didn't want saving. Or letting people into my life who think they can fix me. I like to pretend I was normal before everything happened, but I'd been counting and cleaning all my life. It just got much worse after Chelsea. The dirt road to the cliffs appears, and I ask the driver to stop. He hesitates, clearly concerned about leaving a woman in formal wear at the edge of nowhere in the middle of the night. But something pulls me forward. Something stronger than memory or guilt or patterns. Something that feels like finally being ready to face the truth about that night. About Chelsea. About everything that came after. Even if it breaks me all over again. Even if it shatters every careful wall I've built. Even if it means letting go of the last bits of control I've clung to since that night. The cliffs rise before me, silhouetted against stars that Chelsea loved to count. Time to face our ghosts. "You sure about this, miss?" The driver asks one last time. I am. For the first time since that night, I really am. The path to the cliffs seems steeper than I remember. Or maybe that's just the formal heels sinking into loose dirt with every step. Chelsea and I used to run up here in sneakers, laughing and breathless, racing to see who could reach the top first. Now each step feels like penance. My silk gloves catch on branches as I steady myself, gathering smudges of earth and green that won't wash out. These were Lee's gift, chosen with such care, such attention to my needs. Now they're being ruined by this pilgrimage I can't explain. A branch snags the right glove, tearing the delicate fabric. The night air hits my skin through the rip, and suddenly I can't stand them anymore. Can't bear these beautiful things that represent everything I'm losing, everything I've already lost. With trembling fingers, I peel them off. The cool air feels foreign against my bare hands. How long has it been since I've felt anything directly? Since I've let myself be this exposed? The gloves go into my dress pocket, the silk crushed and dirty, like everything else about this night. But something strange happens as I stand there, my hands bare in the darkness. The world doesn't end. Panic doesn't overwhelm me. The need to count and clean and control everything doesn't consume me. Maybe that's Chelsea's gift, finally reaching me after all this time. The understanding that sometimes we have to let go of our careful patterns to find our way forward. Or maybe it's Lee's influence, teaching me that some chaos can be beautiful, that some disorder holds its own kind of peace. Even now, leaving him behind, he's helped me find strength I didn't know I had. The path levels out ahead, opening to the clearing where everything changed 2 years ago. Where Chelsea stood alone because I was too busy organizing my life to see she was about to end hers. Where Marcus, a figure, stands at the cliff's edge, silhouetted against starlight. For a moment my heart stops, the scene too familiar, too close to how I imagined that night hundreds of times. I haven't been able to return to this spot since that. Then I recognize him. I wonder how often he comes here. Like he can feel my eyes on his, he turns around, and in the dim moonlight I swear I see a flash of surprise flicker in his eyes. "Salem?" His voice carries none of its usual cruelty. He sounds younger, somehow. More like the boy who used to make Chelsea laugh before everything went wrong. We stare at each other across the clearing, two survivors of a tragedy neither of us fully understood. Both of us carriers of guilt that doesn't belong to us. Both of us hiding behind masks that maybe, finally, it's time to remove. Like my ruined gloves, sometimes protection becomes a prison. Like Chelsea's choice, sometimes the hardest truth is that we couldn't have changed anything. Like this moment, sometimes the most unexpected encounters bring the healing we need. "You're a long way from the gala." Marcus steps back from the edge, his formal clothes matching my own state of dishevelment.
Lee finally drive you to the edge?
The attempt at cruelty falls flat, his voice lacking its usual bite. We stand there, measuring the space between us, space filled with Chelsea's memory, with shared guilt, with everything we've never said. Why are you here, Marcus? My bare hands clench at my sides, but I don't retreat. Not this time.
Same reason as you, probably?
He turns back to the view, shoulders tight under his jacket.
Can't stop thinking about her. About that night. About how everything went so fucking wrong.
The words hang in the night air, heavy with the truth that we've both been avoiding. Below us, water flickers like fallen stars in the moonlight. And I remember how Chelsea used to say, this spot made her feel closer to heaven. Here the jump is too dangerous, the edge of the cliff jutting out too far above the river. Every time I hear about people swimming down further, jumping these cliffs for fun, it makes me nauseated. I didn't see her text. The confession spills out, 2 years too late. I was too busy organizing my stupid sock drawer, too focused on making everything perfect to check my phone. If I had just...
Stop.
Marcus's voice cracks.
Just fucking stop. I'm so tired. Tired of pretending. Tired of blaming. Tired of surviving. I know I've led you to believe that night was your fault, but it wasn't. None of it was your fault.
The words are almost begrudging. I don't understand. You've been making my life hell since I came back to school, and now you're saying it wasn't my fault? Anger curls through me, low and simmering. This asshole. I knew he had his own guilt, that he too suffered from her loss. But to hurt me? To make me feel 10 times worse than I already did. It doesn't just hurt, it burns. It angers me. I clench my hands into tight fists to stop myself from lashing out at him. He tilts his head to the side and I spot the sheen of tears trailing across his high cheekbones.
I know you're mad. That you probably hate me. No worries, I hate myself too. When you're lost in your grief and guilt, you have to do something to make it through the day. You have to find a way to survive.
And bullying me helped you how? I demand. His shoulders slump and he shakes his head.
It didn't. I just hoped it would. If I blamed someone else, then I could stop blaming myself.
Again, I find myself confused. What do you mean? You make it sound like this is your fault. And if it's not mine, then it definitely isn't yours either. Bad things happen sometimes. She made a choice, and we all have to live with that.
A choice that I could have stopped her from making.
I could say the same thing, Marcus. He shifts back and forth in the dirt, casting little billows around his feet.
You want to know why she really came here that night? Why she really did it?
My breath catches. In 2 years, we've never talked about this, never acknowledged the truth we both carried. Chelsea was beautiful, funny, and kind, but there was a darkness that lived inside her. She talked about dying and death more than anyone I know. I thought she used it as a form of coping, but... Marcus?
The truth is she caught me fucking Amy Peterson behind the gym.
The words rush out like he's been holding them in forever. My heart lurches in my chest. He cheated on her. He broke her heart, pushed her over the edge.
I was young, stupid, and way too fucking immature for a girl like her. I didn't realize the impact it would have on her. I didn't think she would find out. She wasn't supposed to be there. But I found out later that she was looking for me, wanting to surprise me. Instead, she saw me being the worst kind of asshole.
Understanding hits like a physical blow. All this time, We all thought.
She texted me almost immediately.
He continues, voice raw.
Told me she knew, that she couldn't handle one more person betraying her, that she was done trying to be perfect for me and everyone else.
He laughs, but it sounds like he's in pain.
She texted you because you were the only person who never expected her to be perfect. The only one who loved her exactly as she was.
The truth of that lands harder than any blame ever could. He's right. I know that. I never tried to fix Chelsea, never needed her to be anything other than herself. Not until that last night, when I was too busy fixing my own world to see that hers was falling apart. I always thought... I swallow hard. I thought you blamed me for not being here, for not stopping her.
No, Salem. I blamed myself.
His voice breaks completely.
I still do. And even while I carried that truth around all this time, I never wanted to face it. It's always easier to be angry at you than to accept the part I played in all of this. Easier to make you the villain than admit I'm the reason she stood on this cliff alone.
We stand there in the darkness, two broken people finally facing the truth we've hidden behind masks of hatred and guilt. Neither of us are truly responsible for Chelsea's choice. Both of us are carrying weight that was never ours to bear. Both of us are finally ready to let go. Maybe. All this time I thought I failed her by not being there, by not saving her, by not fixing everything.
You're right, Salem. She made her choice.
Marcus says, softly.
It wasn't your fault for missing the text. It wasn't my fault for being an asshole and cheating. Yeah, it didn't help things, didn't help her pain. But I've come to the conclusion that she made a choice in all of this. Just like I did, and just like you did. It was her choice. Her pain. Her moment on this cliff.
When did you figure that out? My bare hands trail over rough stone, feeling texture directly for the first time in years.
About the same time I saw you start wearing gloves, start counting everything, start trying to control the world because you thought you failed to control what happened that night. About the time you went to the hospital after finding her body and didn't come out for a long time.
He meets my eyes steadily.
You didn't fail her, Salem. Not any more than I did. We just lost her. And that fucking sucks. But it wasn't our fault.
The truth of that settles into my bones, replacing guilt with something that feels like acceptance. Like forgiveness. Not just for Marcus, but for myself. She would have hated what we became, I say, thinking of all the masks we've worn, all the pain we've caused each other. How we let her death change us.
Yeah.
Marcus's laugh sounds wet with tears.
She would have kicked both our asses. You for hiding behind latex barriers, and me for being such a fuckface.
Yeah, I was weird before, obviously, but it was never the type of weird that couldn't be controlled. I stare down at my bare hands. It hurts even more because if I'd been normal, maybe I would have been with her that night instead of at home separating my wool socks from my cotton ones. Or maybe if she hadn't been so set on being the perfect girlfriend to you, she'd have been with me, picking on me for how I rolled up each ball.
She always did have a way of calling us out on our bullshit.
We sit there in comfortable silence, letting 2 years of misplaced blame and guilt float away on the night breeze. Letting Chelsea's memory be what it should have been all along. Not a weight to carry, but a light to remember.
I know I don't deserve it, and I don't expect you to accept my apology. But I want you to know that I am sorry.
I never should have blamed you. Marcus speaks after a long silence, his voice carrying none of its usual edge. It was just easier, you know? To be angry at someone else, to make you the villain in my head, to pretend if you'd just answered your phone, everything would have been different. You aren't wrong. You don't deserve my acceptance. But I'm tired of holding on to this pain. Tired of living in a past that I can't change. I admit, surprised by how easily the truth comes now. I blamed myself for far too long, thinking that if I could just control everything, nothing bad would ever happen again. And how's that working out for you? There's no mockery in his question, just genuine curiosity. I think about my nitrile gloves, my careful counting, my measured spaces. Think about how Lee showed me that some chaos can be beautiful. Think about how my bare hands haven't sent me into panic yet. I'm better, I say, and mean it for the first time in 2 years. Not perfect, not fixed, but I'm a little better every day. Marcus studies me for a moment. Yeah, you are. I've noticed, how you started smiling again. How you let Sterling close despite his mess. How you've been letting go of some of those barriers. Until tonight, the gala memories try to surface, but they don't hurt like they did before. Until I had to walk away from someone else who needed saving. Sterling? Marcus shakes his head. He doesn't need saving, Salem. He just needs to want to save himself. Just like Chelsea needed to want to live. Just like we needed to stop blaming ourselves. The wisdom in that surprises me, and I nudge his shoulder with my own. When did you get so insightful? About the same time I stopped being an asshole long enough to see what I was really angry about. Also therapy. 2 years' worth. He stands, brushing off his formal pants. You going to be okay up here by yourself? I can stay if you want. I look out over the cliff's edge, at the stars Chelsea loved so much, at the view that used to terrify me, but now just feels peaceful. I'm okay, I say, and mean that, too. I think I just need some time with her. With myself. With everything I've been too afraid to face. Marcus nods like he understands. Maybe he does. Maybe we both finally do. Salem? He pauses before leaving. For what it's worth, I truly am sorry. For everything after. For making your pain worse. For not being brave enough to face my own guilt. I'm sorry too. I offer back. For being an easier target than your own demons. He gives me a sad smile that reminds me of the boy Chelsea loved. The boy who made mistakes, but wasn't the villain I needed him to be. We're going to be okay, he says, and it sounds like a promise. Like forgiveness. Like truth. I watch him disappear down the path, leaving me alone with stars and memories, and a strange new feeling of peace. Chelsea would be proud, I think. Of both of us. Of all of us. Even the ones still finding their way. The night wraps around me like a gentle embrace as I sit at the cliff's edge, bare hands pressed against cool stone. For the first time in 2 years, I don't need to count or measure or control anything. The chaos of stars above me, of memories around me, feels almost peaceful. I'm better now, Chels. I whisper to the night air. Really better. Not just pretending. Not just wearing gloves and counting tiles to keep the world at bay, like actually better. It's been hard. My breakdown, losing you. But I can feel myself returning, little by little, and each day I catch a glimpse of the old me. A twig snaps behind me, and I know without turning around to look that it's Lee. His presence feels different from Marcus's departure. Heavier, more significant, more terrifying in what it means. "How long have you been there?" I ask, still facing the stars Chelsea loved. "Long enough." His voice is steady, sober. He heard everything then. About Chelsea, about counting, about why I build walls and wear gloves and try to control a world that can't be controlled. "Salem." "Don't." I close my eyes, feeling night air on my bare hands. Whatever you're going to say, whatever you heard, whatever you think you understand now, just don't. Of course he doesn't listen. His footsteps draw closer, each one careful and measured, like he's learned from me. He stops just short of touching distance, and I can feel him struggling with what to do next. The old Lee would reach for a drink. The new Lee? Well, maybe we're both learning who we really are. "Is this seat taken?" he asks quietly. I finally turn to face him, finding his eyes clearer than they've been in weeks. "Why are you here, Lee?" He looks different in starlight. More real, somehow. More like the boy who brings me fresh gloves. Less like the drunk heir trying to down his demons in bourbon. "Because," he says, "some patterns are worth repeating."
Chapter 30. Lee. The small amount of bourbon I drank still burns in my veins, but it's not enough. It will never be enough to drown out Pastor James's voice, or Mother's disappointment, or the weight of everything I've lost tonight. The cliffs descend before me, offering a different kind of silence, the kind that can make all the noise in my head disappear. I could do it, end it all, right now. It would be so easy to stop existing, to stop trying to be something that I'll never be. But I can't yet, not with her here. When I arrived, I'd frozen in the shadows, unable to move, to speak, to breathe as their conversation unfolded. Reading her file had revealed the truth to me, but hearing her speak it out loud, her pain and anguish became real, and the pieces in my brain clicked together. Was she trying to save me like she tried to save Chelsea? All this time I thought I was protecting her, thought I was the strong one, the one creating safe spaces to help her navigate the world. But I wasn't. Turns out she's been the brave one this whole time, and I was too caught up in the darkness to see it. Brave enough to face her demons, brave enough to let go of misplaced guilt, brave enough to choose herself over watching someone else self-destruct. While I've been drowning myself in bourbon, running from memories, trying to drink away everything that makes me fucked up. God, I don't deserve her. Never did, never will. My chest fills with pride as I sit here, watching the starlight glimmer on the pale skin of her hands. I wish I could take a photo of her right now and keep it forever locked in my memory. She looks more real than anything in my fake world ever has. I know I came here to end everything, but I think I found a reason to finally start living instead. I sink down next to her, careful to maintain distance, even though everything in me wants to reach for her. The night spreads out before us, quiet and still. I was going to tell you, she says after a long silence. About Chelsea, about why I count things, about all of it. But then everything got so complicated, and you started pulling away, and She trails off, bare hands pressing harder against stone. I started drinking more, started proving I was exactly what everyone said I was. Unlovable, unfixable, unworthy. The truth comes easier here on this cliff's edge. I went to the hospital afterward, she continues, her voice barely a whisper. Not because of the guilt. I mean, that was part of it. But losing Chelsea, it triggered a fear bigger than anything I've ever encountered in my life. I couldn't handle the idea that sometimes you do everything right, measure everything perfectly, and nothing turns out the way you thought it would. Sometimes you can do all the right things, and bad stuff can still happen. Her confession kills me, slices me straight down the middle, because that's what I've been doing, isn't it? Proving her fears right, showing her that no matter how carefully she counts, how precisely she measures, people will still choose to destroy themselves if they want. 6 months, she says. That's how long I spent learning how to exist again, learning that I couldn't save everyone, learning that some things can't be controlled, no matter how many times you count them. Like me. The words taste like bourbon and regret. Like you. She finally looks at me, and there's no judgment in her eyes, just the kind of understanding that makes me feel smaller somehow. Like Chelsea, like everyone who has to want to save themselves before anyone else can help them. The seconds tick by, and I know without a doubt that I have to get better, that I have to choose myself if I'm ever going to be worthy of Salem's love. I should have told you sooner, she whispers. No, I cut her off gently. Don't do that. Don't make my choices your responsibility. You've carried enough guilt that wasn't yours. You don't owe me anything. She looks surprised, like she didn't expect me to be capable of such insight while still drunk. Hell, maybe I surprised myself. I left them, I say into the quiet night. My family, all of it. Told Mother I was done pretending to be the heir, done letting them try to fix me. Salem's hands are still against the stone. Because of me? No. The answer comes fast, certain. Because of me. Because I'm tired of drinking away who I really am. Tired of letting Pastor James's voice in my head tell me I need fixing. Tired of trying to be someone I'm not. Lee, I mean it. I turned to face her, needing her to understand. Yes, watching you walk away tonight killed me, but it also woke me up. It made me realize I can't keep drowning myself and expecting someone else to throw me a life jacket. The stars reflect in her eyes as she studies me, looking for truth or lies or something in between. I let her look, let her see all of me for once. No bourbon shield, no practiced charm, no carefully constructed walls. They'll cut you off, she says softly. Take everything. Let them. I laugh, and it sounds like freedom. They can take the trust fund, the family name, the society connections. What they can't take is who I am, who I choose to be. Not anymore. Not ever again. And who are you? The question carries weight, meaning, everything we've never said. I don't know yet. The honesty burns worse than bourbon ever did. But I do know I'm someone who counts ceiling tiles at 3 a.m. because patterns make sense when nothing else does. Someone who checks things 3 times because that's your number. And somehow it became mine, too. Someone who's so fucking tired of pretending to be anything other than exactly what I am. And what's that? Bisexual. My voice is strong, chaotic, a mess of ADHD and anxiety and rebellion. Someone who was told he needed conversion therapy to be suitable for society, but found more acceptance in your carefully ordered world than any country club ballroom. She's quiet for a long moment, processing. Promised Land, she finally says. That's where they sent you? To pray away who you are? To fix me? The old bitterness rises, but it feels different now. Lighter somehow. 6 months of therapy and scripture and carefully structured isolation. Kind of like your hospital stay, except instead of learning to live with who I am, they tried to make me someone else entirely. But I'm so sorry, Lee. That is awful. Her voice holds no judgment, only understanding. Understanding, but guarded. Obviously, it worked about as well as trying to drink away who I am worked. I gesture vaguely at myself, still in my rumpled tux, still slightly buzzed, still broken in all the ways that matter. Which is to say, not very well. But I can't keep going like this. I can't keep drowning myself in liquor, hoping the memories fade, hoping I wake up a different person. I need to fix myself, fix the pieces that I broke trying to be someone I wasn't. The side of Salem's mouth lifts in the ghost of a smile. Tell me about Promised Land. They made us write letters, I find myself saying, the words spilling out after years of silence, to our future selves, to the better versions we'd become after they fixed us. I wrote about the wife I'd have, the perfect sterling heir I'd be, how proud I'd make my mother. Salem listens quietly, her presence steadying even without touch, the same way she steadies me when we count tiles together. But at night, I continue, voice rougher. I'd write different letters, real ones, about how scared I was of losing myself, and how much I hated pretending. All I wanted to be was someone they could love, someone who was accepted. I laugh, but it comes out broken. Then one day they found those letters, used them in group therapy as examples of my confusion, made me burn them while reciting scripture. I know it doesn't mean shit, and it won't change anything, but I want you to know that I'm sorry. Her apology isn't what I need, but it helps to slow the bleeding. You know what's funny? I stare at the stars, unable to look at her compassion. Even after everything, after I learned to play their game, to be what they wanted, I still wasn't fixed. I still count things, still seek out patterns, still try to control chaos in my head, just like you. But you drink to quiet it, she says softly, to drown the patterns instead of using them. Yeah, you're right. Only because patterns remind me of Promised Land, of trying to fit myself into someone else's box. Until you met me, it's not a question. Until I met you, I agree. Then I realized patterns weren't about fixing anything. They were about making sense of chaos, about finding beauty in broken pieces, about... I trail off, afraid of saying too much. About what? About feeling safe, I whisper. Not suitable, not fixed, just safe. In my own skin, in my own head, in your carefully measured world that somehow made room for all of my messes. I used to hate my patterns, Salem says after a moment. Used to think they were the punishment given to me because I failed to save Chelsea. Especially because they went from occasionally counting certain things to the gloves and counting everything. When we first met, my only hope was that I could find a way back to being normal. What changed? Her smile is small, but real. I met someone who showed me that being normal is bullshit, that some patterns are worth keeping, that sometimes the most beautiful things are the ones that don't align perfectly. There's hope and truth in her voice, and I lean into it. It was never pretend, I say into the quiet night, the confession burning worse than any bourbon. Not from me, not from the moment you started counting ceiling tiles in that pantry. Not even when I was trying to convince myself it was just an arrangement. Salem goes very still beside me, her bare hands pressing harder against stone. Lee, no, I need to tell you this because it's important, because I don't know if I'll ever get the chance again, and I want you to know. Okay, I love you. The words rush out, terrifying and true. Not because you quiet the noise in my head, not because you understand patterns and chaos, not because you've ever tried to fix me, but because you make me want to fix myself. You make me want to be better, do better. The stars wheel above us, constant and chaotic, like everything I feel for her, like everything I've been too scared to admit without liquid courage numbing the fear. I love how you count things. I continue, unable to stop now that I've started. Love how you measure spaces. Love how you make the world make sense just by existing in it. Love how you've never asked me to be suitable, only real. Stop. Her voice cracks. Please, you can't. I can. I am. I love you, Salem, even if I don't deserve you. Even if I've fucked everything up, even if... Her bare hand finds mine in the darkness. It's skin against skin, no silk or latex barriers between us. The contact steals my breath, stops my words, makes everything else fall to the wayside. Holy shit, she's touching me without gloves, without counting, without measuring the space between us. I'm so sorry for the manipulation, the lies. Her voice is barely a whisper, but it carries the weight of everything and cuts the words off in my throat. None of it matters. Well, yes, it still hurts, but that's not the point. My loving you is why I had to walk away tonight. That's why I can't watch you destroy yourself. That's why I know. I lace our fingers together, feeling her pulse race against mine. I understand. You can't save someone who doesn't want to save themselves, and sometimes that means you have to choose yourself. Her thumb traces against my palm, each touch sending a jolt of electricity through my veins. This means more than any kiss, any heated moment, any physical connection we've ever shared. This is her, bare and real, and trusting me with her uncounted touch. I love you, Lee, but I can't be with you, she says, but she doesn't pull her hand away. Not until you're ready to save yourself, not until you want to be better for you, not for me or your family, but you. Better for you. I know that too. I squeeze her hand gently. I'm starting to understand a lot of things. Finally. Her smile is sad, but real. Like hope. Like a promise. Like everything we could be if I get my shit together. Good. She starts to pull away and I let her. Because that's love, too. Knowing when to hold on and when to let go. Then maybe someday. Yeah. I watch her stand, memorizing how starlight catches in her hair. Someday. Get help, Lee. She stands silhouetted against starlight, more beautiful than anything suitable could ever be. Real help, not promised land, not bourbon. Stop pretending to be something you're not. I will. The promise feels different this time, real, like something I'm doing for myself, not for her or family or society expectations. I know of a good therapist, actually, someone who helped a friend learn to live with patterns instead of fighting them. Her laugh is soft, surprised. Using my therapist? That's almost poetic. I'm full of surprises. I stay seated, letting her have this moment of being stronger, of walking away on her terms. Mostly bad ones lately, but I'm working on that. She takes a step back, then stops. Lee? Yeah? When you're ready, really ready, not just trying to win me back, I'd love to meet the real you. It's the whisper of a future together, hope that maybe soon, when I've figured myself out, that I can be someone worthy of her careful patterns. You and me both. I watch her start down the path, memorizing how she moves through darkness without fear now. And Pantry Girl? She pauses, not turning around. Yes? Thank you for showing me that some patterns are worth keeping, that some chaos is worth fixing, that some love is worth earning. She doesn't respond, but her steps are lighter as she disappears into the night. She's not running this time, not hiding, just giving me space to become someone who deserves her bare-handed trust. I stay on the cliff's edge, feeling the ghost of her touch on my palm. It's strange how for the first time in years the chaos in my head appears a little more manageable. The need for bourbon softening around the edges. The voice of Promised Land is a little quieter. Because she loves me. Because she believes I can be better. Because she trusted me with her uncounted touch. And maybe that's enough to start with. Maybe that's everything. Maybe that's exactly what I need to finally save myself.
Chapter 31. Salem. 3 months later. The morning sun streams through the coffee shop windows, warming the bare hands I have wrapped around my cup. Sometimes I still reach for gloves out of habit, still feel that urge to create barriers between myself and the world. But I'm learning, growing, healing. The sanitizer sits beside my cup. Some habits are worth keeping, after all. Dr. Martinez says it's not about eliminating all patterns, just finding the ones that help rather than hinder. Like cleaning things that actually need cleaning, instead of obsessing over imagined contamination. Like measuring spaces that actually matter, instead of letting fear dictate distance. My textbooks align perfectly on the table, another pattern I've kept. There's comfort in order, in precision, in having certain things exactly where they belong. But now I can handle when things shift slightly. Can breathe through minor chaos. Can exist in a world that isn't perfectly controlled. Progress looks different than I expected. It's not about being normal or fixed or whatever I used to think I needed to be. It's about finding balance between the patterns that help and the ones that hurt. Like the gloves, like the constant counting, like the need to control everything and everyone around me. My fingers trace patterns in the condensation on my cup, feeling the cool moisture directly on my skin. 3 months ago, this would have sent me into a panic. Now it just feels real. Present. Part of existing in a world that can't always be perfectly ordered. The coffee shop bustles around me, people moving in their usual morning routines. I notice them differently now. Not as threats to my careful order, but as part of the natural chaos of life. Some of them nod as they pass, recognizing me as a regular. The barista already knows my order, and some of the other regulars keep my space open for me. I've carved out my own place here, found my own way to exist in the messy reality of life. Not perfect, not normal, but real, present, whole, in my own way. Even if sometimes I still miss him. Even if sometimes I wonder if he's found his own healing. Even if sometimes I hope. But that's a pattern I'm trying to break, waiting for someone else to complete. I'm learning to be complete on my own, to find peace in my own company, to create order that comes from strength rather than fear. Even if my heart still counts the days since I last saw him. Someone slides into the chair across from me, and I start to say my usual, "I'm sorry, this seat is taken," when I look up. The words die in my throat. Because it's Lee. And he looks different. Good different. Healthy different. The kind of different that steals my breath and makes my world tilt on its axis. He's wearing a crisp blue button-down that brings out the storm in his eyes. The collar open and undone. His hair neat, but still slightly rebellious. But it's more than his appearance. There's a steadiness to him now. A quiet confidence that has nothing to do with his usual carefully constructed charm. "Hi," he says simply. And even his voice is different. Clearer, more present, more real than I've ever heard it. I realize I'm staring, my bare hands frozen around my cup, my perfectly practiced composure scattering like sugar packets in a breeze. This is Lee, but not the Lee I saw on those cliffs 3 months ago. Not the Lee who was drowning himself in bourbon and self-hatred. Not the Lee who needed saving from himself. This is someone new. Someone solid. Someone who looks at me with eyes that are clear and focused, and absolutely terrifying in their intensity. "You're not wearing gloves," he observes softly, but doesn't reach for my hands, doesn't try to touch, doesn't do anything except notice, like he always has. "You're not drinking," I counter, the words coming out barely above a whisper. His smile is different too. Real, not practiced. Gentle, not performing. 93 days sober. Not that I'm counting or anything. But he is counting. I can tell. The same way I still count some things, still need some patterns, still find comfort in certain orders. The difference is in how we carry those numbers now. Not as chains, but as markers of progress. "Lee," I start, but he shakes his head. "Let me, please. I've practiced this speech about 100 times, and if I don't get it out now, I might lose my nerve." I nod, my hands tightening around my cup, my world narrowing to this moment, this man, this version of us that feels simultaneously familiar and completely new. The morning catches in his hair, highlighting strands of gold I never noticed before. Or maybe I just never let myself notice. Too busy maintaining walls and counting spaces and keeping careful distance. But now he sits across from me solid and present and real. Now he looks at me like he sees all of me, torn patterns and healing pieces alike. Now everything feels possible in a way it never has before. And I find myself holding my breath, waiting to hear what this new Lee, this steady Lee, this healing Lee, has to say. Lee takes a sip of what I realize is just plain black coffee. No bourbon added, no chaos hidden in amber liquid. His movements are measured, deliberate, like he's learned his own kind of patterns, like he's found his own way to make sense of the world. "You look good," I say, because someone needs to break this charged silence, and because it's true. The shadows under his eyes are gone, replaced by a kind of peace I've never seen in him before. His hands are steady as he sets down his cup. No tremors, no desperate need to reach for liquid courage.
I feel good,
he says, and his voice carries a certainty that makes my heart stutter.
Clear, present, real, maybe for the first time since, I don't know, a long time ago.
I wonder what kind of healing he's done in these 3 months, what kind of peace he's found while I was learning to exist without gloves.
I have a job,
he continues, his eyes never leaving mine.
At a tech startup, doing cybersecurity, if you can believe it. Turns out all those years of hacking my family's accounts taught me some marketable skills. Well, that and the degree I somehow earned between keg stands.
I can't help but smile at that, at how he's turned rebellion into legitimate work, chaos into order, destruction into creation. Psh, you're too much of a gentleman to do a keg stand. It's beer funnels or nothing for you. But, joking aside, I can believe it. You've always been smarter than you let people see.
Yeah, well...
He runs a hand through his hair, a gesture so familiar it makes my chest ache.
Turns out I'm good at more than just drinking and fighting. Who knew?
I knew. I say softly, and his eyes snap to mine. I always saw more than the chaos you showed everyone else. Something shifts in his expression. Vulnerability, maybe? Or hope?
You did, didn't you? Saw through every mask, every performance, every carefully constructed wall. Just like I saw through your gloves and counting and patterns.
The truth of that settles between us, heavy with meaning and possibility. Because he did see through my barriers, just as I saw through his. We recognized each other's destroyed pieces from the start, even if we weren't ready to admit it then.
NA meetings help,
he says after a moment.
3 times a week.
His lips quirk slightly.
I picked that number on purpose, you know, because it was yours. Because even when I was trying to get better for me, I was thinking of you.
The admission hangs in the air between us, more intimate than any touch, more real than any performance we ever gave. Because this is Lee without masks, without bourbon, without carefully constructed charm. This is just Lee. Real and present and healing. Just like I'm just Salem now. Real and present and healing. And somehow that feels more powerful than any pattern or protection we ever created before.
I did it for me,
Lee says, tracing the rim of his coffee cup like he used to trace patterns in spilled bourbon.
The sobriety, the therapy, the meetings. Had to do it for me, or it wouldn't stick. But...
He looks up, meeting my eyes with an intensity that steals my breath.
You were there. In every choice. In every moment I wanted to drink. In every pattern I created to stay sane.
I want to reach for him, to bridge this careful space between us. My bare hands itch to touch, to confirm he's real, to make sure this isn't another performance. But I wait, letting him find his words, letting this moment unfold in its own time.
The first month was hell,
he continues, his voice steady despite the weight of confession.
Kept thinking about promised land, about mother's disappointment, about every time someone tried to fix me. But my therapist...
He smiles slightly.
The one you recommended, actually. She helped me see I was never damaged to begin with. Just different. Like you.
Different. I echo, the word feeling right in a way that broken never did. not wrong, just ourselves, he finishes. With our patterns and chaos and measured spaces, with our counting and our needs and our own way of making sense of the world. His hand rests on the table between us, not reaching, not demanding, just present. I work until 3, he continues, watching me with curiosity. But I was thinking, maybe one of these days we could go to dinner, if you want. Not as a performance, not as an arrangement, not as anything except us. Real us. And we can decide whatever that means when the time comes. The invitation hangs between us, weighted with everything we've been through. Everything we could be, everything that feels possible now that we're both healing in our own ways. Us. I repeat softly, testing how the word feels on my tongue. Not torn pieces trying to fix each other, not careful patterns trying to contain chaos. Just us. And somehow that's the most terrifying and wonderful possibility of all. Real dinner. Lee clarifies, his voice carrying a hint of nervousness I've never heard before. At that little Italian place on Oak Street. The one with private booths and sealed silverware. Where we can take our time and talk and... He pauses, watching me with those storm-gray eyes. And maybe start over. Do things right this time. The reality of this, of him, of this very moment, it presses down on me. You came back, I whisper. After I told you to get help, to fix yourself, to... I swallow hard. After I walked away, you still came back. What's more, there's a vulnerability to him now that I never saw before. It's as if his mask is completely gone, and he's no longer hiding, just like I asked of him. I'll always come back to you, pantry girl. His voice carries absolute certainty. But I knew when I did that I wanted to be better, stronger, ready to be whatever we could be. Without bourbon or pretense or careful performances. The morning sun streams through the windows, catching on my bare hands, on his clear eyes, on everything real and possible between us. Yes, I say, realizing I didn't answer his question about dinner. Yes? To dinner. I feel myself smiling, really smiling. No careful composition needed. To starting over. To... I gesture between us, encompassing everything we could be. To trying again. Well, trying for real. His answering smile could outshine the sun. Yeah? Yeah. I reach across the table, my bare hand finding his. The contact sends electricity through my veins. But not panic, not fear, just connection. But, Lee? He stares at our joined hands like they're something miraculous. I don't want to start completely over. My fingers lace with his. I want to remember how far we've come, how much we've grown, how real everything still is between us. His thumb traces patterns on my palm, and for once, I don't need to count them to feel safe. I love you. Lee's words come out steady, certain, clear as the morning light streaming through the windows. Not because you taught me patterns could be beautiful. Not because you saw through every mask I wore. Not even because you were brave enough to walk away when I needed to heal. My heart stutters in my chest. But I don't pull my hand away. Don't retreat behind careful walls. Don't need to count breaths to stay present in this moment. I love you because you're you. Because you count tiles when anxious, but can sit here now with bare hands touching mine. Because you wear silk gloves to fancy parties, but learned to exist without them when you're ready. Because you're the strongest person I've ever known, even when you think you aren't. Tears blur my vision, but they're different from the ones I used to shed when everything ended 3 months ago. I love you too, I whisper. Not because you got sober or found a job or proved anything to anyone, but because you're you. You're finding out who you want to be. His hand tightens on mine, and I see tears in his eyes too. Storm gray, swimming with emotion that needs no measuring, no counting, no careful control. We're quite a pair, aren't we? His voice is rough with feeling. The OCD girl who learned to live without gloves, and the alcoholic heir who learned to live without bourbon. Both of us were so afraid of not fitting into our own worlds that we almost missed being real. But we didn't miss it, I say. Understanding blooming like a slow and steady dawn. We just needed time. Needed growth. We needed to learn how to love ourselves before we could love each other properly. Yeah. He lifts our joined hands, pressing a kiss to my bare knuckles. The contact sends shivers down my spine, but not from fear. Never from fear. Not with him. Not anymore. So, what do you say, Salem? Ready to be real with me? No arrangements, no pretense, no careful performances. Just us, with all our patterns and chaos and perfectly imperfect pieces. I look at our hands, at his clear eyes, at everything possible stretching before us like an uncounted future. Yes, I say simply, meaning it more than anything I've ever said. Just us. Real us. Whatever that means. Epilogue. Salem. 3 months later. The setting sun casts long shadows across the mill's front lawn as I park my car, wondering what Lee has planned. 3 months of real dating, of sober kisses, of learning each other's patterns in new ways, and he still finds a way to surprise me. Still makes my heart race with simple texts like, meet me at the mill, 7 p.m., trust me. I spot the note immediately, weighted down by a silk blindfold on the front steps. The paper is a crumpled sticky note, but the handwriting is unmistakably Lee's. Put it on. Come inside. Let me lead you somewhere special. P.S. Everything's clean. Counted 3 times just for you. P.P.S. I love you. My fingers trace the silk blindfold. Burgundy. Like my old gloves. Like the dress from that night on the cliffs. Like everything significant in our story. The material is soft, expensive, and carefully chosen. Like everything Lee does for me now. I should feel nervous about this. Should need something to calm me before this. But 3 more months of real love, of genuine trust, of learning each other's needs has changed things. Changed us. The blindfold slides over my eyes easily, silk cool against my skin. I've come so far from the girl who needed 3 pairs of gloves just to feel safe. The girl who counted ceiling tiles before entering rooms. The girl who met a chaos-bringing boy in a pantry and thought she could never be suitable for anyone. Now, I stand here, voluntarily blindfolded, trusting Lee completely. Because he's earned that trust. Because he's proven worthy of it. Because he understands my patterns aren't prison cells anymore. Just like I understand his chaos isn't destruction anymore. My hand finds the door handle. and I smile at the familiar feel of recently sanitized metal. Of course he cleaned everything. Of course he counted 3 times. Of course he made sure I would feel safe, even in darkness. Because that's love. Real love. The kind worth counting on. I step inside, letting the door close behind me, letting anticipation build in my veins. Whatever Lee has planned, whatever game he wants to play, whatever path he's leading me down, I trust him. I choose him. I love him. And that's worth walking into darkness for. Follow my voice. Lee calls from somewhere to my left, his tone playful but gentle. Unless you're scared. The challenge in his voice makes me smile behind the blindfold. He knows I'm not scared. Not of him. Not anymore. Not since we learned to trust each other's patterns and chaos in equal measure. You'll have to do better than that, I tease back, moving toward his voice. The floor is clean beneath my feet. He really did think of everything. I know all your tricks by now. His laugh echoes through the house, bouncing off walls in ways that make it hard to track. But I know this game he's playing. Know he's leading me on a specific path. Know every step has been planned and counted and prepared. Do you? His voice comes from a different direction now, somehow both further and closer. Know all my tricks? Because I think... He pauses, and I hear movement above me. I think I still have a few surprises left. Heat pools in my belly at his tone. That perfect mix of playful and dangerous that only Lee can manage. My other senses heighten behind the blindfold, catching subtle sounds. His careful footsteps, his measured breathing, his deliberate movements through the house. You're overthinking, he calls out, closer now. So close I can almost feel his presence. Stop counting steps and just feel. He's right. I'm falling into old patterns, trying to measure and map and control. But that's not what this game is about. Not what he's trying to show me. That's it, he murmurs as I relax, letting instinct guide me. Trust yourself. Trust me. Trust us. The word us still sends shivers down my spine, still feels like a miracle and destiny and choice, all wrapped into one. Still makes me want to count my blessings instead of my fears. His footsteps retreat again, leading me on this careful chase through darkness. But it's not really darkness anymore. Not with him here. Not with love lighting the way. Getting warmer, he teases as I follow, letting my fingers trail along clean walls. Or should I say, getting closer to where everything began. The pantry. Of course. Where else would this path lead? Where else would Lee bring me for whatever he has planned? My heart races, but not from anxiety or fear. From anticipation, from trust, from love. Because whatever waits in that pantry, whatever game Lee's playing, whatever path he's leading me down, I'm ready for it. His footsteps quicken, and I follow the sound, almost catching him around what feels like the main staircase. My hand brushes fabric, his shirt, maybe, but he dances away with a low laugh that sends heat coursing through my veins. Almost, he teases, voice rough with something more than playfulness. But not quite fast enough, baby. Come find me. I know these halls now, even blindfolded. Know the path to our pantry like I know my own heartbeat. Know Lee is leading me there with deliberate precision, each step calculated to build anticipation. You're doing that thing again, he calls, voice echoing slightly. That thing where you try to make patterns out of chaos, where you try to predict instead of just feeling. A pause, then closer. Stop thinking so hard and just chase me. He's right. Again, always, even blindfolded, even in darkness, even playing this game of cat and mouse, I'm trying to control everything, trying to map his movements, trying to calculate instead of feel. That's not what tonight's about, he murmurs, suddenly right behind me. His breath ghosts across my neck, making me shiver. Tonight's about trust, about letting go, about... He doesn't finish, pulling away before I can turn toward his voice. But I hear what he doesn't say. Tonight's about us, about how far we've come, about everything we've built together. My fingers trail along the wall, recognizing the texture of expensive wallpaper. We're close now. Close to the pantry where everything began. Close to whatever Lee has planned. Close to... Remember that night? His voice carries memories of our first meeting. You hiding from chaos. Me hiding from everything. The words hit like truth, like love, like everything real we've built together. Because we do choose each other. Every day, every moment, every step toward whatever waits in that pantry. Almost there. I can almost hear the smile in his voice. Almost where everything changed, where everything began, where everything... He trails off again, but I understand. Because I feel it too. The significance of this place. The weight of this moment. The love building between us with every step of this careful chase. We're not just heading toward the pantry. We're heading toward our future. We're heading toward everything. And I can't wait to catch him. His hands find me in the darkness, warm and sure against my waist. No hesitation, no careful measuring of space, no asking permission, because he doesn't need to anymore. Because we've earned this trust. Because we've built this safety between us. Found you, I whisper. Though, really, he found me. Found all of me. Even the parts I tried to hide behind gloves and counting and careful patterns. Always, he murmurs, his lips brushing my ear. His fingers trail up my sides, finding the blindfold's edge. Ready? I nod, anticipation building as he slowly removes the silk. The pantry comes into focus, and my breath catches at what he's done with the space. Soft lights twinkle everywhere, not harsh fluorescents that show imperfections, but gentle warmth that makes everything glow. The shelves have been cleared, clean surfaces gleaming in the low light. Everything measures perfectly. Everything counts precisely. Everything aligns just right. You did all this? My voice comes out breathless, taking in every detail. The careful preparation, the perfect arrangement, the way he's transformed our beginning into something new. 3 times, he confirms, his chest pressing against my back, his arms wrapping around my waist. Cleaned everything, counted everything, made it perfect. His lips find my neck, making me shiver. For you. For us. For this moment. I lean back into him, trusting his strength, his stability, his love. Because that's what this is really about. Not just the physical space he's prepared, but the emotional one he's created. The safety he's built. The future he's planning. The first time I saw you here, he murmurs between kisses along my shoulder. You were counting breaths, to stay calm, wearing 3 pairs of gloves to feel safe, trying so hard to control everything around you. And you were drowning yourself in bourbon, I remind him, tilting my head to give him better access. Hiding behind chaos and rebellion and carefully constructed walls. Look at us now. His hands slide down my arms, finding my bare fingers, lacing them with his. No gloves, no bourbon, no walls between us. The truth of that settles in my chest like sunshine. Because we have changed, grown, healed. Not into normal people, but into better versions of ourselves. Versions that love each other's differences instead of trying to fix them. Lee, I start, but he turns me in his arms, pressing me gently against the pantry wall. You're mine now, Salem. And I want to worship you. Right here, where it all began. He moves to sink to his knees, but I stop him, with a hand on his arm. No. It's my turn to taste you. Lee's eyes darken with desire as I guide him back against the opposite wall. Your turn, he murmurs, a hint of challenge in his voice. You sure about that? I nod, trailing my fingers down his chest. I'm sure. I want to show you how much I trust you. How much I love you. His breath catches as I slowly sink to my knees, maintaining eye contact. This is new territory for us. Me taking control. Me initiating this level of intimacy. But that's what tonight is about, isn't it? New beginnings, new trust, new love. Salem, he breathes, his hand cupping my cheek. You don't have to. I want to, I assure him, pressing a kiss to his palm. Let me take care of you for once. His eyes flutter closed as I undo his belt, his breath quickening. I can feel the tension in his body, the way he's holding himself back, always so careful with me. Always so mindful of my boundaries. It's okay, I murmur, nuzzling against his hip. You can let go. I've got you. A shudder runs through Lee's body at my words, his fingers tangling in my hair. I can feel the moment he surrenders, truly letting himself be vulnerable with me. It's a heady feeling, having this much power over someone I love so deeply. I take my time, savoring every inch of him. The pantry fills with the sounds of his ragged breathing, soft moans escaping his lips as I worship him with my mouth. His hips twitch, fighting to stay still, always so careful not to push too far. It's okay, I murmur again, pulling back to meet his gaze. You don't have to hold back. Not with me, not anymore. Something breaks in his expression, relief, love, desire, all mingling together. His hand tightens in my hair, guiding me back to him. This time when I take him in my mouth, he lets himself move, lets himself feel without restraint. It's beautiful, watching him come undone, knowing I'm the one who brought him to this point, knowing he trusts me enough to let go completely. When he finally comes, my name on his lips like a prayer, I feel a sense of pride and deep satisfaction. I've never seen Lee so undone, so vulnerable. His chest heaves as he catches his breath, eyes still closed, head tipped back against the pantry wall. I rise slowly, pressing soft kisses along his body as I go. Salem, he murmurs, pulling me close. That was... I know. I nuzzle into his neck. For me, too. We stand there for a long moment, just holding each other, basking in the afterglow and the intimacy we've created. Lee's hands trace gentle patterns on my back, and I can feel his heartbeat gradually slowing beneath my palm.
I love you,
he says softly, pressing a kiss to my forehead.
so much.
I love you too, I reply, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. Thank you for all of this, for trusting me, for letting me see you like that. A slow smile spreads across his face, tender and a little odd.
Thank you for trusting yourself, for taking control, for showing me a new side of you.
I feel a blush creep up my cheeks, but I don't look away. Because he's right. This is a new side of me. A bolder, more confident version that I'm still getting to know. It felt good, I admit softly. Being the one in control, for once. Lee's smile widens, a hint of mischief dancing in his eyes.
Oh yeah? Well, don't get used to it. I still have plans for you tonight.
A shiver of anticipation runs down my spine at his words. Is that so? And what exactly did you have in mind? Instead of answering, Lee spins us around, pressing me back against the pantry wall. His lips find mine in a searing kiss that leaves me breathless. When he pulls back, his eyes are dark with renewed desire.
First,
he murmurs, trailing kisses along my jaw.
I'm going to return the favor, show you just how much I appreciate what you just did for me.
He nibbles down my neck.
Then, we are going to see Eli and Sebastian's baby, since they have been cloistered up. Sebastian being overprotective until Belle put her foot down about seeing her niece.
His mouth raises and switches to the other side.
After that, I'm taking you home, undressing you, and we'll spend the night trading control. How does that sound?
I shove at his chest a little and make him meet my eyes. Does this mean I get to peg you? He sputters and then tilts his head like he's considering.
Salem Masters. Am I turning you into a wild child after all? How do you even know what pegging is?
I clear my throat, heat creeping into my cheeks. Well, I did some Googling about bisexuality, and, well, that came up a little bit. He grabs my hand and tugs me out of the pantry.
New plan. Go see the baby, go home, and I want to see what kind of porn you've been watching without me.
My heart feels full as he practically shoves me into the car and we drive away. I can still taste him on my lips, and I snatch up the iced tea he has waiting in the cup holder. It seems like I'm in for a long night. This recording of The Misfit was presented by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Narrated by Renee Thorne and Ryan Stone. Produced by Haley Taylor. Text copyright 2025 by J.L. Beck. Sound recording copyright 2024 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Thank you for listening. Please check dreamscapepublishing.com for Dreamscape's latest releases. If you liked The Misfit, here are two similar RB Media titles you may enjoy. Anger Bang